Well, welcome back and welcome to the second half of the season finale for 24-hour Series Esports. Points have been paid at the halfway point, and it sets us up for the championship decider in all four classes. David Haynes here with Lorenzo Bonda, Connery Maddock now producing for us. Lorenzo, let's take a look then at the new lay of the land, who won out big, and what it means for how they've got to perform in the final half.
Yeah, points difference between Williams and MSI, like I said, 8 points separate them due to the fact that MSI won the halfway points and Williams was third, just as we've seen 3 wide between a TCR 992 class and the BS Turner GT3. But yeah, I would say big winners over here. MSI, just those 2 points might make a lot of difference at the end of the race. Let's see how that will continue with this final 6 hours.
Yeah, remembering that at the end there's 40 points on the line for a win, so a gap of 8 between first and second is it keeps everything important as far as the execution is concerned, and to really see this out to the end could end up being very close. That's GT3. And, TCR, SimRC have just pitted from the lead of that category. They hung it out there to get the points at the halfway, but in 992, Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC now 10 points clear of Urano, and neither of them can be complacent that Acetec could still take this if either of the first two stumble. So 10 points to separate first and second there.
And we said that big winners were SimRC, right, before we switched over?
Yeah, I think they bagged the max of points in 3 of the 4 categories. And in GT4, it means it brought them just a little bit closer. Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports, which is a lot of letters to fit into a little graphic, have 93 points at the lead of class, but this is SimRC leading the way in that category, and SRC Movano Corsa in second as well. We can actually take a look at the live points for that one later on, and I'm sure as we get closer to the checkered flag it'll be of much more importance, but you cannot get complacent, no way. And there in TCR, you're looking at the championship leader, the race leader. It's Corentin Guinea has gotten in and taken over from, I think, Nathan Ames was driving earlier. Just 5 points from Pure Sims, and they did well for themselves with the halfway points to just extend a little bit over MSI, Wesley Felt Impulse, and Carbon. Top 6 there.
It's interesting to see how Pearson still has some hope of a victory despite being 33 seconds back. And just say that any fumble that SimRC might get involved into might get a massive pit stop or a massive accident that might take some time away from them, would be enough for them to go back into the fight and be within the realms of winning the championship, just because the Monza round, from what it looks like, the second to last race, they had massive problems at the start. No, actually at the race itself, not at the start, but during the race itself.
A little family photo moment a second ago as the SimRC GT4 passed the TCR. Those are the cars painted in the traditional SimRC yellow, red and black. Meanwhile, they're running the Team 75 Bernhard cars in GT3 and 992 that are in the blue and red, but SimRC underneath. I'd have to say, with the exception of the 992 leader, the SimRC paint seems to be bringing them a little more luck.
But then again, now I have to ask you a question. Which of the liveries do you prefer from SimRC?
I'm a sucker for the classic, but maybe if I was a big DTM fan or something, I'd look at it the other way.
Okay. I'll agree with you, not only for that, but I'm trying to remember if the Team Bernhard car has RaceSpot stickers as well.
Oh yeah, that could make a big difference.
Yeah, because the SimRC one does have massive RaceSpot stickers, and we know that they make a lot of difference in the track.
GT3 leader pits, and Altus Esports go back through to the lead of the race. MSI Esports 14 would be leading at this point were it not for that 30-second penalty, so that's really brought some of the other cars back into contention for the outright win at the end of this, like BS Turner, like Altus, and like that Williams Esports BenQ 55. Hell, maybe even Beeler. And they probably remain 5th after that stop. Any news on the penalty sheet there, Lorenzo? I'm seeing that the 13 has picked up a couple,
yeah,
which is Tempest.
83 as well, which is the Relay Sim Racing. And that is pretty much it. I think all the penalties have been issued now from now on.
Occasionally you do see a little bit of a backlog of ones that are under review.
No,
not many of those at the moment.
Actually, none at all. All of them actually have been either served or issued towards the teams, because some of them are kind of like repeating itself. So interesting. Other than that, it's pretty much calm. What surprises me is the fact that we have 79 reports, but for average, we have lots of reports, 79, 80 something reports for this first 6 hours. Do you expect that to be for Barcelona a lesser number? But then again, some of them repeat itself. So at average, you have about what one-time reports? You have like 50, 40, 40, 50 reports for 6 hours. That is quite a lot. I don't know. I don't know what you think.
I think Kota set the record. I'm not sure it's something that aims to be beaten. Yeah, around 79. On the sheet.
Now I'm actually curious to see how many Kota had.
Well, everything's bigger in Texas. as they say. Let's take a look then again at the standings across all the classes, because what we had was the bagged, the locked-in points after they were given at halfway. Now you're looking at quote-unquote live points, or as they run, if they finished where they stand right now, what would happen? And the answer is Williams Esports BenQ winning by 4 points over MSI. I think there's a couple of positions that MSI are going to fight back for in this final half of the race after that 30-second penalty they only very recently served in the last half hour. So there's a couple of cars in front of them that they could catch, see themselves get a couple more points and still become champions against Williams Esports BenQ. You see that BS Turner are in a good spot at the moment, second on track. I'd see them jump the Bieler Racing Team Euronics. And you can see Altus tracking for 5th at the moment. German Sim Racing IPR ACV with a handy little jump up into 6th. Lorenzo, have a look at 992.
As soon as we get up on the screen, Team Bernhard, 75 by Bernhard by SimRC. I completely butchered the name. I apologize, SimRC. Running away with 152 points, still is in the lead of the race with a very comfortable gap to Phoenix. Urano is in 3rd with 134 points, basically sealing the deal for them. And Visceral was fighting with Urano a few laps back before we went to the halfway point of the race, try to get as many points as they can and getting that performance and jumping up one spot. Williams just by staying on the track and having solid positions within the top 5. In 4th, jumping one spot from Apex Academy, and Sabel doing their best job to try to get closer and closer within those top 10s to get 1 point up on Apex Academy.
GT4 definitely one of the categories of interest after the damage that the championship leading Urano Mercedes picked up relatively early on into this one. As they run at the moment, SRC Movano Corsa would jump them for the championship. And very close there between Urano and SimRC, 2nd and 3rd as well. Pure Sims with some late gains, Sabelt slipping 1 spot and Fiercely Forward jumping 3 into the top 6. So SRC Movano course.
Oh!
Well, that's a 992 that's a long way from the racing line. Apex Racing Academy in the penultimate corner, well out into the gravel. Normally, they end up there with a little bit of help, or turning into the corner with the outside wheels on the gravel. But there is a looming presence of the BS Turner BMW. And it's nose to tail contact at turn in that sends the Apex Racing Academy sideways and out there. What did we say about the bonga drums?
Yeah, you told them to be very mild and quiet. Unfortunately, they just beat up too hard to make contact with the Apex Academy car and throw them around into the outside, making sure that that Porsche is rally cross ready for whenever the Rally Cross Championship comes back into iRacing. With that being said, definitely a slam dunk penalty for a BS competition. The BS Turner.
Is it? I mean, I didn't see the BS car go wide. They made the apex. They didn't dive to the inside late. They were always positioned there.
Yeah, but you're positioning yourself to try to set yourself for an overtake. Of course, the other car cooked the entry. The Apex Academy car cooked the entry, missed the apex, like you said. but still you're positioning yourself quite aggressively. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's like an NFA. I definitely would say, oh, this is a race system, but in my POV, if it were up to me, I'm not, and this is the benefit of us commentators being having this free opinion of sorts. The way that the BS Turner car positioned themselves, I would say that's a penalty on them. Maybe 5 seconds, something like it. But nothing too transgressive after that. Maybe just because they caused a contact and could have waited more patiently to make that overtake.
Well, you won't have to wait too long because the protest is being typed out by Apex Racing Academy at the moment. And BS Competition are not typing out a counter protest, so we'll see what happens of that. This is TCR points at the moment. Things looking good for Sim RC. Things looking pretty good for Pure Sims as well, as they passed MSI just before the points got paid out. And it still shapes as a pretty competitive three-way tussle where Sim RC Honda cannot afford to misstep in the remaining 5.5 hours. And full send, the only change there. If they can finish where they are at the moment, they'll jump some championship spots. Ooh, I'd need to really dig into the rules, Lorenzo, to know what championship result guarantees you a spot on the grid next season. Because if you're not thinking about winning, that's probably the only other main consolation you've got going for yourself.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, when I was looking at the rules and regulations, I think it is top 3. I know is guaranteed next season. I think the rest is, I know from Ivra, you win the championship, you get a spot into 24-hour series. Or I don't know if it is top 3 or top 5. Then the Ivra gets 1 spot. The rest is kind of like open. From Club Sport, I think GT Sprint from Ivra gets get a spot within GT3s. 992 TCRs, like I said, on Club Sport, it gives you access to it. And I think on Adrian Series as well, if you win GT3 Pro, if I remember correctly, you get a spot within 24-hour series too. But that I would have to confirm. I'm just saying that on the top of my head. I'm looking at the regulations now. I'll tell you in a little bit.
Kidoki. Well, heard from Pure Sims that it wasn't purely tactical to give up second place back to MSI. There was some dramas with the traffic that happened the lap after they crossed the line to get the halfway points paid. So Pure Sims, they got their points, but then lost their position pretty quickly after. And that's where we find ourselves again in this situation with MSI in second in the Veloster, Pure Sims third in the Civic, and both of them within mathematical hope of the championship, but 38 seconds adrift of Sim RC leading the category, and definitely the category where it's hardest to make up that amount of time. certainly remains very close in this battle, second and third. TCR, and it does look like now that finishing ahead of Pure Sims on the road is not enough for MSI to finish ahead of them in the championship. They were very, very level at the start of this race. Pure Sims just nosed far enough ahead with the bevy of points from the halfway point. Stewards still looking over if there's going to be a penalty for the second place running BMW team BS Turner. They've decided there will be 5 seconds for the number 10 car. If I've read that right, which is SERIES Esports. Yep, in one of the Lamborghinis. German sim racing also in a Lamborghini, but outside of that, it's very much a Porsche BMW game in the GT3 category. It's very much been a Mercedes game in the GT4, but with just 2 Aston Martins that started the championship, one of them is leading in that class at the moment with Sim RC. Oh, TCR battles door to door again. A couple of corners in a row, they've almost leant on each other, and there's the GT4 leader trying to get past as well. The side-by-side TCR is creating a little bit of a roadblock, and the 992 car tries to dive down the inside. All of this serves to help MSI protect their position.
Yeah, because they were thinking about it, you know, they nearly put the car side by side into a diving move into the entry of turn number 10, but unfortunately, the fact that Sim RC GT4 and then also the Phoenix 992, which is P2 in the class, put up the car side by side, Pure Sims had to like be the bigger man and yield the track position to both of those cars and live to fight another day.
Looking forward again, Ross McFarlane's patience has run out. He dives down the inside of Victor Lobato, driving the MSI TCR, and this time makes it stick far more cleanly. All this to keep Pure Sims just a little closer in the championship hunt.
All right, so I got the end. Oh, never mind.
Well, we'll see. Lorenzo, you stay on hold, because with that move from Pure Sims, suddenly now only 9 points away from Sim RC, but it does just become a who finishes first on the road situation. There's no way Pure Sims take the championship without closing down the now 39 seconds on the road between themselves and Sim RC leading class.
Yeah, I think for Pure Sims, right from the get-go of this race, it was like a must-win race, because what happened in Monza, just getting 7 points.
Stays in Monza?
Beside that, mamma mia, I was going to say, it turned into a race win situation for them no matter what. They needed to win, and then gone with a considerable gap to Sim RC and see where they would take them to the end. So the job is just becoming harder and harder and harder as laps go by. And the thing is, MSI, with if they do the switchback, I don't know how many points that will be in terms between them as well. I think it will be right around 10 points instead of 14 points to separate them, or even less than that, maybe 9 or 8 points, just by one overtake done at the time being.
If there's any good news for Pure Sims, it's that the last lap for the leader was a 153.2, and Ross McFarlane, including his rather gutsy pass, managed a 152.8 to just trim a couple tenths out of it. And there is still, of course, hours and hours of racing still to go in this one, even if the gaps grow and shrink at a snail's pace in TCR, with everyone being so equal on strategy and on the race pace. McFarlane definitely looks quick at the moment. Not that it doesn't mean there might be something still in reserve for Corentin Guinea in the leading machine. MSI off the circuit. Always looked like a very tail-happy car, but through the final corner, Victor Lobato oversteps the mark and not only loses a little bit of time, but critically looks like he's going to lose the slipstream to an absolutely charging Ross McFarlane.
Yeah, let's look on the replay right here, going to the final corner. Just wondering how badly they overcooked the car. Completely overcooked the entry, David.
Yeah, that's burnt. Having a look at it again, it all starts with being out very wide on that yellow curb, but every time he goes to turn in, there's no rear grip either, so it just ends up a little wide on the marbles, which were very, very extensively built up after more than 6 hours of racing. Here's the view from someone.
The BS Turner.
BS Turner. It's like it sure looks like a BMW, not a MSI Porsche to me. And that car 2.7 seconds away from the lead. And expecting, I'm not going to consult the same magic hat again, but expecting this could be an in-lap from Altus Esports at the lead of the race.
Yep.
And indeed it is. Okay, I'll take that magic hat back out of the garbage and dust it off and wear it one more time. So then ES Turner go through into the lead. Altus with the 5-second penalty, I think it is, to serve.
Yep.
For
the touching the MSI car.
Yes. Yeah, we did see that one on broadcast at the time. And very promptly served. So.
Ooh, I think we got a new one right here. 5-second. I think if you haven't broke this down, remember that incident between the BS Turner car and the
Apex Racing Academy 992.
Yeah. 5 seconds to the BS Turner car for causing the contact and spinning the Apex Academy.
That sits about right with me.
Yeah, it's like I said, I expected 5 seconds just because he made the contact and he spun him around. But at the same time, I like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if possible NFA would have been hinted out, because surely he didn't go for the overtake. He was trying to set up the overtake to go on the ultimate on the last corner. So I understand the point of view, but still, if you're the faster car, you have to set up yourself a gap that is relatively safe. And unfortunately, by not doing that, you cause the contact of 5 seconds, more than justifiable for PS Turner to get the penalty.
Here's Dominic Hoffman, third in category on track. A car still harbouring championship hopes in this class. And definitely moving and shaking on that lap. Cutting down the gap to second place, who's just up the road from the Phoenix Racing Esport car driven by Luca Elpert. Then, my goodness, it's a handy class lead that Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC have in this category, the most of any, as you can see looking down the timing column in the on-screen graphics. 42 seconds, even more than their TCR siblings have.
Fiercely forward. What happened to them? What happened to our fiercely forward car? They are in second place for the time being here, David. I think that is the best spot for them in this race, and I think overall the championship, as we see the standings for the 992 class, finally, David.
Yeah, and when we saw the live standings of GT4, we also see that result, or where they're standing at the moment, fiercely forward, will launch them up the standings a little bit. But yeah, Urano we were looking at, and where they are at the moment, will only net them second in the championship. Even jumping a spot would be enough. If they finish behind Team 75, they'll finish behind Team 75. It sounds like a pretty dumb thing to say, but it definitely means the battle's got to be fought out on track. And the number 975 holds a very comfortable little margin at the moment. Looking at Phoenix, who are second on circuit at the moment, still just losing a little bit to Urano in third, who are closing them up. And Lorenzo, my numbers have got the 992 category as being the class with the highest strength of field. So mathematically, it's got the highest average rated drivers, and it should be the most competitive.
Yeah.
Or it should be quite competitive.
I think the reason is because of this class. It's a little bit interesting, my point of view. It's one of those classes that, yeah, sure, you have the highest strength of field. You have drivers that either competed or compete in Porsche, in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, or the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup on their native countries, like the Netherlands. Sorry, not the Netherlands. Denmark, Germany, in other places, the Great Britain too. So it's natural to have this relative real strong field between them. But it's a class that suffer a lot with damages. So it's, I think, one of the classes that we had a lot of DNFs. And I'm just taking a quick look over here. Like, for example, Phoenix, which is actually the second place, only had 4 DNFs in the entirety of the championship. Finished second last race, is still second in this
I think
race.
last race was their first race.
Yeah, the last race I think was first race, or even so DNS or even DNFs. So second place for them already. But it's a class that suffers a lot with issues throughout the field. So being that mid-top tier car that struggles to make that overtake on the turns and doesn't have electronics that the GT3 does have to aid them into the track, so it is more of a driver's car than anything else. But I think it is definitely much more contested than last season. Last season had a really strong teams fighting for it, but I think we came down to the wire into the final race. I think the fact that we had the separation and the dominance from CRC, as we see Sabelt before coming out of the pit lane, made a little bit of a stronger case this year.
Yep, Sabelt returning to the track 5th in class with Emanuele Petri. Now, we talked about a couple of the penalties that had come through for Tempest Sim Sport in GT3, and neither of them have been served yet per the sheet, so still 35 seconds hanging over them for dangerous driving and contact. But, you know, what can you expect? Sometimes in the heat of racing, tempests flare. Well, it's been a pleasure working with RaceSpot, as I assume I'm getting fired after that one. But more seriously, looking at the timing, it's pretty close in this sort of midfield of the GT3. Tempest currently in 7th, 2 minutes 1 second behind the class leader. But you add 35 seconds to that, it puts them behind Leipert, puts them sort of neck and neck with Pure Sims in 9th. So it's definitely going to cost them one position, potentially to cost them 2 and put them in battle for 9th place instead of the 7th where they currently run.
And for them, any position they can get over here, I think is going to be positive. I've been looking at, if I remember correctly, this is their debut race, so the final race for them is the debut. They haven't raced at all, looking at the standings at this championship. So the Portuguese team trying to make a good statement, and so far getting a top 10 in here. So for them, I think it must be very good, very positive. Probably gonna celebrate the top 10 with the bacalhau, the codfish, maybe. I don't know. It's I wouldn't mind eating a codfish right now.
We could totally have a travel/food show. It'd be great.
What would we name it though? It's like Foodscapades?
I was trying to have like a pun on Bonda, but I got nothing.
I got nothing as well, man. As we're seeing some team-on-team action. 992 Cup class car giving draft to the 55 BenQ Porsche as well, just different makes. Bondering with food.
Got some great suggestions from our YouTube comments.
Oh.
Between either Food Spot or RaceSpot. RaceSpot is good.
RaceSpot is good.
Because I love, you know, your Korean and Asian style, you know, hot pot and other things like that. So
yeah,
RaceSpot sounds good to me.
RaceSpot, it gives me like going to a Korean barbecue vibes. Did you ever go to a Korean barbecue in
Dude,
Australia?
yes. Yeah, it's great.
Mate, it's like when I went to Lisbon last week and the week prior to that. Unfortunately, there was a very good Korean barbecue joint that me and the guys from my company that we with, we wanted to go, but no room whatsoever. And I really wanted to go and have that proper barbecue in here. I found one place in Porto that actually does Korean barbecue. I need to go. Like, I need to have that experience. I just, when you get into the vortex of watching Korean shows and the Korean dramas on Netflix.
No, I'm still safe from K dramas, but I've got some friends.
Yeah, man. I just got to tell you, that is a very big vortex. It's like a black hole. Once you start seeing one, you get pulled in and you watch the other one, and then another one, and then another one. Now I'm kind of like addicted to it. It's complicated, and you try to get out, but you just can't. And now I started to like Korean barbecue because of it. I cannot say K-pop though. K-pop is a completely different story though. It's completely different from the K-dramas.
No Blackpink in your areas?
Oh, they have. Oh, I've listened to Blackpink, but still, nah. Oh, and I listen This is curious. I listen Blackpink in a Hard Rock Cafe restaurant, which was weird for me.
MSI Esports stop and rejoin the race. Sani El Debate. Again, some work to do if they want to secure championship. The penalty not long ago, setting them back, taking them out of what looked like net race leaders. Alcabe, very ambitious with his move on traffic there, that I'm not sure Segbot 992 are going to greatly appreciate, but yields in the end. Still waiting on stops from BMW Team BS Turner, Williams Esports BenQ, Bieler Racing Team Euronics, and see where MSI then end up in the pecking order. We're not going to have to wait on Bieler Racing Team too much longer though, because they're in, and of course MSI are going to get around them, seeing as the MSI car is just navigating the final corner right now. And Bieler on the pit lane. Luka Wunsch, I think, taking that car. Ooh, Apex Racing Academy having to take some avoiding action there as MSI showed the nose. And Apex maybe with some flashbacks to BS Turner, who are in the lane now and will have to serve their 5-second penalty. Or, yeah, they did. They have already, and now they're moving towards their pit stall. MSI are halfway around the lap at the moment. I think Turner are gonna hold on to that one. Urano versus Phoenix for second in class though. We talked about the speed that Urano had catching and closing down on second. Took them a while to get there, but they just kept chipping some half a second a lap, and here they are.
Yeah, I think this is the same scenario we saw with Williams and Urano when they were battling for position. Not that Williams, the livery is pretty much the same, but it still is a 992 Cup class car. look at the front end of the Phoenix car. It's pretty much dent. It's kind of like the same way that the Williams car was dent, and we know those cars are aggressive defense from Phoenix going to turn number 7. It must be taken out at least 5 or to up to 10 kph of the terminal speed. So the struggle that Phoenix probably have on their car right now to keep that second place and be on track is massive. I see Rano making the dive bomb right here, right now, if they want to.
Yeah, a little predictable. Hoffman, the late move to the inside, gets squeezed by Alpert. Hoffman really looked up against the apex there, but he moves Urano up into second. And then immediately pits. Great move. Great work. Great strategy. There's the live points, which we'll look at them again later, but wow, okay. Works like that sometimes, huh?
It's for the ego. It's for that. It's for massaging your ego. Like, I did
If you're a full season team, you've got to let these part timers know their place.
Yeah, precisely. You know, just show him up who's boss. You know. Don't be diminished by the presence of part-time teams. Just because they think, oh, I can make an impact right here, they're gonna be like, psych. No way, I dominate it. I'm the big dog of this house. And no, I did not want to make a Roman Reigns. If for those guys wondering, I did not make a Roman Reigns reference right here. It wasn't the intention.
Let's have a recap of where we stand now. 24-hour series esports season finale, 12 hours of Barcelona. GT3, Williams Esports BenQ lead from Altus, from BMW team BS Turner. You can see where that 5-second penalty in the last stop for BS Turner has dropped them behind Altus, but still remaining ahead of MSI. Last cars on the lead lap there at the moment, at least. Bieler Racing Team Euronics and German Sim Racing best placed Lamborghini for all of the Lamborghini fans. And then Tempest Sim Sport are in 7th, but still with a 35-second penalty to be served by them. Lipit Esports, Pure Sims Esports, ASR able to 10th. And see Relay just finishing up a pit stop there in 11th, I think. Team 75, Bernhard, Havu, Williams Esports, Chilled last. And I think Pike from Beach Racing is still running. Yes, they're still on track and running. So 15 cars in GT3 with 2 retirements. Aztec Sim Sports Visceral 95. And BS Competition 89. Lorenzo, that's GT3.
Yeah, let's take a quick look on the 992 class. Once we have them up on screen, so it's still T75 Bernhard by SimRC dominating the field by a long margin from Phoenix Racing Esport. They were P3, but then Urano came into the pit box when they were P2, so taking back P2 now. Phoenix Racing Esport, Williams Esports, the 995 is in 3rd place, Pure Sims in 4th. Apex Tech Racing Esports in 5th place, Sabel 6th, Urano after the pit stop in 7th place, Vividly 8th, Aztec 9th, and Mivano in 10th. Apex Racing Academy, despite the issues they are having still on the track, in 11th in Apex Tech. The other sister car, the 913, pitting at the time being the last running car on the track in 12th place.
Okey-doke. What about GT4 then, where Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC lead? Well, actually, they're just Sim RC. And they're ahead of Fiercely Forward, SRC Movano Corsa, Pure Sims, and Saybelts, the 5 GT4s. Lead lap there, Torque Freak, Hydra Race Geodesic Racing, SCK Racing. Scored 1 lap down, Delta Sport 3, Scuderia Volpe Competizione 4, Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports in 11th, soldiering on every point they can get, keeps them in the championship. So they will look to do everything to not give up on this with still almost 5 hours left. With the retirements, we do have Bitson VDS by Undercut, Impulse Racing, Pure Sims Esports, and Junkos Racing Esports, making the whole GT4 field sandwiched betwixt the 2 Aston Martins. Notice how I didn't call it an Aston Martin sandwich so I don't get yelled at by whoever it is that... yeah, well, actually, there's a couple of people who'd informed me that sandwiches are typically defined by their filling and not their crust.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So, TCRs, as we have SimRC still leading this race by 41 seconds on Pure Sims, and following closely, not anymore that close as we saw before, by MSI Esports in 3rd place. Maybe in 4th, Fast Repair Motorsports and Simnify is in 5th place. Full Send 6th, Send in 7th. Team Hoiseveld in 8th place, Impulse 9th, and the last of the running cars is Carbon Simsport in 10th place in the TCRs. David,
I had a dream last night. I was racing in one of the Alpha TCRs.
The one that Tyler Maxim hates.
I imagine he might. But yeah, one
because
of them.
that car is a bullet on the straight lines. That's why he hates it. But go back. You were racing on the TCR, so I apologize.
Yeah, I had my helmet and everything, and I was at the racetrack, and I was gonna race a Alfa Romeo TCR.
Did you picture the track though?
Might have been Winton.
Not a bad choice. I like the choice. It's an interesting track for TCRs. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, TCR Australia is going there this year. I think they've been there before. And there's at least one Alpha left. There used to be a couple more, I think.
What is Australia dominated right now in terms of TCRs? Hondas or?
I think, funnily enough, I think there's 4 Peugeots. I think Peugeots are the most.
Really?
There's kind of a split. I think there's 2 new Audis and 2 old spec Audis.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's Peugeot 308, I think.
Really? I never would think that a Peugeot 308 TCR existed. I know they made it, and I think it raced a few seasons in WTCR. And
it's a funny thing, the different TCR models, because there's probably about 100 Audi RS3s made.
I was going to say that.
And
but the same denomination.
there are some of the
like
other popular models, like the Civic. There's probably been at least 50 of those made, I think.
Okay.
But then I believe there's only ever been 8 chassis of the Peugeot 308. There was only ever 2 Subaru WRX TCRs.
Whoever made them, you are a Chad. You have my heartfelt thanks, man. Subarus are real race cars. Why they haven't made put it in Impreza, making GT3 version out of the Impreza? Gran Turismo does that. Come on, I want to see one. in a track. It's been a long time, but we haven't seen a Subaru race cars. I know they made the BRZ for the GT300.
Let's just slap one of those badges on the GR86 Cup car to make you happy.
Fair. I would take that 100%.
And there are some racing mother chassis GT300 in Super GT.
Yeah. Like, I would take it.
Pour one out for my friend, the Toyota Prius Super GT.
The boy. You gotta respect the Prius. If you don't respect the Prius GT300, you're not a racing fan.
If you want every race car to, fit in the same box and look the same and sound the same, variety is the spice of life. Of course, there should be Mercedes AMG GT3s racing against a Toyota Prius in Japan. If that's not happening, then the world's not right.
Precisely. It's like... However, the next thing I really want to see is kind of like take an evolution and maybe like put up a Toyota Grand Chaser. You know, the big boy, that big sedan. I would love to see that maybe in some sort of a Japanese racing, because that thing is big. And it has an engine. Oh, nice dive bomb from Pure Sims. MSI, the TCR just
getting bullied.
To it. Getting fully bullied. At least he was mindful that the car was coming though.
Pure Sims Daniel Ferguson is in a bit of a hurry though, because Tobias Grundkotter in the German sim racing Lamborghini is hot on his heels and has the full endurance lights on the Lamborghini as well. The kind you put on your ute if you're going kangaroo hunting. Tempest are in the lane, and they have just served their 35 seconds of penalty. Now they've just made it down to their pit stall. You can see Pure Sims 992 having a driver change as well. Ian Gagnon Renault gets in, the Canadian. But for Tempest, yeah, this is what's going to drop them back from 7th or so to potentially as far as 9th, as the battle between Pure Sims, German Sim Racing goes through, and ASR Able in this Porsche also go through. Be the race leading 992 behind that as well.
Yep.
Marvin Strahl pitting. Always Shay Adam when we need her.
Yeah, to do those driver reports. Like one of the best things of watching like Red Le Mans, aside from John Highhog and Nick Damon and all the boys, is like the expertise of Shay to handle interviews. Like she has a different, because like if this is a gripe that I have with like normal racing interviews. They're okay, but they sound like kind of dull sometimes. And listening to Shay do the interviews whenever she's on the 24-hour series, here on 24-hour series, or even on IMSA, for example, is something different. It's more relaxing. It's much better to listen, and the drivers are also relaxed as well. Because she handles like a more relaxed interview. She's gonna ask about the obvious things, sure, but still, she does it in a way that it doesn't sound forced. You know, that is good to listen to.
Tempest pulled out, had to get back into slipstream, and then make the dive on the 992 of Away of Italy. They kept through eventually. Was someone stopped on track there?
Yeah,
am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy. I did see the same thing.
Yeah, just panned past, and I swear there might have been a stopped car. The nose has been pushed in on that GT4 Delta Sport. There's a lot more going on than that, and I think the suspension is
Toasted.
crooked as well.
Oh, Bila. Oh. Wondering.
Race Factory 499. So, at the top of the hill, at the corner that you know how to pronounce.
Oh, give it a try, David. I don't judge.
No, because I'm just gonna say Coccinia again.
Oh, okay, fair. It's La Caixa.
Yeah, see, if I practice that, then I'll forget how to pronounce the snack, and I'll go to the restaurant and be like, "Can I get caipirinha? Whatever the other meal I like." Yeah.
Coxinha? Yeah, that's yeah. Luca could have done this much better. He's gonna get a penalty, that is for sure. Surely the GT4 made him think that he was gonna get the right hand side and made a very late move. You know, some lack of communication, but still, Luca could have done this a little bit better.
Yeah, so I'll be in the restaurant being like, "Oh, can I get a drink, a feijoada, and a bank?" And they'll be like, "What?
David, why did you mention the feijoada? I haven't eaten one in months, man. What I might do, actually, I might leave the broadcast whenever my arsenal is in about 30 minutes. I'm gonna go to the mall, get myself a feijoada, and then watch Creed 3. Now I really got that's really nice.
You will be absolutely set up with that."
Gotta satiate my need for feijoada.
I'm looking at the menu again for Brisbane's best O Brasileiro restaurant. Okay, lunch menu.
Though Bila overshooting the corner a little bit right there, but still keeping that car on the track. Nothing much happened right now in terms of gaps around the track. I think the closest one, while we're still talking about food and stuff, is...
correct my pronunciation here. Escondidinho.
It's not bad. It's actually really good. That's really good.
I thought I did pretty good saying feijoada as well.
No. You nailed it. You completely nailed it. Like of all the
Coxinha?
people, it's not bad. We say coxinha.
Coxinha.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, good. I'll never be hungry again.
No, you're good. Like, from all the people that I've met that speak Portuguese or speak these Brazilian, the local cuisine, I would say, it's you're good. You're bang on. You're probably one of the best.
Good. Being able to order in a restaurant is a skill that I, always aspire to excel at.
I mean,
on account of the reward for success is very immediate.
Oh, ordering your place in restaurants sometimes gets you places, man. Trust me, I got a lot of free meals just by knowing how to order stuff.
Get a lot of delicious things.
Precisely.
Fuel Sim's no longer under as much pressure from Gen Sim Racing as they were. Taylor Ferguson has found his vibe and his rhythm here as he gets towards the end of the stint. Definitely lighter on fuel. The BMW versus the Lamborghini that was with him.
Just taking a quick look. Yes, I think the gap widened up a little bit between them because I saw that around 1.7 seconds. I think at the start of the last lap, but now it's 2.3 seconds. The gap that separates Pearson's to GSR, and if I remember correctly, that is actually the closest gap we have around the track right now. Yeah. So now truly, for the time being, became a gap race of sorts. And can I borrow your magic hat really quickly, David?
Yes, it's a little dirty, but go ahead.
No, it's okay. My thought is, I think the leader in the 995 Williams Esports, this might be their in lap. 40 laps within their stint.
Yeah. No.
Slam dunk. Yeah, I think the magic hat only works with people that are not from Hufflepuff. I can understand that.
Ready for the Pure Sims team picture? Here we go. And everyone smile. Beautiful.
And it's interesting now to see like these teams involved with real race drivers we've seen now. Pearson might be actually one of the first ones that are owned by of sorts by a sim racer in actually Ash Sutton from BTCC. We know that Timo Bernhard now has his team announced. Actually, this is kind of funny. I don't know if you've seen this. London Heinrich and Ayanch Guven to race on DTM. So two former sim racers. Well, they're driving with sim racing pedigrees as well. Very decorated sim racing pedigrees to race for them on DTM, which is really cool, by the way. As we're seeing now, someone on the pit box because Turner went to second place. William being queued 55 into the pit lane. So it's really cool to see now this involvement. Yeah. Involvement from drivers and teams coming into sim racing, giving opportunities to aspiring young and aspiring sim racers. And now the 995 Williams comes into the pit lane as well.
Did they do Two Williams, Two Furious, the sequel? There's the driver change in what was the leading 992.
One of the new additions of the team, by the way, David. Matheus Nogai. That was from Triton Racing. So now basically all the Triton Racing has been merged to Williams with the addition of Dominic Blyer and also, I'm trying to remember the third driver. I forget. I'm truly trying to remember, but they added basically the entire Triton racing team into the team right now. So very decorated Polish drivers enjoying Kamil Grabowski in the team as well.
Very nice.
I remember, is there Jersey Glatch? I remember. There you go. My memory does not fail me.
ASR Able, one of the teams that are involved in a kind of a proxy race against Tempest after the penalty for Tempest. Able not that far away off a pit stop and where they will be relative to Tempest when that happens. I feel like many of there's a great representation of French Canadians in sim racing.
Yeah.
We've got Vacherit here in ASR Able. We saw Ian Gagnon Renault get into the Pure Sims a car in 992.
Yeah, you have Andrew Caron as well into the other. He's in the same car as Masharid is actually driving. There's a Guillaume Levesque as well. I think he did the stint for ASR Able, I think, at the very start. So, yeah, you do have a growing representation of the French-Canadian side of Canada to try to showcase towards other Canadians that French Canada is much better than American Canada. Kind of like their internal civil sim racing war.
My full dose of that was flying Air Canada recently, and love me some French language safety videos.
Bonjour, messieurs.
And, you know, welcome, you know, aboard Air Canada.
Nice. I need to fly Air Canada. Probably, I'm considering going to the World Cup in Canada in 2026, so see if I can actually get an Air Canada ticket, either from Porto or Lisbon, whenever I go there. Because I heard the airline is really good.
I've heard that statistically they're the most delayed airline in North America, but it's tough to say, is that because they're a bad airline or because Canada has weather and they just happen to be the biggest airline in Canada?
Bam. That is a really good question. Or even both. You can say both.
Or maybe Toronto Airport is really badly managed and they just happen to be the biggest user of Toronto Airport, or...
So this is actually kind of funny. I met a friend. She came from Ottawa earlier today. Not earlier today, yesterday. But one of my friends, actually, one of my best friends, went to Brazil, and his flight was due to go on Wednesday. Guess what happened? Touching upon what you were saying.
The front fell off.
Oh, nearly close. Weather delayed canceled the flight to Thursday. So it might be maybe the weather. It's always snowing in Canada or something like it. It's like 295 days of the year probably snowing, and the other 65 days, which is kind of like summer, good weather. That's my tinfoil theory for Canada. Why the flight's always delayed.
Well, you've got the GT4 leader going around the outside. Third place in TCR there. And a little bit of a 992 battle shaping up all amongst it. Visceral and SRC Movano. There's an earlier drama, though, for SERIES Esports, Emanuele Petri. Now I'm seeing this for the first time as you are. BS Turner down the inside. They cut through to follow them on MSI and have just a little touch that spins the GT4 Mercedes around.
A very finicky and small touch, spinning them around. Weird, but still, it is what it is. As we see now what happened to...
But it's just another view of it.
Yeah, from Voo's, I think. Point of view.
Cotti Pizza.
Oh, don't get me touched upon pizza, David, please. It's a topic that I think I had the discussion with Andy upon crimes committed against the pizzas. You probably know what I'm talking about, right?
The only crime you can commit against pizza is telling people that the way they enjoy pizza is wrong and they shouldn't be allowed to have fun.
Okay.
That and using pizza to rob a bank.
Okay. But that would be too cheesy to try to rob a bank. See what it did there? I'll see myself out.
I'm thinking.
Oh, you're still thinking about the pun that I made? Really?
No, I'm thinking if I can do worse.
No. But I am very good with bad puns. Like, that actually, I'm not gonna joke, actually that was very fast for me because that was literally the first thing that came into my mind. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna let it go. I don't even care if it is bad. It cannot be as Chaz Draycott's bad puns.
And fair enough. Here's that 992 battle once again. 9th and 10th place. Aztec Sim Sports Visceral currently ahead of SRC Movano Corsa. They've had a tough run of the traffic. And what is there? Still close to 50 cars running on track. What is a 4.7 kilometre lap. So there's plenty of them out there.
That feels saving though.
Aztec out so wide as they tried to pass the TCR car. Movano a little easier for Eduardo Leo.
I think they got bullied by the GSR Lamborghini going to the corner.
Every second letter of this man's name is either an E or an O.
I didn't even think of that, to be very honest.
A little bit clearer in front of them this time, and I think without the traffic to jumble things up a little bit, definitely looks like the 933 is the quicker car. Struggling with any damage or straight line speed. Look at how much it closes once they kick into 6th gear. Aztec might be working with a little bit more aero drag on. And there goes Eduardo Leo ahead into 9th place. Just a textbook slipstream down the pit straight and to the inside at turn 1. If anywhere was damaged on the Aztec car, it kind of looked like it might have been the front right. And again, they're one of those teams with a livery that very well masks the damage, because it's already, half of it's black, half of it's already white, so you don't notice if it gets scuffed. Same's kind of true of the back of SRC Movano Corsa.
Yeah, but it's
Italian super team.
Yeah, but still, if there is any damage, I'm not even seeing. It's kind of like he's, like you said, very well masked and not affecting the car. Part of me thinks, and I'm just taking a quick look at that. Potato. Where's Aztec? I'm completely blind. But anyway, I was gonna say maybe the tire difference, how they actually drove the car, made a complete difference.
Now we know that the pit stops got altered and the pit stop rules and etc. for GT3 across the whole of iRacing to match how GT3 pit stops are done and only done in one category around the world and nowhere else. And that's destroyed any hope of tyre strategy in GT3, but I believe the 992 still does fuel and tyres separately, right? Or did it always do them together?
The 992 car. The 992, I think, was together. It's been a long time I've done a pit stop in the car, because we all know it changed within the GT3s. GT3s are adopting some rules, so they do at the same time they're doing fuel. Same thing for GT4s and TCRs. The 992 is the same stuff. I'm gonna be surprised if it changed. If somebody in the YouTube chat knows and want to completely correct us, I would appreciate very much. Showcase that us commentators, we don't know anything. Or we might know,
Hey.
right? And just to message our egos.
Did you return my magic hat?
Oh, I didn't. Oh, go ahead. You can have it back.
Okay, I need it in about a lap when Pure Sims Esports pit and it frees up the track in front of Lucas Gabler and SimRC, who has just pitted.
Okay.
No, that's definitely damage. We don't need to argue about whether that's damage or not on the front left of SimRC.
Oh yeah, no, it's just like minor damage, so I don't think it's anything that is going to affect too much the aerodynamics or complete speed of the car. If it affects, it's going to be minor.
The iRacing store page for the Aston Martin GT4 still wrong? I'm gonna look.
Now, the only thing that we wish is like Aston Martin just perform like the F1 car did. I'm not giving spoilers.
PS no spoilers.
I was going to say that. I was going to say like perform the practice, so I'll keep it at that. I'm not giving spoilers about the qualifying. Oh, too close to home.
Yep. Yes, indeed. The iRacing store page for the Aston Martin Vantage GT4 still erroneously says that it has a 4.7 litre V8, not a 4 litre turbocharged V8. Okay, Magic Hat is going to force the Mercedes to pit. No! What did you do to my Magic Hat? Did you break it?
Like I said, I think it only works with Hufflepuff. Since I'm a Hufflepuff, I think I might have broken it.
That's rude. I'll let you wear my hat. You haven't returned it in the condition.
Ooh, the dive.
German Sim Racing Lamborghini outbraking and splitting the GT4 battle.
No, but I apologize, David. The idea was not to break it. You know, I think it is because it is related to my sim racing skills. That's why it is broken.
Maybe I forgot to change the batteries, and if I do that, it'll work again.
Are they on AA batteries or AAA batteries?
You know those really annoying little button cell batteries?
Oh yeah, I do. Those are the worst.
Like watch batteries or whatever.
Yeah, I know. They're simply the worst, man. I had a watch that every time. I don't know if it was the watch itself. I don't have that watch anymore. I changed every time. I spent like $5 or something like it on a new battery. It lasted like for 2 days. Didn't even know what happened. I sent like to thousands and thousands of people to look at my watch. None of them had a fix. So I just was very sad and I kind of like ditched it.
Okay, new battery installed in my hat. And right on cue. Pure Sims Esports are going to pit. SRC Movano Corsa GT4 are already in the lane. So in the space of between the last corner and the first corner, SimRC are going to go from third back into the lead of the GT4 category as we see the pit stops from what will become second and third.
Yeah, and I think I just saw a potential very dangerous move maybe for when they came into the pits, because I think I saw a GT3 car and something like it with the SimRC GT4 that it looked a little bit scary to look at a first glance, but everything else, no. As we see the Phoenix Porsche 992 class car in P2 just launching themselves. Everything back to normal as we're gonna have it on the screenshot here in a moment. David, two SimRC cars close to one another.
Each leaders respectively. SimRC's GT4 lead still just extending a little bit as fiercely forward. Get up to pace. Out to 55-second lead in TCR from what was 35 seconds not long ago when I was thinking about it. And there was a battle between MSI and Pure Sims. Pure Sims have had a pit stop, and MSI and SimRC will have ones not too long. That would put Pure Sims in second, a little closer to SimRC in the lead of TCR.
Now 14 minutes left within our stint. David, what are your plans after you're done with the broadcast? I think right now for you it's kind of like late in the morning, so that good old
break. I restocked the fridge, and
nice.
Then I think we're not far away from IndyCar qualifying either. So there's lots going on. There's lots going on this week in the world of motorsport.
Forgot about St. Pete. It just made me sad about IndyCar stuff because, well, IndyCar sim over here, and I don't get to broadcast that anyway. It happened. That's life. But who do you think is going to take pole? Because from what I saw, top times were like Palau and other drivers. So for me, it's completely unexpected. Who do you think is going to be pole?
Alexander Rossi.
Really?
No,
okay.
I thought it'd be funny to say.
Nice debate. I'm thinking it might be... I'm either going to say Palau or Scott Dixon, pole. And Scotty Mack is going to get top 5.
Yeah, 5 sheep on that one. MSI Esports fighting back. Remember, they had a pretty significant penalty that they served just after the halfway point of the race, so they were able to play the penalty, take the points from the halfway point of the race, and it's given them more homework for this back half of the race. And you see they are 11 seconds away from the next car for position, about 16 seconds away from the lead. Maybe my magic hat can get us the live championship points as well, and we can see exactly how hard Danny Algabay and team are going to have to work in the closing stages of this one. This is where I changed the batteries.
Oh, you forgot the 3 magic words.
Chat.
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
So Abel are pitting from GT3, and in GT4 we recently had the pit stops from Movano. And it was Sims?
Yeah.
So they rejoin in battle against Seibel. Fiercely Forward went back to second in class. SimRC regained their lead.
Oh wait, am I seeing a Corvette GT3 in GT America? Oh my God, something has changed. Something is deeply has changed now. David, help me. I saw an image of a Corvette GT3.
It's not one of the...
It's one of the Callaways. It's one of the Callaways.
Yeah.
I am
Is that entirely unrelated to the company that makes golf stuff?
Now you got me. I think it is.
Okay, because that's another thing I know very little about.
No. Callaway. It's Callaway cars. There's the Callaway cars and there's the Callaway Golf Company. Yeah, they're pretty much different.
Okay, they're both good for a long drive.
Yep. Nice pun. I like that one. I've never done golfing in my life though, so it's kind of like I don't know. Have you even in Japan when I went there, I never done golfing like in those small courses, which is it sounds like I'm like a bit of a crime. The same thing with baseball.
Putt for Lorenzo?
Yep. Nope. None at all.
I don't think I've done any recently, but definitely a birthday or two as a kid. This could be pretty critical in GT3, by the way. Alta's pitting now with 4 hours 8 minutes to go. Still 8 minutes from the top of the hour. They've been really stretching out their fuel since their failure to properly serve a penalty shot their own strategy in the foot. And Lapchin's just completed back-to-back 37 lap stints in GT3 there. So I guess they're setting themselves up to be able to claw back a minute or two each stint and get to the end without a splash and dash, Lorenzo.
I was gonna say that 37. I think that's the first time I've seen someone stretch that largely the fuel, and surely you get 1 minute back. There's still 4 to go, and you're cutting within real close times. You might need maybe some draft or something like it within the final maybe 2 pit stops to really rely on and getting maybe 38 laps on the fuel tank, or even 37 still. Would be. It would depend if you get an extra lap at the very end for the time being. But it's a good fight back. I gotta give them props, because for it to be that close, it's very hard. Very hard for you to execute that properly.
Lapchin's rejoined just in front of Luka Wunsch, and they go 3 wide. Wunsch trying to spring a surprise move down and towards turn 5. Still side by side as they approach the chicane. Bieler definitely with the better positioning. Yannick Lapchin kind of still warming up those tyres, but a moment for the BMW does let Altus get back to the top of the hill. Not Cushingya, but something like that.
You get it. I have faith in you, David.
I've only got room in my head to remember either the name of the corner or the name of the snack, and I will not give up on the name of the snack.
No, that's a good choice. That is a really good choice.
For Altus having to go the long way around the Aztec visceral 992 has hurt them a little bit. They would want to stay with the slipstream of Biela, but for drivers of Altus Esports, fuel saving is going to be of an absolute premium to get that thing to the end.
Yeah, and I think they put up tires within the new car, so it's going to take a while for those tires to build up a little bit of heat and then truly pick up some pace within that car. So looking forward to see what Lapchin has in store for his stint right now.
Thinking of the heat, Lorenzo, I think we might have reached the peak of the track temperatures because it's sort of 3:15 in session, and while we had seen sort of 28-ish earlier, it's down at 26 now, and I wouldn't be surprised if with a little bit of cloud cover out there, that's kind of the peak of it. And 4 hours still to go. It was pretty dark at the start. Gosh, the BMW does not take that change of direction well at all. His rear tyres are cooked for Luka Wunsch. It'll get pretty dark by the end of this with a 7 p.m. checkered flag time on the 3rd of March. So, that's before the equinox, so definitely racing into the dark, I'd have to think.
You might not be racing into full darkness, but you're racing within full dusk. So the headlights will be coming up into play, especially given the fact that you are in winter time. So
look at this, SRC Movano pulling the Altus car up towards a passing opportunity, a real slingshot off the 992. Yannick Lapchin will take that gladly in towards turn 1, but he's got to leave room all the time. You have to leave it to space. Can he still hold the inside for 3? No, the door gets shut on him. And wait a couple corners though and see if Wunsch is still having problems with the change of direction in the chicane. It's almost rocket assisted down the straight there for Altus.
Yeah, but you're seeing Lapchin trying to look for space now, got a little bit blocked off by Wunsch at the end of turn number 5, going to 6 and 7 right here. Let's see how the BMW does cope with the turn in. Coped a bit better this time around than what we normally expected it to struggle.
2 snaps in a row might have learnt to take it a little differently. There's only a couple of minutes left of Insanity with David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda before you get the capable commentary of Ewan O'Leary and Cameron Roger to take to the end of an endurance championship, and with a lot of points still on the line for this race result, and some teams and drivers that really just need to see it out to the end.
Yeah, shame that we're not going to be able to cover YFL is the next greatest thing. I can pretty much say that the Ferrari
having another go.
Yeah, here he goes. Oh,
he will, and this time Biela, I think, have almost just let that one go, decided not to fight it. Altus looked a little sideways, a little out of control, definitely higher tyre wear, trying to pull off that kind of move, but Altus ahead of Biela. Well, it's time for Ewan O'Leary, Cameron Roger, and fan immersion. Why not the Altus number 43 Porsche?
Welcome back to Barcelona, where there are less than 4 hours remaining in the final round of the 24/8 Series Esports Championship for 2022-23. A big thanks to David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda, who have been steering us through the mid part of the race, but I'm back again. You'll be not pleased to know. Ewan O'Leary alongside Cameron Roger, Connery Malik behind the cameras for the remainder of this one. It's been an interesting one so far, and it's going to ramp up ever more towards the very end. As we come back, let's have a bit of a run through of where we are standing right now, starting with the GT3s. BS Turner currently leading this one, but they are about to make a stop, and they are doing right now. Ruben Bonga will give way to Vasilis Bilatsiotis to now lead this race. Autos Esports, MSI Esports and Buildup Racing Team Euronics, the other drivers on the lead lap. They are the standings you can see on the left-hand side of your screen as they run right now, which would leave you to believe that 16 points is the margin between Williams and MSI, which was true. They're about to change again. So live points, very much live, as expected. So we'll be monitoring that throughout the remainder of this race, because it's going to change quite a lot over the course of the next 4 hours. In terms of realistically, can anybody else do it in GT3? Probably not in terms of this championship. In 992, we've got a totally different set of circumstances, of course. These guys not in the middle of a pit stop cycle, so it makes a bit more sense that Team 75, Burn Up by SimRC, are currently leading by 30 seconds ahead of Urano Esports. Phoenix Racing Team Esport are rounding out the podium, with Williams Esports, Pure Sims Esports and APRS Esports all on the lead lap here. You can see the two team cars nearly side by side towards 7 and 8 there. The car just in front has got a 14-point advantage over Urano Esports, and they only need to finish on the podium here this afternoon to clinch the title. In the GT4 category, we've got arguably the most exciting championship situation here. Urano Esports were nailed on leaders of this category before, but they're now 6 laps down on the leaders and in 10th place overall. It means that they're now down to 3rd in the standings. As things stand, with SimRC leading and Mivano in 3rd, SimRC are going to jump up right from absolutely nowhere at the start of the day. They were down in 5th place at the start of today, a whopping 38 points adrift of the leader. They're pulling off the most remarkable turnaround I've ever seen, and they're currently leading this race, currently leading the standings as well. And a Fitzy Forward, who are not really involved. Mivano certainly are, as you can see. They're in 3rd in the race, but 2nd in the standings. They just need to get into 2nd there to take the title. Pure Sims Esports also on the lead lap here. Sabot Esports can't win the title if Urano Esports are inside the top 10. While they also need to do a bit more themselves, there's not a lot they can do with Urano Esports back in 10th place as of right now. It's a very exciting situation. We'll get more into that later on. TCR is the final of the categories, and it's currently being led by SimRC here as well. Nearly 3/4 of a minute here. They're also leading the standings as well. Pure Sims Esports and MSI Esports trail them both in the race standings and the championship standings as well. In this category, SimRC also only need a top 2 finish to clinch the title, so they've got a minute to burn in the race right now. That is your rundown. 3 hours 53 minutes remaining here at Barcelona. It's time to bring in Cameron Roger this afternoon. Cam, welcome to the booth. Good to have you here. It's championship finale day, which is always exciting, and as I said in the rundown, GT4 for my money is looking by far the most exciting, because who could have predicted at the start of the day that SimRC were going to be leading with just 4 hours to go in the championship?
Absolutely. It's a great race to come in as well. My first time commentating on this series. Coming to the finale, obviously it's always interesting to see the championship results and who is doing what. And that one, as you say, in GT4 is certainly an interesting point where the top 5 can pretty much flip around. But we were saying just before we came on air, Ewan, that there's obviously 60 points available. Oh, that's a massive dive there up the inside of the hairpin in the GT4 category. There's 60 points for this race. Not many teams, only really the top 2 in most categories, had 60 points anyway from the previous races in the whole season. So this was really big in terms of the point standings, and some teams like SimRC there are really using it to their advantage.
They really are. want to just mention that as well. Really, would you? This race has been billed as a double points race, which of course there are double points available at the end. But given that there are points available at the halfway stage, as there aren't normally in a normal race, I mean, you could almost go as far as to say this is a triple points race, to be honest, because 60 points are available for the winner. I believe, SimRC took the 20 points in GT4 at the halfway stage. They might well pick up 40 at the end as well. I mean, you could make a case for this being a triple points race, to be honest, which it only increases the importance of this 12-hour race ever more, as it always is really important in this series.
Indeed, you're right. It's obviously 20 normally, 60 for this one. So yeah, you're right. Triple points, which makes it that bit more important. But of course, being a 12-hour race, in some ways is more difficult because there's always more things that can go wrong. There's more physical overtakes of traffic. We've seen already quite a few of the slower classes get spun around by the faster classes trying to come through as well. So that always adds in quite a bit of extra issues that could potentially happen as number 10 there sitting in the pit lane in the GT3s, and certainly just a lot of things can happen in a 12-hour, but I definitely do like them as it always adds a bit more endurance to the racing.
It certainly has. This double the length to anything we've seen so far. This is the battle for second place, which is or could be very interesting in the story for the overall lead here in GT3s. We'll get into the strategy element in a few moments' time, but the battle for second is pretty close here between BS Turner, I should say, and Phil Denez, and Yannick Labchan, I should say, in the RaceSpotTV Porsche. Just a few temps between them right now. Danny Ogabe around 14 seconds off them as well. So these two fighting over second, but where are they going to be by the end? It kind of matters what Williams Esports do, but for now, it's just about applying the pressure for RaceSpotTV, and I think that's what they are going to do for the next few moments, because there's not too much point in fighting, even with not that long remaining. They do need to worry about the leader more than anything else.
Yeah, they certainly do, and that gap, 37 seconds, is of course doable in the remaining time that we have in the race if they got some good speed about them, but can't be getting more penalties as well. We've seen quite a few penalties over the course of this race, as you would kind of expect through the more tighter nature of this track compared to some other ones on the calendar. But for sure, it's certainly one you can't come back from, and that nice move there up into P2 is going to be putting them in a good way. But Williams doing a very good job at this moment in time. They've already won 3 races this season, so they are of course very comfortable in the series and leading the way towards a championship victory as it stands. I'm sure they're going to be up for a fight, even if BS Turner there get quite a bit closer.
Yeah, BS Turner have had a couple of penalties today so far. They've just had one recently, but they also got one in qualifying for impeding. That was 20 seconds, and that really set them back. Not only the actual 20 seconds they had to spend stationary, but also the cars that they ended up battling with that they otherwise wouldn't have if they had avoided a penalty. So they really have been set back today. Oh, that was contact. And off the road very nearly for ATRS. But yes, had 25 seconds worth of penalties so far, and it just makes you wonder where they would have been otherwise. Although, to be fair, Williams Esports have had their own issues, and they're making an extra stop today compared to some others, so we can play the game of what ifs all day long. Williams Esports are currently 2/3 of the way, just past 2/3, maybe 3/4 of the way through this stint right now, with Vasilis Pelitsiotis at the wheel of the 55. Phil Denez and Yannick Labchan are both trying to make this work on 11 stops only. Williams Esports will be making one extra one, but with nearly 30 seconds out in front, they might just be able to afford that extra stop, because you've got to remember their final stop will be quite a bit shorter than the final stop for BS Turner and for RaceSpotTV as well. So not only do they have track position, but they've got a little bit of an advantage as well in terms of strategy. Mainly only because of the lead they have right now. They can almost do what they want with 38 seconds there.
Yeah, that's a big statement, isn't it? Both best on the lap times and in the strategy as well, as we see coming up towards turn 4. Vitikainen into there, just sliding the rear end a little bit, losing it, locking the rears on the brakes to keep the car from spinning, just dipping into the gravel and coming back on. Not the worst Bin Pavu there, but certainly one that you wouldn't want to do, losing a bit of unnecessary time.
Yeah, we'll have another look at it here. But it's just a trait of the Porsche, really, that you see so often in these races. We'll have a look on board. It's a nice move around the outside of Zenith. I think that was on the inside line. Or was it Carpenter's watch? I don't know. But here it is. Just turns in, and from the very beginning there, the rear end just wasn't looking great. And well, I don't know if you've ever driven the Porsche GT3 in iRacing, Cam, but it's definitely a trait. It's not the first time we've seen a Porsche do that.
Yeah, certainly not. And I haven't actually driven it in iRacing, but I have on other sims and stuff. And just generally the nature of the car, if you get the rear going around with the rear engine, yeah, very difficult to come back from that one. So we've got quite a lot of traffic here coming through the kink of turn 6. Everyone trying to work their way out. Getting a bit of a close battle in the 992 category there. Urano being chased down by ATRS as they come up the hill out to turn 8 and trying to get a run. Of course, around here the traffic can come at some awkward times. You think you might get a run, but then it's so narrow in some sections, so one line, it's difficult to do so. But yeah, about half a second between these two as they come down towards the hairpin.
Yeah, Lawrence is going to really struggle here because Urano Esports have just come out of the pit lane. Daniel Alves Lorenzo is the driver at the wheel right now in the 5th position. They were running 2nd, and you'd imagine they will run 2nd again very soon. I think they're making an extra stop compared to the others as well in this one, so they're going to have to really get the skates on here. But I guess it's needed for them when you've got the championship leaders leading the race and you're in the championship fight. You can't match them on pace. You've got to do something different. You can't just do the same thing they're doing. And so Urano Esports are trying to upset things a little bit here, really, by doing something a little bit different. And maybe they can get in front of Team 75 that way.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the results, they have had obviously a good season. Podiums at all race bar 1, so they've been certainly enjoying themselves, but just dropping back a little bit over the course, due to that the previous race, I should say, 6 hours of Nürburgring, where Team 75 took their 3rd victory of the season, and Urano their 1st one of the season, not on the podium. Those 6 points, very crucial coming into this race potentially. I say they need to try and swap something around, and it is looking pretty close, but they need to be obviously trying to go for the win, getting ahead of Team 75 if they have any chance of doing something.
Interesting to note as well, I'm sure you have at home, SimRC leading 3 out of 4 categories right now. And very much in the conversation for 3 championships here as well. They are reigning champions in the GT4 category, and I actually remember, and here is the GT4 car, I actually remember saying earlier, Cam, and you can laugh at me if you want, I remember saying that they're probably not going to defend their title this year. I think it was in qualifying or something, but it looked so unlikely at the time. And 38 points behind, Urano have won 4 out of the 5 races so far. You're thinking, well, if they're not going to win again, maybe they won't, but they're at least going to put in a good performance. But look how things have changed as they run right now. SimRC are going to win this by 1 point, and for them to be fair to them, even if this doesn't come off, even if they don't get 3 championships, for them to be in the conversation for 3 is quite amazing anyway.
Yeah, they've done such a good job to turn around from that. I guess that is testament to how close the championship is, because even though they were in that 5th place, they were only 3 points off 3rd place and only 11 off 2nd place as well. So they were definitely in with a shout with how many points there were. But to come out, final race of the season where, as we said, it's pretty much triple points for this race, they've really done a good job to use this race as their time to shine and get towards the front. And as you say, if they can top that off with potentially 3 championships, I think that just shows you, where that team is going moving forward. Well,
it all sort of depends on Urano as well. If Urano are to beat SimRC in the standings today, they do need to get to 7th place, and at the moment that is not looking likely. Urano Esports down in 10th place. We haven't seen much of them really in the GT4 category so far today, because they just have not been near anybody. They're now a lap behind the next driver, but 6 laps down on Lucas Gabler here. Not a gap that you're going to catch on pace alone, even with the talent of Dylan Scrivens, who is at the wheel there right now. It is a bizarre situation, Cameron. You know Dylan quite well, or have done for a long time. Just what's he going to be like just driving? You know, you're in this situation where you're just sort of driving to pick up the points. You're not really competing with anybody. you are just driving and hoping that people fall off in front of you, because as I mentioned, you can't catch anyone realistically. It's obviously a different situation because they have got the motivation of the fact that they're driving for a possible championship here if things go their way. But even so, it's got to be a pretty demotivating moment when you realise you've got about 10 hours in front of you with almost no competition around you, and you do literally just have to drive, and that's what Dylan Scuddens is doing right now.
Yeah, and specifically speaking of Dylan, from the time working with him over the years I've known him since sort of 2016-ish, through various different formats, he's definitely one who, if they were speaking off track, he would probably be saying, don't care, blah, blah, blah. But he's a very professional driver. When he gets into the car, he will be taking it very seriously and will be trying to obviously go as fast as possible. For sure, it's not going to be 100% motivation, with the fact that, as you say, it's 1 lap ahead, but then the car ahead of that one is another 3 laps. So they're really 4 laps away from even 8th place, and then you said they need 7th. So certainly a difficult situation, but I know they'll be at least trying to go as fast as possible, and they're actually doing some really good times. They are one of the faster cars, pretty much actually equal fastest car in the class as well. So they are setting some good times at this moment. They just need to obviously keep that one going and hope that issues come for the cars ahead. But that's always a difficult strategy to do, because as we've seen multiple times in sim racing, it's a lot more difficult in some ways to have some bad luck as such, unless it's overtakes in traffic. You don't necessarily see sort of mechanical failures and that sort of thing like you would potentially see in real life.
By the way, if Movano get into 2nd, then they'll need 6th place and so on. So it gets even worse for Urano, or it could do. We'll wait and see. SERIES Esports and Sebastian Hove into the pit lane now. This is the 213. Was trying the 913, I should say, that was trying something a little bit earlier on in the day, but just not quite panned out in the way they hoped for. SERIES Esports have still done all right with the 914. Alexander Lauritsen still in the 6th position, and we do have a fight in the 992 category, because Clément Bourzelin is closing in on Andrea Alberti for Wave Italy Racing Team, and here is the fight. Oh dearie me, that was a lot of weaving around. Past 2 slower cars they go, and Bourzelin's going to get a huge slipstream here in towards turn number 1. He's going to go defensive, is Alberti, but Bourzelin might just go round the outside anyway here for Sibel. Not looking like he's going to, and this is aggressive defending for more than 3.5 hours remaining in the race. You very rarely see someone in an endurance race protecting the inside line quite like that.
Yeah, especially for slightly lower down in the standings as well in their classes, not necessarily for the race. Especially coming up to turn 4 though, so about they're diving it towards the inside, at least having a think about it, trying to make the Wave Italy car make a mistake, but certainly nothing happening as we come up now towards turn 5. Another opportunity to dive it down the inside again, half thinking about it, just showing that's there, and that's actually potentially worked. On the exit now, coming through turn 6, Wave Italy car, loads of wheel spin, can't get the traction, and that is an overtake without really doing too much for Sibel. They'll be liking that one. No risk, but just forcing a mistake from the driver ahead.
Absolutely, that's exactly what you've got to do. And Bourzelin is through, based on the pace as well of Bourzelin that I've seen in previous races, but also just as we look at it right now, you'd expect him to be able to get away from the red and darker red, I guess, Wave Italy car in the 944 there. So that is going to be a gap that extends, you would imagine. 9 teams out of this race as of right now. The most recent one being Impulse Racing in the TCR to become the first TCR retirement of the day, and that means we do have one car from all of the categories out of this race at this stage, as we see Wave Italy Racing Team into the pit lane, locking up. Maybe this is one of the reasons why that fight was developing quite so quickly. It's because Wave Italy Racing Team, turns out they very dearly needed a pit stop here. Not sure quite how many pit stops are going to be to go for these drivers now after they've made this one, whether they can do it on 2 more, whether they're going to need to splash and dash a little bit later on. Certainly teams like Williams Esports, I think, are going to be trying to avoid a splash and dash, but though it's a little bit more difficult to work out. GT3s are quite easy to work out. You just pit every hour, that's fine, but these Porsche Cup cars can go a little bit longer, and if you're really stretching this one, you might be able to do this 12-hour race on only 9 stops, which is really not very many.
That would be quite a feat, and just showing you how, especially when you get into the 12-hour races, because you have so much time and so many stints, percentagely per stint, you can sort of save less, if that makes sense. Because say you need to save, I don't know, 10 minutes or whatever, 15 minutes. If you can then split that up over every single stint, that can actually work out pretty well. You obviously have a lot more opportunities to do that, and maybe saving an extra lap here or there. So certainly strategy is one to look out for in the 12-hour races. And we even saw early in the race some of the drivers already as that lost to there way too deep into turn 5, almost taking out Porsche. Did they actually manage to survive? They've completely gone off the back end of the screen as well.
That was Team Huizinveld. I think they were on the grass there rather than braking too late. It's quite hard to outbrake yourself in a touring car, to be fair. The brakes are quite good, and you're not going down from that high of a speed. But they have completely gone. There they are. Huizinveld doing absolutely fine. Another one of the championship contenders, by the way, in TCR, but they've not had a good start to the race. And there's the moment, just clipping on the grass. I've said it time and time again. Turn 5 is one of the most deceptively difficult braking zones on this circuit. And people don't think about it as being very difficult, but it's downhill. We've seen countless incidents there, and you can just dip a wheel on the grass exactly like that. People don't appreciate it as being a very difficult corner at all, but the amount of incidents we've seen there today, you'd think they'd pay a bit more attention to it, really. But it's just not named as a difficult corner, really. Downhill braking zones are never a great idea, and never a great fan of them as a driver either. It just does make life a lot more difficult.
Yeah, certainly a tricky corner, as you say, and also it's one where it really opens it up to sort of do something aggressive. Even on your own, you feel like it's a little bit more open than it is, but it's really awkward. Tricky little corner, as you obviously have to master it in some ways, especially even on a qualifying lap, but also throughout the 24-hour races. We're obviously seeing SimRC and the TCRs leading the way 44 seconds, so they're doing a really good job in that one, comfortably leading the way there. And just controlling the race from that point. That's obviously at a point now where you can really just chill out a little bit. You don't have to fight for every single second, as we're seeing Williams BenQ also in the pit lane.
Atte Kuppinen back at the wheel now with 3.5 hours to go. I would expect Belleziotis maybe to get back in for the final couple of stints, actually, unless Kuppinen decides to go for a very long one. With this driver change, though, I'm very confident, and they'll be very confident, that they've done their minimum amount of driving for the day. There is no minimum, but no one driver can do more than 70% of the race, and I don't think that can be achieved by either of them now with this driver change. So they've worked that out well, and it is helpful to have two drivers of similar capability as well. We've not really noticed them rising and falling in terms of pace so far today, as we have with some other teams. They've just been constantly quick, as you'd hope. They're back out though in 4th position, and now that means we have the top 3 separated by 17 seconds or so in the race right now. BS Turner continued to pull away. Phil Denez is putting in a shift here, and I do wonder how close BS Turner can get to a race win here, because let's not forget, they have the same amount of stops remaining in this race now. Kuppinen's 24 seconds behind Denez. It's just a case of whether Kuppinen's final stop is 24 seconds shorter than BS Turner's at this stage, which I would sort of doubt. Would I? I don't know, because well, it's difficult to work it out, and the gaps are going to change. But we are getting to that stage in the race where we can sort of start to work out where people are going to be, and Williams may not be nailed on race winners here at all.
And that is why we love coming racing, because even in a 12-hour race, it can come down to one pit stop, which is pretty insane to think about. And of course, that is the way strategy goes sometimes. And yeah, if you're right in saying that they have the same amount of pit stops left, and it comes down to, of course, the pit stop times, and of course the lap speed as well. We need to see how that goes, because we still have 3.5 hours. There's still quite a lot of time, quite a lot of traffic overtakes as well that can come into that. But for sure, I think that's going to be a pretty close fight, to be honest, because even if it's after pit stops work out, even if it's sort of a 5-second gap here or there, that can always come down very quickly in the final few laps of the race.
Yeah, well, I guess it is possible to work it out right now, but why would we do that when there's 3 hours worth of time for it to change? It all depends on where the gaps are, and multiple other things. Also penalties to think about as well. that could be a problem. The 9:14, I believe, will have just served its latest time penalty in that last stop there. The 4:90 has one. That's Urano Esports, actually. We've got a time penalty for blocking. So that's half a minute's worth of a penalty there for Urano. And the 79 in GT3, that's Harvey, also have a 25-second time penalty for track limits now. And I can tell you there's been so many warnings and or penalties for track limits so far today. The 499 and the 161 had very early ones. Now we've got the 122, 161 and 79 with 25-second penalties. So that's 5 penalties and 46 warnings so far. There's 47 cars left in this race, so that just gives you an idea of quite how many off-tracks are being achieved right now.
Yeah, despite being an old school circuit, the track limits have been sort of held to this green paint and stuff that you see on the outside. It's not Astro, it is literally just painted, so it still has quite a lot of grip. And even this corner, we come up to now turn 4, you see the massive curb. Literally, you can drive, as you see there, the whole way on it. It really opens itself up to being abused, even in the final couple of corners as well. So you do have to, of course, look out for that, because track limit penalties are something that you as a driver can obviously directly control. So that's something that you don't want to do. Some will potentially argue that if you have a couple of warnings available, then you might want to use it, because that extra maybe half a tenth that you gain might, of course, be beneficial to you at some point, potentially during a battle. But certainly, it's not something that we always talk about, but track limits are still of concern in endurance race.
They certainly are, especially one as long as this, as we see the battle for 10th place in GT3. I think that brings up an interesting point that Andy McEwen raised actually earlier on in the broadcast about modern racetracks and whether we're going back a little bit to sort of the more old school way of doing things, which is to bring the grass, bring the gravel a bit closer to the white lines and police the track limits themselves, like we see through here, like at turn 12. Not so long ago, that was a bit more tarmac on the exit of that corner there, and you could run out wide. You can't really run very out wide through the final corner here either, nor can you through the penultimate corner. Would you agree with Andy's assessment that maybe modern race circuits are reverting back to that more old school way of doing things, and we're actually policing track limits in the right way again, or at least we've got to strike the balance between safety and track limit enforcement, right? Because we can't have every circuit turning into Paul Ricard, which at one stage in the 2010s, I have to say, it looked like that's the way we were going.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say that as well. Maybe 10 years ago, it was going that way, where it was just tarmac everywhere. But now you'll see, especially in the final corner here, at Barcelona, is a really good example where you have the green, but then you have like the white sort of bits that still stick up. So you can go there. It's not going to, destroy. Really your car. You're not going to have a big crash or anything like that. It's not going to flip you like gravel, but it is a deterrent to do it, especially when we see things like Formula 1 tracks and when they're pushing the absolute limits of the thickness of wishbones and stuff like that. We saw a few years ago cars of obviously literally breaking things from the harsh curbs. So once everyone gets around that and actually build the cars that can withstand it, I think it is probably the best middle ground. I do like the big gravel traps, but as we say, you've got to have that balance of not having cars flipping around as well. I think also the issue with the track like this is the fact that you have the motorbikes as well. So it's just a big fine balance. And as you say, we're coming around to it. We're getting into a sort of period of time where we're having the ability to push the limit, but safely.
Yeah, I've been very pleased with the changes that Motorsport have made in the last few years, actually, in terms of not ruining racetracks, but also making them safer. Spa being the perfect example. Was it for the 2021 season or 22? I can't remember quite which.
I think it was this year. Oh, well, yeah, last year, 22.
2022 is last year already. It's 3 months ago indeed. So that's scary.
Oh, don't say that.
Sorry, but Spa for me is the perfect example. And you mentioned motorbikes, or motorcycles, and whatever. I don't really understand them, to be honest, but.
2 wheels, not 4.
Well, I got that part, but I don't watch it. Is what I mean. I think that's a good example as well in terms of striking the balance in terms of what they did at Pouhon at Spa at the chicane just after Pouhon, but also keeping Eau Rouge's sort of character without and making it safer at the same time. Because as I've said many times on this on broadcast, and people may have heard me say it before, but I wasn't particularly excited to learn that they were changing Eau Rouge and all of that. I was a bit worried about it, whether the character would be removed, but they've struck that perfect middle ground. I've been very pleased with what Spa have done and what multiple race circuits have done. Barcelona's another one of them where they're striking a bit of a balance, a little bit better than we were, as you say, 20 years ago, or 10 years ago, sorry, with the tarmac everywhere.
Throwing it back, I don't know. Obviously, you say you don't watch MotoGP and that sort of stuff, but throwing it back, I remember going to MotoGP. I mean, this was years ago. It's probably 2006. Going to Shanghai, China, and they, for instance, the first corner there, the really long right-hander.
Yeah.
They basically, for MotoGP, they just filled that with gravel. And if you think about and obviously then they had to take it away again for like when F1 went there. So if you think about the logistical nightmare, I mean, that's a huge bit of runoff. I dread to think how many tons of gravel that was. So it's obviously that was obviously, as I said, that was like 15 years ago or something like that. So we've gone past those times where tracks can do so. But I even remember at Kota, that little left-hander down the hill is sort of coming towards the head. I think it's turn 9. The motorbikes wanted a lot more gravel on the outside there because basically the reason is if they are sliding, come with the bike and they're sliding, they want to have that gravel to slow them down because otherwise they just keep sliding on the tarmac. Whereas obviously the cars, they want the tarmac so they can just spin and pirouette and absolutely nothing happens. So it is getting that balance, and I think that is just a learning thing, as I said, because we don't want to see car parks with a white line and then be like, oh, we went a millimetre off. We want to see some sort of punishment for when drivers go off track.
And speaking of throwing it back to the mid-2000s, by the way, this final couple of corners is something I've enjoyed seeing. I don't particularly enjoy this big orange curve, by the way, or yellow curve that runs directly parallel. I can't remember who it was that straddled it in a wrong way. Was it MSI Esports maybe in the TCR category? Just with about 5 hours to go, straddled it in the wrong way and went off the road. I'm not a big fan of seeing that. However, it's good to see those final couple of corners returning again for actual car racing. I know that for motorcycles, I think it has been used more recently than it has for Formula 1, for example. But did I read in the news that that might be coming back in real life as well for Formula 1? I've got. Yeah. I might have made that up, but
no, you're right. They have, and I think it's a good thing. And basically the sausage curb here is mainly that's just a leftover from when we were using the chicane. So it's obviously just in the model that we have on iRacing, I guess. Because obviously as you come out the curb, they wanted to stop people just going. And it was actually quite nice, actually, because when you came out the curb, you sort of put your left tyres on and it would sort of slightly rotate the car to pinch it in. But obviously with this out, it's a little bit difficult. But yes, you are correct. Using these final corners, especially when we get to the echelons like Formula 1, even if it doesn't improve the racing, it's just a much nicer corner to watch, and the cars aren't just lethargically going around that awkward little right-hander then into the chicane. It's just a much more exciting, and of course using this faster left-hander as well at the end of the back straight, that's a lot nicer as well. So I'm glad that they've worked out. I guess the issue was, if you look back at the onboards from like 2006 and such before they introduced it, there just wasn't the amount of runoff there in that first right-hander turn 12. There just isn't the amount of runoff there, or wasn't, and they've obviously massively removed that, of course, unfortunately, with Luis Salom in Moto 2, I believe it was, years ago now, about 2016, had a nasty crash and lost his life there. And as you see now, there's just so much more runoff that there was there. So it's great to see that the tracks obviously learn from that, and we can come back to the funner layouts, but in a safe manner. More fun, sorry, better English. More fun layouts in a safer manner, because we don't want to go through these, silly little chicanes to try and avoid things like that.
No, absolutely. It's a bit of a discussion point. It's good to have the options there, though, to be fair. I don't mind it at all sometimes, but good to change it up as well. A couple of battles going on out on the circuit, by the way, as we've been chatting for the last 10 minutes or so. I'm sure you'll appreciate we have to let these things sort of develop. like this fight for 10th place in GT3, still in the same position we were 10 minutes ago. Williams Esports have been caught in the lead of the 992 category as well. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC are not far away from them, and are going to be wondering whether they can make it on only 2 more stops from here. I think it's going to be a stretch for them, but Williams Esports might be able to do it. Let's see about that, of course. And we've got SRC Movano Corsa back in championship winning position, because Fiercely Forward are the first of the GT3s effectively to have to come in to pit lane. That was a normal stop for Fiercely Forward. SimRC won't be too far behind them. I'm not sure whether SimRC are going to have to splash and dash, but I'm pretty sure Fiercely Forward are going to, because I'm not convinced with 3 hours 25 to go they could make it with 2 more stops from there. I don't think the GT4s can go awfully longer than the GT3s really. So it looks like Movano Corsa might jump back in front into second place, but it's going to be one of those where they're going to be, I can see them being, still third and out of championship position with still 20 or 25 minutes to go, and it's going to be there's not going to be many fingernails left on that team, I can tell you that.
Which is what we like to see, though, when it gets that close. The teams can't be making mistakes at this point in the championship, at this point in the race. Of course, when you're coming down to that point, just a couple of pit stops left to go. It's really getting to the tense points, and that's when it's down to the drivers to perform out on track, not make mistakes, make it easier for the team and for the strategists to open up the doors to some possibilities for them, as you're seeing that SRC Movano Corsa car, of course, as they are 36 seconds off the lead, but they're still in, as you're saying, that strong position. I just want to see roughly what lap times they're looking at in comparison. They were slower by about 4/10 on the previous lap, but they are looking pretty good compared to some of the cars behind. It's pretty close actually on times through there, but they need to be swapping that around if they want to be moving forward.
They do. I think it's going to be hard for them to catch SimRC, who might well take 3 race wins today, but you've got to remember they only need to finish second. Lucas Gabler into the pit lane then. He's very close to a 1-year anniversary of being part of SimRC, is Gabler, and I think he's could well be celebrating it with a win today. Adam Isaacson gets back at the wheel, a Swedish driver who transferred from 5-Star Motorsport not too far long after Gabler did into SimRC, who are recruiting quite a few drivers. Don't forget they entered a car in each of the 4 categories for this season, and they've managed to get 3 of them into a position to contend for a championship. The 75 was only in 5th coming into today as well, 40 points away, but unfortunately, after getting pole, they hit the curb on, a curb at turns 7 and 8, and they lost 4 laps pretty much immediately as a result of that. They are now still 4 laps down, so that just shows you they would be right up there inside the top 5 if they didn't have that issue on the very first lap of this race, which has unfortunately put them way down here today. Here are the reigning champions, Biela Racing Team Euronics and Lucas Jestat in the 45. Come over the line right now, and looks like, unless there is a bit of a miracle, that Biela Racing Team Euronics can no longer call themselves reigning champions, but former champions of this series in about 3 hours 18 minutes time. We talk about miracles often, but they really do need one.
And after the amount of hours they've had, we've had almost 9 hours coming up in this race, and they're only a bit over a bit over a minute, off the lead. So it's not actually crazy when you start to think about it like that. But at this point in the race, they need to start turning that round. But it's not necessarily a bad thing to lose a championship as such. In many ways, it's just more motivation to come back for the next season. And you can't win them all, despite some people trying to do so. So hopefully they can obviously bounce back from that one, and certainly. Still in a half-decent position as well, championship-wise. They were 3rd coming into it in this race. Really just suffered with getting 0 points back at Monza for round 4 of the season, and not a great start back at the 6 Hours of Spa to open the season either. So when you just have a few races like that in a short 6-race season, it's really difficult to fight for a championship.
Very much so. And by the way, just to give you a bit of context, 72 seconds off the lead after 301 laps is just over 2/10 a lap. So there you are. That gives you an idea of just how close it really is. And then you look at your 3.6 second gap at the front and then start to realise really quite how close it is there as well. Two of the best liveries on the grid, in my opinion, coming through turn 7 and 8 right now. It's the MSI Esports GT3 just in front of Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, leading in 992 and doing more than enough right now to clinch a title in the 992 category. The great position for them to be in the 975. Marvin Stroll at the wheel again with more than half a minute over Urano Esports, who are not really on the same strategy as those around them. Phoenix Racing Esport are the next team on the same strategy as this car, and they're more than 50 seconds behind. Been a very, very dominant performance from them so far, and they're very much continuing it on, but we've seen so often here today about just how quick these 992 Porsches are. Over the line for Marvin Stroll. Last lap he was in the low 1 minute 46s. That was a low 1 minute 45, where some of the GT3 cars out front right now are in the high 42s and so on. So there really isn't that much difference in it at all. This is what happened to Pure Sims Esports a couple of laps ago. They lost about 10 seconds on one lap, and it was Steen Ledger at the wheel who was blaming us for cursing people earlier. I think maybe we weren't looking at him, and he's maybe gone off the road. Oh, I thought he was going to smash that curb and go off. Clearly not. Car down the inside. Beeler Racing Team Euronics, and into the wall there for Steen Ledger. It's a difficult one to call that really at turn 9. There's going to be some arguments about who was at fault there.
I'm confused. So slows down on the exit coming up the hill, or at least it looked like a little bit on the replay. Beeler definitely going past. I don't know, maybe it's turning in a little bit too late.
They're a long way past. They're a long way past.
Yeah, that is a bit of a weird one. I wouldn't say that's definitely on Beeler from angles that we've been seeing. Let's just see this again. Ledger coming up the hill, and where does he turn in quite late? And I think he just turns a little bit too early, don't you think? From that last angle especially.
Yeah, if you listen to it as well as we were on board there, you could hear him just fading off the throttle a little bit. He definitely saw him coming. He definitely wanted him to get on with it as well. He definitely wanted him to get on with it and go through there. So, yeah, that was just all a bit weird, really. I think, unfortunate, I think is all we can say for Steen Ledger there. MSI Esports are quite a long way behind them at this stage, 22 seconds, so it hasn't cost them all that much in the end. It's just given SimRC and Corentin Guinez a little bit more time in the lead of this race right now. More issues, I believe, a couple of laps ago, maybe for Tempest, or were they making an outlap? No, maybe they did go off at some point. I think somebody in the midfield of GT3 did a 52 on the last lap, but we might be able to get our reason why here. This was the fight for 10th place between Tempest Simsport and also Riley Sim Racing, down in towards the changed turn 10. It was a dive from Tempest, base given by Riley Sim Racing, and a good battle in the end here, up to turn 12. Did it turn sour at any point? Well, yes it did. Both go around. Well, I wasn't expecting that. I thought it was only one of them, but a bit of side-to-side contact, and they've both gone around.
Yeah, we've seen that. I mean, even just since I've been in the booth, we've seen that a couple of times. Leave space on the entry and mid, and as soon as you get to the exit, the lines just come on together. And unfortunately, as you say, both of them spinning. Pure Sims getting that track position nicely, which is great for them, of course. But that's just a very awkward moment. Actually, that was directly for position, I think, as well. So certainly enjoying that one. At that time, but yeah, that's just a really awkward situation. Maybe the driver's not quite realising exactly where they were on the track.
Yeah, I think so. If I had to pin it on anybody, I would go for Riley Sim Racing, although they both spun, so does it really matter? Not sure. We'll see if that one gets investigated or not. No time penalties for any of the real top names in this race so far. I'm seeing I don't know if this is a mistake on the sheet at the moment, but I'm seeing the 89 BS competition car get investigated for something that happened 5 minutes ago. However, they are currently 239 laps down. I've not seen them out for a very long time, since they had that big accident on the front straight less than 3 hours into this one. I'm not sure whether that's a typo, and there was meant to be a number in front of that 89 there. We'll wait and see on that one, but no time penalties for any of the main championship contenders just right now. And so everybody able to continue on as they were doing. SimRC back out there again in GT4, by the way, still 23 seconds in front of Alvar Gomez. Pure Sims Esports and Sabelt Esports both have to come in, and so the top three very much getting away from one another in GT4. But for the moment, no battles happening there, just waiting for the next bit of drama really, and waiting for a bit of pit strategy to work itself out really before we get any conclusions there. Still got more than 3 hours to go, of course. It is still, can't underestimate quite what a distance that is, even when it's in the context of a 12-hour race.
Yeah, it's certainly important to get these things right, as we're seeing Pearson's there not being able to overtake one of the Cup cars coming through that very important turn 9, and as you were mentioning earlier, just a few seconds a lap really difference between them, being able to get past down into turn 10, but certainly not easy. And you're obviously saying as well with the four classes in general, that makes it quite difficult in itself. But then, of course, when you have two classes that are quite close together, as we're getting the leader in GT4s, SRC Movana Corsa, coming into the pit lane. I think I saw the number 5 Williams Esports GT3 as well in the pit lane as we speak.
Yeah, they'll be in the penalty box serving a 10-second time penalty, will the number 5, for pushing the Urano Esports car at some point. Don't quite know in what context that was, but happened a little while ago now. We're seeing the leader, BS Turner, and Phil Denez out front right now. 27 laps now on this stint for him. In this one, he's just over 5.5 seconds away from Altus Esports, who are coming towards the end of 35th lap, or 34th lap, I should say. Lapshan has been able to do 37 laps on his last two stints here, but I think you can tell by the pace of that Altus Esports car that they definitely are saving fuel, and when they pit here in a few moments time, we're going to know just how much fuel they have remaining to save, because I still think they're short of the hour right now, and they're trying desperately to make sure they don't have to make a splash and dash later on in this race, as of course you would do.
And that's something that you need to sort out now, if that is the case. If they need the extra lap or two between here and the checkered flag, you need to do that as early as possible, because now you can spread that percentage saving quite a lot easier over the course of the laps remaining. You don't want to be trying to do that in the last sort of 20 laps of the race and realising that you're a lap short. So that's why you always need to be looking ahead and trying to work out exactly your lap counts and the stint lengths that you need to do to the end of the race, because that is such an important factor in the endurance racing. Is one lap here or there, and a pit stop here and there, that can always be the biggest effect of your race, even if you do the driving part absolutely perfect. And that is where the better teams come out for sure. Certainly an important factor as we're getting deeper and deeper into sim racing esports. The engineers and strategists behind the scenes guiding the teams through, they are certainly becoming more and more important.
They very much are. It's there is the 5. It's a long stop we're hearing for Louis Nasser. There it is, 2.5 minutes here for Louis Nasser, but the in-lap is fine. It doesn't seem to be slow. Not saying there wasn't an incident, but it doesn't seem to be slow. Just in-lap, and it doesn't look damaged to me either. I don't know if you can see anything different, Cam, but I can't see I can't see a mark on that car.
So what else could that be? I guess maybe a hardware issue, or a driver swap issue maybe going on there, but that is a long time. That's 3 minutes now, 180 seconds sat in the box. That's a long time, and you'd expect a little issue to be sorted out, but maybe there has been a bit of damage that we haven't seen. Let's have a look here, coming through turn 11.
Well, I believe this is his in-lap. He's got, and we've seen classic incidents through here. Oh no, slow down enough for Pure Sims. Into pit lane we're going to go. Oh, I thought we were going to grab the outside wall. Fine.
Looks fine.
Yeah, looks fine. He's going to pull into the penalty box. That's expected. Needs to spend 10 seconds here. Watch you don't get hit by anyone, as we've seen earlier. Nasser will be back on his way again very shortly. We'll pull back into the fast lane again, which you have to do when your hitbox is as far down as it will be in the GT3. And then here he goes, pulls into the box. He doesn't hit the garages, and then he's just there, and he's still there as we speak now. We've been watching the replays, but he's still there, and they are live pictures now. 4 minutes later, Nasser's still stopped down there on the pit apron. I'm at a loss, to be honest, right now. I can't think of any reasons. And they're about to be overtaken overall now by some 992 Cup cars.
I was just thinking maybe some sort of optional repair, but then why would you choose to take that when they were already not in a catastrophic position? I don't know. Certainly, I reckon there's some sort of other technical, be it software, hardware issue going on for that team, which is a bit of a shame for them, of course, with their sister car going for a championship. They often would want to be there to help in some way, but they are not going to be able to do that, being quite a few laps down now. 11 laps overall it is total to throughout the course of the almost 9 hours of racing that we've had so far, and just 3 hours left to go of the season for these teams to work out where their final place in the standings is going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wonder whether it's a lack of motivation, to be honest, for Louis Nasser at the moment and the number 5 team, because after all, they're not in the championship fight. There's not a lot they can do to help their teammates at this stage. Their teammates don't need that much help either. You know, are they just do they want to sit back and enjoy the moment with their teammates? I don't know.
What's the rule for like when you get points and that sort of thing? Like, could they just come back for the final half hour?
Well, that's a good point. You don't actually have to cross the line when the checker flag's waving in 24/8 series racing. That goes for the eSports Championship and real life, by the way. And the rules here are the same as in real life. You have to complete 60% of the race winners' laps, or sorry, your class winners' laps. In this case, it will be the race winner. Expecting, you know, just over 400 laps here. I don't know what 60% of 400 is, but it's somewhere around 250, 220.
No, 240. Great
got
maths.
there in the end. Live maths without a calculator. Yeah, 240, somewhere around that. They will have done that, surely. They're 12 laps down. Yeah, they've done more than 300, so they'll get the points. But as I said, I don't know if it matters to them really at this stage. It could really be a lack of motivation at this point. Or indeed there could be some repairs or technical problems going on to their car at the moment. But it's certainly a weird one. And certainly a shame as well to see that car down on pit lane at the moment. And it would be the first retirement we've seen for nearly an hour now. So that would be a shame, but you can hardly blame it. It's coming towards the end of a long season, and they haven't got all that much to fight for, really.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? It's a very tricky one. In some ways, you want to keep going, but then you look and you have, you have all those hours to go. Not necessarily the most motivating situation to be in, as you say. But that is one thing that we do commend about the drivers and the teams who do go to the end of the race, even after issues. At the end of the day, half of the fun should be trying to finish the race and the challenge of that, and the team aspect as well. It's not just about trying to set the fastest laps possible and then quitting when you don't have a chance of winning. It's still a challenge, even in these days where we have so many long endurance races, so many championships now. You have a lot of opportunities to do these races. They do come a little bit, I guess, of a novelty, but at the end of the day, you still want to be showing your team well and trying to get towards the end of the race, or at least you expect so.
You would do, and I'm not saying, of course, that I'm not accusing them of not trying,
No.
But we'll, but I just can't see any reason why they're not out there again now. It's been over 8 minutes for them, but either way, Phil Denez still leads, just over 20 seconds to Danny Elgabe now, who's actually being caught by Ati Kupanen for Williams Esports. 9/10 of a second on the last lap. The gap now just under 5 seconds between the two championship contenders. They both have the same amount of pit stops remaining in this race, but Williams Esports are 14 laps to the good in terms of fuel. They'll have to put 14 laps less into their car for their very final stop, and you can imagine those 14 laps are going to take them a good deal less than those 5 seconds that currently separate the two.
Yes, I would. I'm not up to date with the refuel rates, but that is definitely a quick maths. Yeah, so certainly, that's going to be swapping around, which is, again, what I was saying, how the strategy is so important, because you have to work out whether maybe it's saving fuel and the little bit of time that you're going to lose from that, and then maybe saving a pit stop or saving some sort of time, what is going to balance out to be the best, because sometimes just going absolutely flat out racing makes sense. Maybe you're a few tenths a lap quicker, but then you have yourself more risk of the strategy, because any time that you lose is crucial, but also you generally use exponentially more fuel to do that. So it could get to a point where you're just simply burning more fuel, and then the strategy doesn't work in your favour anyway.
Absolutely. By the way, we're currently looking at Thomas O'Cala here for SRC Movano Corsa. I'm trying to do some digging right now, but I can't find the answers to it. Somebody might be able to, somebody who's more knowledgeable than me, but I'm fairly sure Thomas O'Cala was driving for SRC Movano Corsa when this team won this series course used to be called the Neo Endurance Series. I'm pretty sure that he was driving and drove this team to a GT1 class victory in an Aston Martin, those V12 Aston Martins back in the day, in a GT1 about 7 years ago, or 6-7 years ago, maybe 8, a very long time ago. I'm very sure that this team won a title in that GT1 class with him driving it for quite some periods of time as well. But I'm hoping that someone more knowledgeable than me can tell me or not, because my memory isn't great. It could be better, but Carlo might well be, whether he did that back then or not, I've no idea, but he might well be steering them to a good place right now. After another 35 laps, MSI Esports into the pit lane. So just under 3 hours to go. It does look like they're just about going to make it in terms of fuel. I think they'll have almost exactly the right amount of fuel on board here for exactly 12 stints here at MSI Esports. They've just got to make sure this race doesn't go one lap longer than they're expecting, otherwise they will be in trouble.
Yeah, it's tight when you get to this point, but as you say, if you do it exactly an hour for the stint, and you have to remember, you have to bring the fuel and pit stop time into that hour as well. It's not just an hour of physical driving time, but yeah, if you can do that and get it exactly, then it's going to work out. However, as you say, if it goes a lap longer and the leader crosses with, say, 10-15 seconds to go, and then you have to go another minute and a half longer than that, an extra lap, you definitely have to take that into consideration. And that's why I said now it might help if you get into a situation where you can save a lap or two in these stints, so you can add them on to the end.
25 seconds now the lead for PS Turner, but that will soon diminish, and they'll soon fall behind Williams Esports BenQ. And Dino Lombardi, by the way, is back at the wheel for Autos Esports in place of Yannick Lafchan. We've got MSI Esports with a driver change there. Alejandro Avin Ruiz Sanchez is now at the wheel there. They've dropped behind Bila Racing Team Euronics for now, but that should change again soon. But a few more laps here for Phil Denez. It might even be this lap when he comes into the pit lane. And the race will change again for Williams Esports. We really are waiting for those final pit stops here today. It doesn't look like, without penalties or incidents, that the gaps in GT3 or anything like that, or the strategies are really going to change until we get to the very end now, and that's going to be in the final half hour or so.
Yes, it's a weird one how endurance racing works. Sometimes it works its way towards a certain point, be it a final pit stop or something like that. It generally comes to a head at some point because everyone's trying to do the same thing, which is get to the race at the fastest rate, but everyone does it in a different way. And as I said, at some point paths will collide, and hopefully we get a couple of on-track battles towards the end of the race. So don't worry, some of the gaps that you are seeing, about 25 seconds for each of the top 3 classes, the gap between P1 and P2, but don't worry, they are definitely going to change before the end of this race inside the final 3 hours. And even the teams that you're looking at now are probably going to swap around due to pit stops and such, which is always good to see, especially around a longer 12-hour race as well, as we're seeing BS there just on time coming into the pit lane.
It really is a committed pit entry when we do it this way. We don't have the chicane. You're seeing it in the background for SERIES Esports as well. Just under 3 hours to go. And they're in 2. So it'll be 2 stops after this one for those guys as well. Although their final stop will probably be shorter than that of this BMW. And up onto the jacks they go. With the 5 still there. And Beeler Racing Team Euronics, Lucas Yesta also in there right now. It does certainly, I have to say, the 6 hours of Spa to open this season was one of the most interesting races I've watched for a very long time, especially in the GT3 class. It was a very, very fantastic way actually to open out this season, and it was mostly down to the fact that tyres and fuel were not changed at the same time, but we've got that change in ruling now, and I'm afraid it means that tyres are changed every time. And for me, that certainly eliminates something in terms of strategy. I know Arjuna disagrees with me on this regularly. Arjuna elsewhere on RaceSpotTV today, but I just think it just adds so much more when you change tyres and fuel at different times. It just allows you to do something a little bit different as opposed to what we're seeing right now, which is really, we know what's going to happen until the final half hour really. We're kind of waiting for that moment when Williams Esports come out of the pit lane for the final time, and we're going to see where BS Turner are basically, and that's what we're waiting for later on.
I do agree with you as well. Definitely it adds something where you have the potential of double stints, because also the driving then gets even harder in the second stint because you go back to full tank of fuel. So the car's heavy again, but also on worn tyres. So there's always a added issue for the drivers potentially having a few mistakes come into that, and there's potentially a little bit more tyre control that needs to happen throughout the stint. So I do agree with that one, but then sometimes with the single stinting as well, everyone is just absolutely flat out, and therefore you potentially make more mistakes that way. So just 2 different ways of doing it. I think my preferred as well is, even if they're done at the same time, if say tyres last X amount longer to a point where it's significant, and therefore you're sort of halfway in between those 2 theories of racing.
Yeah, it's the problem is, I guess it's just unrealistic, I suppose, to expect that tyres will take longer than fuel, because in real life that's just that isn't the case. So I guess that is a way of doing it, but I don't think they'll be going down that route anytime soon. We'll see though. See if my suggestions are listened to. I won't be taking credit, by the way, if it does revert. But anyway, I will be pleased if indeed that is the case. We certainly saw that earlier on in the 992 Cup category. We saw some different things going on. Not least for this team, the 975 team, currently leading this race and leading this championship quite comfortably here as well. As they let through the MSI esports car. I think Andy McKeown as well was talking a little bit earlier on about how maybe the tyre model for GT3s would have to change a little bit, because everyone would just change tyres after every stint anyway. With the current way that it is, you do have to strike that balance. If the tyres are going to shred themselves to pieces over the course of an hour anyway, I guess it doesn't really matter how you change your tyres or when and where. If the tyres are gone after an hour, then everybody's going to change, and there's not a lot else you can do about that.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Cars have to be made for it, which, yeah, potentially. I haven't actually really driven too much in the last couple of years, so I'm not up to date with how the cars are handling in that point. But yeah, definitely the cars have to be able to do it, as you're right. At the end of the day, it's just a maths game. The reason why when it is fuel plus the tyres afterwards, the reason why you double stint is purely because, say it adds another 30 seconds to change the tyres, in one stint, 1 hour, you're not going to lose the 30 seconds by being on older tyres, where, as you say, if it gets to a point where you start losing 5 seconds lap, then of course you are going to change tyres. Anyway, so that is of course a consideration factor, but we do have a close battle here for P7 in the 992 category, just 3/10 between Waverty Racing and Sabre. We did see these drivers actually have a nice battle maybe half an hour ago, and they've suddenly come back to close together once again.
I'm not entirely sure how Seville Esports keep finding themselves behind Waverley Racing Team, actually, because this is the same order that they were earlier. Clement Bouzzelin was able to get through and drive away as well, but Eglov's pit stop was 5 seconds longer than for the 944, and it's currently Simone Passoni at the wheel of the Porsche. Now, I am not entirely convinced, because I was not watching Pesk earlier. I don't even know if it's still going on now. However, I'm pretty sure he's a Pesk driver, and if so, he's jumped from that race very quickly into this car, or
same
he's
car.
not doing it today. It is the same car, but no, he's not. Where did I see him then? Am I going mad? I swear I saw him in Pesk. I might have seen him in the Skip Barber series, actually, the iRacing series. It happens on Wednesday nights, Thursday nights, Wednesday. I'm pretty sure. Was doing all right in that one. I think the championship finale of that is coming up on iRacing this week. He's certainly in one of those top level series, but I could have sworn it was Pesk. Clearly, I'm losing it a bit.
Either way, it's the same car, so it would be possible to jump, but it's one of certain drivers do that, to be fair. I can't remember which driver it was, actually. I think it was last year, 22, when the real life Nürburgring 24 was going on. There was also I think it was the International Continental GT Cup at Zandvoort as well, and they did that, and then so they did like qualifying for Nürburgring, drove to Zandvoort, did that race, and then came back to get in the car for Nürburgring. So you do see that even in real life, and it's very unrealistic in most cases, but it's certainly possible, and definitely in sim racing it's so much easier to jump into that, because obviously you're still at your house, so you just have to click on the button to join the server, and then you might say, oh, that's a lot going on at once, but it's still a 12-hour endurance race, so even if you're driving this the whole time, you'd probably end up doing quite a few hours here as well.
Certainly, it's normally, to be fair, in real life, normally the Le Mans test day that people are flying all over the place from, because I think there are rules that you have to do some laps of the test day, and obviously there's other racing that weekend as well, so it's a bit of a mess. Passoni goes to the inside just a little bit to defend, but that doesn't put Guillaume Eglov off, and he goes down the inside in towards turn 1, and that is Seville Esports up into 7th place in the 992 category. Got a good 6 seconds to catch up to 6th and get ahead of the 914, but for now he'll be pleased with that move. It was, I think, Passoni attempted to put him off by going to the inside ever so slightly, but it clearly didn't. Eglov went for it anyway, and in the end he does look quicker, and that was not a particularly difficult move.
Yeah, that was a nice simple one, which is good, and there was also not too much of a battle last time as well, just with the Waverty car driver at the time making a bit of a mistake. And something I just noticed as those two cars went through, obviously we've got the 992 Cup cars, but we still have the 991 GT3 cars, and obviously at some point we also had the RSR GTEs as well. So when the GT3 car gets updated, of course, to 992s, that's going to be a little bit harder to see the differences between the two cars, because I know had a little bit of trouble seeing the difference between the GTEs and GT3s. And obviously the Cup and GT3s are even closer than that.
It wasn't me that was having problems with GTEs and GT3s. I was having problems earlier on in this race with this as it is. So I'm glad you've said it's going to get harder. Thanks for that. Because I was having problems earlier. Obviously, I can see now, but it's not that evident at a glance. Partly because they're so quick. I know I keep saying it, but they're so quick. There is one of the Porsches just in the background there.
So you noticed it?
I did notice it, yeah. And it's quite a Porsche heavy GT3 field this season as well. In this series, that's the 91, I think. Aero Antler currently at the wheel of that one. I'm pretty sure. Working his way through on some of these drivers. 2 laps behind them, such as the problems that they've experienced earlier on in the day. But yeah, I'm pleased to say it's going to get more difficult. To be honest, though, I have to say I did watch the 24 Hours of Daytona quite closely. I didn't actually know that was a new Porsche GT3. Maybe I'm not very observant, but I didn't notice that was new at all. So maybe it won't be so bad.
Yeah, I can't remember. I don't think they were all the updated car from memory in that one. But certainly, it's an evolution rather than a revolution as such, which is good. And I do actually really like the new 992. I know some people weren't too keen with the rear tail lights, especially, but yeah, I do really like it. It's definitely a good upgrade as such. I did think the 991, especially like the 991.2 that we got to, was one of the best looking cars that they could make, but they managed to just refine it and make it even better for the 992.
They have made some good cars down the years. Porsche. I'm disappointed the GTE had such a short lifespan. I can't remember when it came in. The screaming RSR GTE that we had. This will be 2017. I want to go for. Do I? Oh, I don't know. Maybe 2018. But it's GTEs are no more in real life. At least in the WEC, they'll have one more season in the ELMS and in somewhere else as well. They'll be. Oh, they will be in the WEC, just not as a pro category. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, I'm just working around my brain there. Yeah. So one more year of GTEs, but it's not quite the same. And then that'll be it for them. Having GT3s at Le Mans from this point onwards, which really does pose a lot of questions really about where this category is going to go in future years. I think GT3s work quite well for what it's been over the last 12 years or even 13 years. 12 years, 11 years, somewhere around there. It's worked out quite well for what it's done, especially in SRO racing. It suits that very well. But with WEC now adding it, with it now being able to race all 4 of the big 24-hour races in the world, it does beg questions about where GT3 structure, where the class is going to go over the next 5 years or so.
Well, we'll have to see, of course. But we have obviously got to that point now where there's second evolutions of these GT3 cars. I'm sure we'll see more coming through as the seasons progress, and of course Porsche bring out literally a whole new car effectively as well. So definitely the love, I'd say, is still there, which is good. And I think that's probably one reason why the GTs sort of started to die off as well. GT3s have got so good, and there's so many different manufacturers out there. I think in some way or form it is going to obviously keep continuing, and probably also helped in terms of sim racing by the fact that literally every sim has pretty much all of the GT3s as well by this point, because they just seem to be such a popular category. Of course, the driving assist, ABS, TC, they help things as well, and it's fast, but it's not too fast. So it just overall ticks a lot of boxes. So yeah, as you say, hopefully we can see that still continue as it turns into a proper pro category.
Well, this is the thing, really. It's see the basis of GT3 has been built on customer racing and amateur racing in some ways as well in the real world. But Le Mans has very much been going away from that over the last 20 years or so, really. It's gone less and less amateur, and it's the biggest motor race, biggest sports car race, certainly in the world. And so it just begs some questions. about what's going to happen. And it also, I'm sometimes baffled as to how GTE fell apart so quickly, because in 2019, I think more than half of the GT field was GTE Pro cars. We had about 6-7 manufacturers there, and by the last season in WC there was about 2 manufacturers remaining. So I'm kind of surprised how it quite fell apart so quickly, really.
I guess there's the change with obviously the hypercars coming in though as well, where manufacturers put their money. With the likes of BMW, for instance, Porsche as well, obviously turning their and I guess Ferrari you could include in that with WEC, putting their obviously then their pro lineups into the GTPs. I guess that was really quite a big factor as well, and it's in that way I guess it has kind of worked with the amount of manufacturers, the amount of entrants we've seen with the non-entry list coming out. Is it 16 hypercars that we've got? And of course Daytona as well was pretty stacked as well with the additional manufacturers that we get there. So I think it's certainly a way of that manufacturers not wanting to put in so much money into 2 different categories at the same sort of level as such. So we just have to see that balance, because you also don't then just want to see a whole grid of GTPs. You want to keep the P2s and some sort of GT class going. So definitely a difficult balance to do so, but at the end of the day, with how much commitment we've seen into the GTP category, I think there's still quite a good hope for sports car racing. I guess it's just the GT half of that's going to be the question mark.
Yeah, I certainly agree, but it's just a case of, for me, how long is this excitement and motivation for manufacturers to be involved going to go on for? We know that there are more manufacturers coming in 2024, like Lamborghini, but how long is that going to go on for? I think the key for it is Porsche making some GTPs and actually letting teams buy them, and as we saw with that announcement, the Jota livery announcement in the week, a pretty nice livery, by the way. I'm sure you've seen it on social media, and if you haven't, then Google it. It's important, I think, to have that, because previously in LMP1, obviously we had good racing, and a few manufacturers involved, nice fields relatively, but once that manufacturer support went, LMP1 went from being the best it's ever been, in my opinion, in 2016 to almost non-existent by 2018, and up towards 2022. Really, those years were very, very quiet in terms of the top categories. So it's just a case of whether that can be sustained, and I think Porsche having a sort of customer program will help a little bit. And I have seen them in the news encouraging other manufacturers to do the same as well. So if they do, then we'll be able to have teams buying GTPs to hopefully compete in the top class as well, which is hopefully going to keep it sustained and filled up at least for that little bit longer, which of course I hope it does. The early signs are good, at least.
I think it will, to be honest. I think the cars are just too new to expect that from the get-go. But definitely after a season, once everything's sorted out from the technical point of view, and the teams actually know how to use the cars themselves, they'll then be able to, obviously at least have some documentation, some information to give these the customer teams, which I think is going to be working out pretty well, as you say, especially the amount of manufacturers that we have. But I guess the one sort of concern from my point of view, as I was starting to mention a couple of minutes ago, is what would, say, Le Mans be like if we ended up sort of back in the days where we'd have like 40 odd cars in the top category and not many in the smaller ones? I wonder how that would affect the balance as the race leader comes into the pit lane.
This is to be expected once again. 38 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's see. Penalty to serve it for the race leaders. Now that's a 10-second penalty. We'll just get back to the race for a moment, because the 490 got involved. It was a late overtake from the 55, which caused a collision back. How long ago was that? It was a good 20 minutes ago or so. We've been chatting about other things, though. It wasn't looking. So 10-second penalties are served there for Williams Esports, and I guess that helps out BS Turner even further. I thought Fildenez actually had the advantage anyway, but now certainly he's that we really do have a chance at a different way to win. It's not quite as simple as just giving this one to Williams Esports by the looks of it.
It just shows you how traffic can change things. You just get it slightly wrong, you tap a car around, and seems that was the 490, which is the Urana car, and they've been in a few of the recent penalty decisions as well, which is not ideal for them, just showing how their race is going. But yeah, certainly that one little overtake can change the course of the race, and that's why you have to be on it every single time you come into a corner, every braking zone, every time you've got to make a reactive decision in some way. But it's very difficult to do that without having absolutely any issues, and I think we've seen pretty much every team have a little bit of damage on the car, a little bit of issues happening here and there.
We certainly have. So it's a little bit of drama in GT3, but things will settle down again pretty soon, you'd imagine. You've got Apex Racing Academy not far from the back of SERIES Esports as of right now, but that is the closest battle on the circuit at just over a second for 11th place in the 992 categories. We see all four of the categories working their way through the first couple of corners here. And SimRC, by the way, still out in front in TCR. They've got to make a pit stop pretty soon, though. This is what happened to Pure Sims Esports. I didn't really know they'd been off the road, but clearly something has gone wrong for them down the bottom of turn 10 here. Maybe it was turn 12 actually, where we've seen a few more incidents, and I saw lap traffic up in front as well that I wonder was maybe involved. Just up in front there's Carmen Simsport. We've seen this penultimate corner provide some problems. Well, that's all alright. Maybe we haven't got, maybe they haven't been off the road. We're not entirely sure. It seems like Alexander Bird is doing alright. 6th place now for Pure Sims Esports. Had to recover from a 1-minute penalty to start off this race as a result of joining with the wrong number. If you haven't noticed already at home, 39 car is not, well, there isn't one. They accidentally put it there instead of the number 16, and so they have well, yeah, got things a little bit wrong. That's an awkward moment between two teammates here.
Absolutely. And getting the numbers wrong, I always think is such a silly issue. I know the teams do a lot of competitions. They might have multiple different cars in the same category, or this sort of thing. There's a lot to do, but getting the number wrong is such like a basic thing as such. I say that, I'm sure I might end up doing it one day myself, but it's always just one of those silly penalties that you just, you've already hindered yourself before the race has even started, and definitely operational thing. I know obviously mistakes happen, but sometimes those little penalties can change the course of a race, so you've got to be on top of it with all of those things.
Well, there is 1 minute between themselves and Beeler Racing Team Euronics, so would it have changed the outcome of this one for them? Maybe not, in all honesty. Looks like Apex Racing Academy have now got through, and did get through pretty quickly there. Manu Kubo Torres ahead of Sebastian Hove now. And the two of them will run nose to tail in 992 for the moment. Just going to circle back to the point you were making a few moments ago, since we've dealt with that penalty for Williams Esports now, and things will settle down again for another little while, until the GT4 pit stops probably coming up in some period of time. Do you not think that some people might even enjoy having a really huge top class? Because after all, for the last 10 years at Le Mans, we've seen less than 10 cars able to win a race, less than 15 cars able to win the race realistically. I know in 2017 LMP2 nearly won, and that was ridiculous, and it was great and all that. It was a laugh. It was a bit of a laugh at the time as well. But, do you not think people would enjoy a realistic chance at 20, 30 cars actually being in contention to win at the top class at Le Mans?
As far as, I think you are right in that perspective. For me, half the fun though, because generally when I drive endurance, I drive top class, or maybe the middle if it's 3 class, because part of the fun for me is the overtaking and the traffic aspect of it. I find it's more of just a standard GT race as such if you're in GT class. So if traffic doesn't come into that as much, I don't know if that is going to affect the dynamic of that, and how some people sort of navigate that. If it just ends up, for instance, is what I would say is it's the difference between, say, the 24 Hours of Spa, where it's just GT3 cars, or even, say, Bathurst for that, versus, say, the Daytona 24 or Le Mans 24, where you have all those cars, you have the traffic. It's a completely different vibe. So I don't know if that would necessarily work out. And obviously with customer teams going towards GTP as well, that's then going to hinder the LMP2 class as well. So it's definitely something to factor in. I think it will have its cons in terms of the style of racing, at least.
If I'm honest with you, I'd be quite pleased to see this generation of LMP2 slowly be phased out, to be honest, because I have to say, well, mainly this is just because I really enjoyed the previous regulations, pre-2016 and backwards regulations. I really enjoyed those as I was getting into endurance racing at that time, while those regulations were in place. So I guess maybe that's one of the reasons, but I just, the lack of variety we've had in LMP2 for the last 6 years has really started to, well, it annoyed me when it first came in, and it's continued for half a decade. So I wouldn't be too mad to see that the LMP2's gotten rid of entirely. I do agree in terms of the lap traffic, and that might take something away from it, and I certainly agree with that. But for example, Spa is the Spa 24 is what it is because of the safety cars, in my opinion. Le Mans doesn't quite work the same way. I'm sure there's a discussion we could have about safety cars at Le Mans at some point as well, maybe later on or for another day, because that's been a talking point over the last month or two. But yeah, it's Spa is what it is because of the safety cars, and that works well for GT3 racing. But at Le Mans, I do agree, if there were loads of top class cars, or even loads of cars in any class, to be honest, it's been kept quite nicely even over the last 10 years or so at Le Mans, really, last 15 years. But if that wasn't the case, and we had the regulations and the things the way they are right now, maybe it would take something away from it. But then again, maybe the drivers would enjoy it a little bit more, prototype drivers, because, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, faster drivers develop a bit of a hatred for some slower, particularly some slower teams sometimes as well, if they feel they're not quite being a lapped car the way they should do, or slower cars are developing a hatred of faster ones, and so on and so forth. Maybe people would actually, the drivers themselves maybe, would enjoy that little bit of free track space a little bit more on their own, especially at that top level.
Yeah, one thing I was just thinking about what you're saying, though, is obviously if you have more cars in the top class, you said obviously more cars fighting for the overall victory, but I don't think the GTE winners cared so much. I mean, they're still Le Mans winners, you know what I mean? So when you then put 40 cars in a class, for instance, on Extreme, realistically, 20 of them have no chance of winning. So if there was those 20 cars then in another class like the LMP2, at least you then have two battles going on. And that is really the whole point, in my opinion, of endurance racing, and how that came about with the different classes, is to allow loads of different people to have their races within a race as well. So there's definitely, of course, pros and cons for everything, and definitely it's an enjoyable time, though, to see that this is all going, I would say, in a positive direction. And the fact that we still don't know where that is going to end up, I certainly going to enjoy the next, especially this year, with how that's all going to work out with the team still learning the cars.
I have to say, I've been looking. I've had the 17th of March down in my diary for a long time, and I've been looking forward to it for ages because it's a very exciting time. So yeah, very much looking forward to that, and it would be good to watch. Well, of course. That's, by the way, for the 1,000 miles of Sebring in real life. We'll of course have the iRacing 12 Hours of Sebring not long after that. It's the weekend after the 12 Hours of Sebring in real life this year. Is the 12 Hours of Sebring. So make sure you get yourself on there on the iRacing official events. If you're watching at home, want to have a go, make sure you get yourself on there. But we'll be broadcasting the top split here on RaceSpotTV once again, and you may hear a few of the voices you've heard today on that one. We'll wait and see on that, of course, but it's going to be all live, as this race has been, in a few weekends' time. One of the main selling points of iRacing, in my opinion, those special events. the 12-hour Sebring, one of the most iconic of them. And that will be coming up in 3 weeks' time. Currently looking at the GT3 championship leaders as they run right now. They would lose 4 points to MSI Esports, but that would only half the current standings, with them on 97 points, MSI only on 89. The current position that they're in would not quite be good enough for the number 14. They're still 14 seconds in front of Williams Esports. I'm not sure whether Simone Passoni locked up or spanned the wheels there or something. I don't think his engine's smoking. I think he's just about to get back on his way again, but going to be quite close to whether the next stop's going to be the last one for them. I don't think it will be. There'll be an awkward splash to come for them.
Yeah, I think so too, which, as you say, is going to be awkward, because when it's only a handful of laps, you often think maybe I'm going to save that actually over the course of the race to not do that. But yeah, they're definitely going to need, I think, 2 to the end from that position. And they come out, where's that, about 9th place in class, 24 seconds off the next car, Visceral Esports, a bit further up the road as it stands.
Yeah, certainly. The Waverley Racing Team out again in 9th place, just ahead of Movano and behind Visceral Esports. Plenty of time either side of them. One's really on the move at the moment. Urano Esports probably closing down on Pure Sims Esports, although the 916 is not far from a pit stop at all. I don't think that's going to develop into a battle, and I don't think we do have any imminent battles out there on the circuit. So we are waiting for those final moments here, and it very much is a waiting game. I guess it is easier when you've only got one car to focus on, but when we're up here trying to focus on all 47 of them that are still out there right now, it's a little bit more difficult, because we probably could do the maths as to whether BS Turner and Williams would get out of in front of one another, or which way round that would go. But we're not going to do that. It's difficult, and we've also got 4 classes to think about here as well. So we are waiting for those final pit stops at the moment, but even then we don't really know whether when the next pit stop, when the last pit stops are going to be, because there is always that question mark about being able to make it on fuel or not.
Of course, and sometimes lap speed is your friend, and it's working out for BS Turner, because they were the only GT3s on the last lap into the 1 minute 40s, all the other cars in either the 41s or 42s, so the speed definitely in that car either way, and that gap therefore increasing to the number 55 Williams, who's currently down in that 4th place in class, and certainly moving away, the swing of the race, moving away from that Williams 55 car that were looking a bit dominant an hour or 2 ago. But despite the penalty that we saw for the BMW as well, and they've come back and put themselves in a very strong manner. But we're still about, what's that going to be? Yeah, so towards 15 laps or so from the pit stops there.
Still lots of time before the top 3 will be in this race. Next pit stop's in 992, probably going to come from Pure Sims Esports and ATRS Esports as well. And then we've got real question marks about whether they'll be able to make it or not. But Pure Sims have now done 40 laps. Phoenix Racing Esports, have now done 40 laps on this stint. Now at 1 minute 45, that's not easy to work out how long that is on a stint here. But if I was to do some very quick maths, it would be 1 hour 15 maybe, 1 hour 10. So if they can make it to 2 hours 20, can we maybe put forward the idea that maybe they've only got one more stop remaining, if they can just edge it over to that 2 hours 20 to go in 992?
Definitely, if they can make that. It's just that point we were saying earlier, if they're literally pitting right on the limit, they've got to be careful it doesn't go 1 lap longer compared to where they are and where the lead is, especially when you're not in the top class. I mean, it's almost a bit of a lottery, and it's really difficult to work out where the lead is going to be in relation to you. So definitely got to make sure you have that final lap fuel. So yeah, it's only going to be 2 laps longer from now that they need to go if they're going to make it on that strategy that you're suggesting. As we've seen Phoenix Racing Esports second place in that 992 category coming into the pit lane.
Now they could be a couple of laps short there. Same for Matthias Berg, who's a lap behind Phoenix Racing Esports at this point. Luca Alpert at the wheel of the 905 pits from second place. There they are. Williams Esports will get through, so will Pure Sims and Urano as well. Although Pure Sims won't be far away from a pit stop either. They've completed 39 laps now on this stint. Williams Esports move up to second. They certainly will be able to make it. I'm very sure of that. They've been going very long on their stints so far in this race. So they're definitely going to make it. What about Pure Sims and Urano, though? That's the question. Urano certainly will as well, but they've been on a bit of an odd strategy, really. I think they accepted a long time ago that they'd have to make an extra stop, and so they've tried to even things out a little bit, really. And I guess that is one way of doing things. Instead of trying to stretch it all day long and then failing at the end, you could just accept that you're going to have to make the extra stop and then slightly shorten all of your other ones, even things out a little bit more, and ultimately go a little bit quicker without worrying about fuel. That's one way of doing it.
Yeah, if you know you're definitely not going to make it, and you know you're just going to lose too much time to save that amount of fuel, as you're right, go flat out. Because at that point, you're going to gain more time from going flat out than still trying to kind of make it, and just to save 1 lap at the end. That 1 lap of fuel and the second or couple of seconds that's going to be is obviously less important than the time you'll gain from then doing 2 hours of pushing to the limit. So certainly you're right, and that is why you do have to think about the strategy. You've got to be on top of it, because you've got to know that. You've got to work out at some point, are we going to switch our strategy? Are we then going to start pushing to the end? Or are we still going to try and make that fuel stint work?
Absolutely. Into the final corner for Williams Esports. Now, Maciusz Norz at the wheel of that one for the moment. Earlier on, it was Kamil Grabowski, who's been an iRacing regular for years now. World Championship driver back in the day. Down on the brakes in towards turn number 1, more than a minute behind the current race leaders. As I mentioned earlier, we are waiting for those final pit stops at this stage, really, to quite work out where things are. In GT4, the gap between Movano and Fiercely Forward is closing anyway. 7 seconds now. Alvaro Gomez is being caught by Thomas O'Kala, and I get the feeling that we've been talking about the strategy between these two all day long, and the fact that Movano will have 8 laps less to put in terms of fuel at their final stop. There's the situation. You can see they need second in Movano, and it's just 7 seconds up the road, but they've got 8 laps less of fuel to put in than Pissy Forward at their final stop, which is coming up in 2 stops time. So that's a bit nervy, but they might be able to do this on the road anyway, because the gap is coming down.
And especially for Movano there, because they know, being 1 point behind SimRC as it stands, they want to stay in that position, of course, to keep their hopes alive. They want to gain that position, I say, because they want to keep their hopes alive, that they can actually do something about this and have control of their championship standings. So they want to be fighting this especially hard, because that 1 point will change very quickly, especially in this double point situation where it's pretty much 2 points position.
Yeah, 2 points of position for the normal point scale. So that means it's 4 points of position at the double points. And 2 points a little bit further down, depends where you are in the order. A little bit complicated to explain without a sheet of paper, but we think we know what we're doing. So, yeah, we do. We've got that up on the top right, by the way, is not someone inputting numbers. That is a computer. So we are going to be set straight by the computer if we get things wrong. You'll be glad to know at home. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing. It's foolproof, surely. So let's see. But 1 point is the gap at the moment. 5 points back to Urano. who are now only 58 seconds behind Scuderia Volpe Competizione. But as we just alluded to, they would only gain 2 points as a result of that overtake. And looking at that, it doesn't take a genius to work out that that's not going to do much for them right now.
Certainly not, but if issues happen, maybe, Fiercely Forwards do something crazy and get themselves a victory, not really too involved in the championship fight, that's going to be taking points off, and before you know it, those 2 points could become a very big factor. So yeah, let's see how that one works out. But as you say, we are waiting for some pit stops to exactly sort that one out. Still a couple of laps to go for those teams of SimRC and Fiercely Forward. First of all, will be coming in before SLC Movano, as you say, probably about 8 laps longer.
I just want to work out, because we've seen so many warnings for track limits today, I just want to work out and see where theirs came in. So the warning, you get a warning, just to explain to people who aren't aware, you get a warning when you get halfway towards a penalty here in this series. So there's a set number of off-tracks that you can get, and they're monitored by race control. Off-tracks are specifically monitored by race control. It's not an incident limit, as you would normally see in your regular R-racing sessions. It's monitored by race control. When you get to halfway towards a penalty, you get a warning from race control. That goes out to everybody, so everybody knows you're halfway. And then obviously the penalties are out to the world as well. Movano got their warning 5 hours, 47 minutes, 27 seconds into this race. So they were 12 and a half minutes short of making it to halfway with half of their off-tracks, which is also another cause for concern, I guess, for them over the final 2 hours 15, depending on how they've done over the last 4 hours. But of course we don't know that, and neither will the other teams.
Yes, that's an awkward one where, as you say, you go over halfway on the cuts before halfway in the race, because that means on average you're probably going to get the penalty before. But it is actually quite fun. Cuts are so funny though as a driver, because sometimes you might do a few stints like that towards the beginning of the race where you just cut, and then sometimes randomly you can go literally, 6 hours with getting not a single one. Sometimes in certain corners you're just so on the limit that if you just don't quite have the flow, you might be going those couple of millimeters too wide, and then sometimes you're just in that rhythm and you just know exactly what the car's doing. And the one Lewis McGlade will always go on about getting a 0 incident limit at Bathurst 12 Hour a couple of years ago as well. Of course, a little bit harder. Yeah, he and Dan Kell. I believe there's only 2 cars out of the whole Bathurst 12 Hour event. So obviously that's thousands. Only 2 cars got 0 incident points, and not only that, but I believe they won their split that year as well, which is.
I bet they did. No incidents.
Absolutely.
They just didn't drive.
Yeah, literally, which is quite something, especially around there with the walls, and maybe not track limits as such, but just as an example, it can happen where you just have those days where you're just in the zone, and just things like that just don't quite come into it. I do think if you start stressing about it, you almost get more cuts because you're thinking about it too much, and I don't know, that's I guess just the way the brain works.
Yeah, I think there might be a bit of truth to that though, in terms of the cut tracks and the off tracks, which I guess it would be called here on our racing. I do have another question about that though, about Lewis. How much driving did Dan Kell do? What percentage did he do? 11 hours or so?
Oh yes, because you're saying Lewis is going to bin it. I don't know. I'd assume it was pretty even. But yeah, I would say. Yeah, I'd say there's probably a little bit of luck that comes into that, especially around the mountain. But
I mean,
yeah,
Lewis was a good driver, by the way. He is.
So are you?
Still. I did beat him on Sunday, yeah. But that's partly down to you.
Oh, I may have taken him out.
Yes,
may.
This is a race that none of the audience were there for, so I apologise for that to everybody who's watching. But yes, I did beat Lewis McGlade and Cam in a race on Sunday.
We need to get you in the car, Ewan. You're a great commentator. You know a lot about everything. So if you're a great racer as well, that just ticks all the boxes.
I think my school teachers would disagree with a lot about everything. But I would like to a little bit. But yeah, it's not going to be anywhere near the level of these guys, I've got to say. Over well, any amount of practice I don't think would get me to that level quite in any amount of time. But there we are. Race leader in GT4, by the way, into the pit lane as I see Movano Corsa make their way to the top. Adam Isaacson still at the wheel there and will probably remain so after this one, and maybe until the end of the race now as well. Might be a bit of an awkward final driver change, but I think he's just about going to be able to make it on fuel there. 2 hours 12 to go. I reckon they might just be able to edge out 1 hour 7-ish on a stint, maybe.
Oh, absolutely. It's getting very close for Apex. They're down the inside of turn 10, and 996, 998 side by side up the hill. Definitely not leaving each other too much room as they try and battle their way through here, and just enjoying some nice side by side, which is always great to see between the cars, giving each other some respectful race. Of course, and they're not really on the same lap. Actually, looking at it, I believe they're actually a lap apart. So that's Apex trying to get a lap ahead. Interesting to be batting that much for that situation. Apex really one of the lower down cars in that class as it stands.
My timing screen's showing that they are on the same lap, so I think they are here at the moment. 75 car heads its way down the inside there in GT3. It's going to split them up here for good anyway. And by the way, Visceral Esports, currently being driven by Vince Peters. We're focusing in on red and black and white car right now. They were third in the championship standings coming into today. They've won a race back at Sebring. They've been on the podium 3 more times with a trio of third places, Spa, Monza and the Nordschleife. And for some reason it just has not clicked today. And their worst result so far is 4th place, but I don't think they've been in the top 5 so far today. I really can't figure out any reasons as to why, because they were in a Porsche Cup race, endurance race in Ivrea last weekend, where they were very competitive and got up to 2nd place despite a late safety car restart, starting them outside the top 10. They're in a good run of form as a team, but for some reason they've turned up here and they've been really far away from where you'd expect them to be.
I guess it's just one of those days where you say it is weird with as you're right, the run of form over the last couple of weeks and months has been going really well for this team. So they're definitely on the ball with that. Maybe, obviously, first race in the series. Are the drivers different maybe for this race in particular? I don't know, sometimes maybe just don't get a hold of the car at a certain track.
It does happen like that from time to time. Just under 9 seconds for the overall race lead, by the way, as we're nearing pit stops there. Although Alejandro Aventura Sanchez is losing time now to Dino Lombardi, certainly. And they're not far away from pit stops being made. About, well, maybe 7 laps away actually. 6 laps away maybe for Autos Esports here, because they are trying to get to the hour, of course. They're trying to catch Phil Denez all at the same time. Kanastik Kupanen close in. He's 46 seconds behind them. It's looking less and less likely as this goes on that Williams are actually going to win this race. I thought they were nailed on to win it earlier on. They weren't being challenged by MSI Esports, but it's changed around so much. I have to say I'd written off BS Turner and Autos Esports, but now they're both in it, and well, it's staying very, very close indeed. To have 4 cars separated by 3/4 of a minute after nearly 10 hours is, well, we can't be displeased with that.
And I guess at some point in the next pit stop, we're going to be seeing some driver stops potentially. A couple of hours to the end, a couple of stints for another driver. That could always be a factor in the speed and the driving of certain cars potentially, because a few tenths, as we've seen multiple times, quite matter. Just like there as well, BS Turner just sliding up past Carbon there, out of turn 8, which is always an interesting corner in traffic, being a little kink. You want to try and keep it flat out, but certainly working out and then diving it down the inside there, past a couple of other cars of traffic and working out quite nicely. And that is why some tenths matter very, very importantly around here, especially with traffic, because sometimes you feel like the traffic is just not coming to you at the right times. But if you think about it, if you were there either a couple of tenths earlier or a couple of tenths later, your experience would be quite a lot different.
That certainly would. We've got 10 official retirements now in this race, by the way. Louis Nasser is indeed officially out of this one for Williams Esports. That's our 3rd GT3 retirement of the day. And that is That's it for them. Alexander Bird is on pit lane right now. The only GT3 to do so. I think I just caught a glimpse of Harvu there just up in front of them as well. I'm not sure whether that could be another GT3 retirement soon, but just seeing that car is still receiving repairs, if indeed that's what it is. But there's Pitikainen at the wheel there, and I'm not entirely sure whether they'll be returning.
Yeah, I was just going to say they're 30 laps down, so not really having the best day. And I don't know if it's that car or their sister car as well, but I've seen definitely that Harvu car, maybe both of them actually, just off the track quite a few times in replays over the course of the race. So they haven't enjoyed, their race too much. But sometimes it just does be like that, unfortunately, in endurance racing. So certainly a difficult day. But it's good to see at least that they're still there, and I guess they might just see roughly where they are and how exactly it stands once their repairs are finished.
We'll see if we can get them to the end of the race, or at least cross the line at the end of the race. As we mentioned earlier on, you don't need to be running at the end to score points. I think any team that's less than 100 laps down, so Impulse might just have been able to drive to 60% mark and then parked it. Same for Williams Esports. Maybe Harvu will do the same as well here. SEK Racing still in the pit lane in GT4, and they really have had quite the day so far. Frank Schlofferman at the wheel now for them in 8th place. 3 laps in front of Urano Esports. I don't know if you saw earlier on, Cam, but the incident with them on pit lane was, it's shaped this GT4 race and possibly the season in GT4 really. Just a bit of contact on pit lane between SEK Racing and Urano Esports, and the whole complexion of everything has changed really. It's set Urano back all these laps, and they're still feeling the effects of it about 8 or 9 hours later.
Where exactly, I missed that. Where exactly was the contact though? Was it not during, obviously it wasn't during the ghosted element of the pit lane?
So Urano Esports were serving a penalty in the penalty box. Obviously, as I thought as well, I thought you could go through people through the penalty box as well, but evidently not. SEK Racing thought that you could and drove straight into the side of Urano Esports and gave them 30 minutes of optional repairs and about 12 of mandatory ones. I'm not sure how many of the optionals they took, but they certainly took. They had to take all the required repairs, of course, and got back out there as quickly as possible. I thought it was ghosted everywhere, apart from the fast lane in racing, but evidently not. The penalty box on the right-hand side is not ghosted, and that was close into the final corner. Everybody just about got through there without issue somehow.
That's a tricky place to have contact as well. The Visceral car could have easily gone light around a corner like that. Of course, it is fast corner, so there's been quite a bit of downforce on the car, but still getting a nudge from the rear can always be a little bit unsettling. That's the MSI car, isn't it? Just having a little bit too much speed. They definitely saw the car coming, but I guess they also were trying to block off Byler a little bit naturally, but almost causing a crash. And just a bit of contact though, and hopefully that doesn't hinder Visceral too much, because they are still in that very close battle with the Apex Academy team just in behind them at the back of the screen there as well. So certainly a very close battle, and just these little things here and there can always swap them around very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I didn't really realise that battle was still going to continue on actually, but it has done. But Manuel Kubo Torres closing in on Vince Peters again. And that fight for 10th place. It is bizarre to see those teams fighting for 10th place when they are 3rd and 4th in the championship coming into today, but these things do happen from time to time. GT4 leader in then, SLC Movano Corsa, with the best final stop in terms of its strategy of anyone inside the top 3. They'll be pitting latest. They can certainly make it on one more stop after this one, and they'll be very pleased about that indeed. We'll see if there's a driver change for the final couple of stints here. Tommaso Carlo has been at the wheel there for a little while now, and so Lorenzo Manfredotti is going to get at the wheel for one final time. He'll be back out there again soon. And we'll see whether they can catch fiercely forward on the circuit or whether they're going to do them with their pit strategy or both here in the remainder of this race. It doesn't matter which way they do it, they just need that second place.
Certainly, and it was getting very close, and certainly I'd say almost guaranteed to have a battle by the end of the race, as we're also getting Williams Esports in from the 992 category as well. We were mentioning this a little bit earlier, how it got to a point where a lot of the gaps are 25 seconds odd. You look at the front of GT3, 9 seconds. You look at the 992 category as well. Obviously, I think Johannes still needs to make a pit stop, but still 5 seconds there. A lot of the gaps are starting to close up, and strategies are starting to work their way into each other, which is really great to see, especially as we're getting towards the final couple of hours. And this is really a tense point for the strategists working out exactly the best time to pit and if they need to save any more fuel.
Yeah, certainly. That's the key. I do think that, well, if the top two in 992 do have 2 stops remaining each, then at the very least, Team 75's stop is going to be load shorter than Urano Esports. So the fact that it is 5 seconds may be slightly misleading. However, it's still good to see as we've got smoke at turn 7. Not sure what that was for. Couldn't see anybody off on the gravel track there. But looks like... Oh, did everything continue on well? I think so. I think everyone's still running. Possibly. Yeah, I think so. So not sure quite what that was all about down there at turn 7, but clearly something into that corner for somebody. Not entirely sure who for, but either way. Autos Esports into the pit lane then. 2 hours, 1 minute remaining in this race for Tino Lombardi. Another 37 lap stint from them, which is a good couple of laps longer than you'd really expect these GT3s to go. They've done a very good job here in the final 4 hours or so, or in the final half of this race, to save enough fuel to make sure they don't have to make an extra stop today. They've cut out that splash and dash by saving 2 laps a stint basically, and you'd hope now that they're almost there. They can maybe start to open the taps a little bit more and use a bit more pace. I think they'd still have to save 1 lap of fuel on this stint, and the last one as well maybe, but it would be good to see them use a bit of pace because they've been held back for so long now.
Yeah, you'd hope that they would be able to, as you say, only do 1 lap this stint, because that extra lap will of course be a few tenths here and there that they wouldn't want to be losing, of course. But certainly that is looking pretty good for them, as you say, getting rid of the splash and dash. But this battle still continuing though in the 992s, which is great to see, of course. But Apex trying to get closer and closer, but they've been there for quite a while now, and it gets to a point where you sort of stagnate in a battle a little bit. That's Manuel Torres, and just ahead of him is Vince Peters as well. They've been close for quite a while. But as I said, sometimes it does get to a point where you sort of lose that momentum. If you're catching up to a driver, you want to try and get past quickly because you have that momentum. Once you get stuck behind them, you get into their pace a little bit, you get into exactly their traffic, and you sort of get the second pickings of it. So it can be a little bit more awkward if you start sitting there for a while.
You can. The driver in front of you can get very comfortable as well, which is never a good thing. You want to make them as uncomfortable as possible, really, when you're behind them. Not in a bad way, as if you're going to serve them off the road, but you just want to make them look in their mirrors into each braking zone. Just look to where you are and worry a little bit about what you're going to do in terms of trying to make a move over the next few moments. But when you do spend so long behind someone, it does become difficult to do. We've been following this battle for a little while now, though, and this does look like the closest it's been for a very long time. Apex Racing Academy surely with an attempt soon. There's another look down the inside at turn 5. It's half-hearted though, and it's never going to come off.
Yeah, that was not really an actual opportunity, but we saw this also in this category a little bit earlier as well. You've got to be almost making the driver ahead make a mistake. It's very difficult to do so just with the slipstream and that sort of stuff. So you've got to be putting the pressure on the car ahead. And it was the Wake Italy car, I believe, that was the one making mistakes at that time, so I was able to get through. And that's exactly what Torres needs to do. He needs to be sort of looking down the inside and trying to make Peters just go offline a little bit in a way that he can slide his Apex car through. But it's not easy to do so. As you say, you get a little bit comfortable when you're in a sort of circle battle like this for quite a while when the cars are just sort of half a second back. You get used to the fact that they're there and the pressure goes away a little bit, but for sure we're getting into the final 2 hours now, and that pressure will build up once again. Torres not quite close enough this time around, I don't think, for a run into turn 1, but certainly needs to sit there and keep putting the pressure on.
It's good to have a bit of time on board here to really see how the two cars are behaving as well. Later on the brakes from Torres down in towards turn number 1. Closes in on Peters, but more flowing run through the corners for the Belgian in front. Now through turn 4. Gets it up into 4th gear, through there, and a little bit of a run. But into the braking zone, no chance. Now there was a half chance down here at 5 last lap. A bit of second gear for some front end bite there from Torres, but not really the exit. It's going to have to be a late one if he goes for it down the hill here, and he's not going to. He's just too far back. He'll continue to apply the pressure and probably look to head to those lap cars maybe for his next chance at going through.
Yeah, lap cars are a great way to do that because it can slow down the car ahead if they don't need them at the exact time, and you're still then coming in at full speed and you have an opportunity. But you have to judge it though. You don't want to be taking out either car ahead as you're trying to dive. Actually, this is a good run now, coming towards turn 10. Have half a look down the inside, and actually Peters lets him go. Definitely a bit of a lift off there. Could be just to do with the fuel saving measures that they might be doing, but Torres deciding not to lift off that time around at least and getting through. But that was definitely a nice easy one for him.
Well, fuel saving or not, that was the golden opportunity for Apex Racing Academy, and it wasn't an opportunity they were going to miss. Up into the top 10 they go. Still a lap down on the leaders in this category, but they are at least through and up a place. Onto the front straight. They're not halted by the geodesic Mercedes up in front, and so they should be able to drive away now, although they did seem quite evenly matched earlier on with their pace. Phil Denez is into the pit lane then. Alejandro Ave Sanchez has also been in for MSI Esports while we were watching that fight. Nearly 27 seconds behind Lombardi. I'd expect Denez to be somewhere in the middle of that 20-second gap between Lombardi and Copeland at the moment, which will become the gap for... well, Willie, let's see. He's still in pit lane right now, but he's quite close to coming out. There he goes, now on his way from second place. It's actually Joshua Anderson who's now at the wheel in the 96. Off on their way they go. That's going to be the final driver change of the day, and almost right in the middle of that gap. So the gap between Williams, BS Turner and Autos Esports pretty much equidistant in between the three of them, and 10 seconds apart is where they find themselves with an hour 55 to go, and most of them with one stop to go, but the race leaders with 2 stops remaining. And you can't imagine that 10-second gap is going to be enough anymore. This time 2 hours ago that gap was nearly half a minute longer.
Yeah, it's definitely swung in the way of BS Turner, and as we have been saying actually the last half hour or so, it's definitely swung, the race has swung away from Williams. That 10-second gap, as you say, is not going to be enough to do anything about, because you have to think as well, even though their physical stop is going to be shorter, they also have to drive through the pit lane an extra time, which of course is 15, 20, 30 seconds, however long this exact pit lane is. So that's definitely not going to be enough, and even might drop them down out of second place as well. So maybe this extra stop strategy isn't going to work out, because if you're doing it, you have to go fast, and as it stands, a lot of time that we're looking, BS Turner are doing faster lap times.
They certainly are. Now, them dropping to third, Williams Esports, would only be a problem if MSI win this race. And at present, that is not happening, with MSI down in fourth. Even if MSI finished first and Williams dropped all the way to fourth, it still wouldn't matter. They would still be crowned champions. We are back to GT4 then, where Fiercely Forward are battling with SRC Movano Corsa, and right now SimRC are the biggest Fiercely Forward fans you've ever met, because they want SRC Movano Corsa to stay in third and give them a championship. in that Aston Martin and possibly make it 3 championships out of 4. There's the situation. 1 point in it right now, but with this overtake, it would be in the hands of SRC Movano Corsa, and right now in the hands of Lorenzo Manfredotti, who we're riding on board with.
And it's especially important because Sim RC can do no more. Leading the race, they can't get any more points. That is the maximum for them. It's completely out of their hands. So SRC Movano, they've got just under 2 hours to find a way past, and it's definitely looking likely for them. It was about 7 seconds or so last time we checked in with this battle, but they do have so much traffic. GT3 cars coming past them at this moment. Going to break that up, but definitely got a lot of time to find the best and safest way past, because not only do they need to get past, they need to do it without getting a penalty and without risking not even being in this position at all.
Dear me, that could have gone very awkward. Bit of side-to-side contact with the 91 and the MSI Esports TCR, and that all of a sudden, I think we may well have put the RaceSpotTV curse on this battle, actually, looking at it now, because we've extended it by 2 seconds, but just by looking at it there. Alvar Gomez is going to be very pleased with us, I'd imagine. But Movano, maybe not so much. These things happen though in traffic, and they've got to console themselves with the fact that Gomez will experience traffic like that again at some point throughout this race as well.
Yeah, it's always good when we jump onto a battle and it just magically opens up, but that is the way that race goes. Especially when you're in not the top category. This is obviously the 3rd out of 4. You have so many cars coming past you that it just gets a little bit awkward. Sometimes you have to compromise your own line, your own space, and it can spread things out. But the way it's been going, on average, we are definitely seeing Movano get closer and closer. So this battle is certainly one to look out for. Maybe not this second, but definitely in the next sort of maybe half hour or so. That's going to be coming to a very important point.
Certainly is. As we mentioned, this fight changing championship positions here, and as I mentioned earlier on, the current situation that Urano need to be in 7th place as a result of where we are right now. If Movano get up to 2nd, Urano need to be in 6th place, so it would very much change around very, very quickly if that pass were to happen. And I guess there's already an example with Wave Italy Racing Team down the inside of Fiercely Forward there. And we've already seen an example of traffic slowing them up. But I don't think the traffic is even what matters too much right now. It's just a case of pace for Movano. And it looks like they've got more than the Mercedes in front of them.
Certainly do. Been catching and catching, and you get to this point as well where you just get that extra bit of motivation, and that can always add the extra 10th here or there. Then and vice versa, Fiercely Forward might be looking in the mirrors, missing some apexes that little bit more than they would want, and it doesn't take much to lose a tenth. We sometimes talk about, a car's maybe 1 or 2 tenths slower here or there, but it's so easy to lose that time. You really have to be on the limit in these cars, especially at the level of racing we are, and the high level of competition that we have nowadays. So many drivers here well above 7k, even 8k I rating as well, and even some drivers up in towards the 10ks as well. Such high level competition, you just can't be making any sort of mistakes in close battles.
No, you certainly can't. Overall race leader, right, by the way, he's got 9,600 I rating, 9,500 Asti Kupanen. Very scary stuff, to be honest. Getting to 10,000 used to be a really quite hallowed ground, but they're becoming more and more common as we go along these days. Alvar Gomez heads down the inside of another touring car, and another Sim RC car comes up behind them as well. Just passes the Movano car, now Fiercely Forward as well. So the traffic is negotiated once more, but another lap car separating the two of them once again. They're just about half a minute off of Sim RC, who will have a bit of a longer stop compared to Movano, but it's only going to be 5 laps more fuel that they put in. I think that near 30-second gap will just about be enough for Sim RC to win the race. The question more lies with the championship.
and that is there still has quite a bit of unknowns in some places as well, which is what we like, where you have a season coming to an end and you still don't know quite who is going to win. Of course, we're helped with the points format as such. And how many points are being on offer here today. But of course, with the other races of the season being a 6-hour, we'd have been packed up 4 hours ago. But no, we are still going, and we still need quite a few questions to be answered by the time we get towards the end of this race. But there is the drive that we really need to focus on in many ways over the course of the next part of the race. But that battle definitely has frizzled out for the time being. But definitely, when you can see the car ahead, the battle is always on.
Certainly is, and motivation will be high with Lorenzo Manfredotti right now. We're going to go on board with him for the next few moments as he tries to chase down second place and tries to chase down a title here at the 24H Series Esports Championship finale. Still just under 2 hours to go in Barcelona. We're on board with the SLC Movano Corsa Mercedes, and this is RaceSpotTV Fan Immersion. back at Barcelona for the final just over 100 minutes in the 24-8 Series Esports season for 2022-23. I'm Ian O'Leary alongside Cameron Roger, Connery Maddock pushing the buttons behind the scenes, and it's great to be here. Battle for second in GT4, a very important one and a very interesting one, an interesting ride on board with Lorenzo Manfredotti there, Cam. It was good to watch, good to listen to as well. We call it RaceSpotTV fan immersion, but it could also be called traffic frustration, because that's what he was feeling for a good part of that on board.
Yeah, certainly was, and that just shows you how crucial traffic is, especially around this track at Barcelona. It's not the easiest multicast track in the world, especially when you're trying to get past the car in front of you, and a position that could mean the title as well. As we were mentioning just before the break, if they get that position, then they win the championship. There's no more that Sim RC can do. They are leading the race already. They can't get any more points, so that place is crucial. We did see a lot of fuel saving though. So that is certainly something to think about anyway when we get to the final pit stops. Even if maybe the laps don't change, they're going to be potentially refueling less.
They already will be refueling less, which is why I was even more surprised to hear so much fuel saving going on there. So I don't know why they would do that, but because they're already in a good situation there. They're 7 laps better off than Fiercely Forward and 5 laps better off than Sim RC. But remains to be seen just who can make it here in GT4 and who cannot. Anybody stopping now, I mean, any of the classes can't make it to the end without stopping again, even in the TCR category, where over the next half an hour we will be seeing the final stops of the day, even for those machines. Unfortunately, it does seem that lap 1, turn 1 incident seems to have maybe settled this race down in the TCR category. Still, a lot to discuss though in GT4. As we've mentioned, there's a big gap to the teams behind here, so it's not like Movano are going to lose any more positions, but then again, that doesn't really matter too much, especially not to Sim RC really. It's very much a case of moving forward here, because as we've mentioned time and again, third is not enough for them, and that might be a bit bizarre to say. Third's a good result, but it isn't enough for them right now.
Yeah, and that just shows you how close the championship can be, and the extra couple of points here or there are going to be a big difference, but it's always a frustrating one where you are still in a good position and it's not quite enough. But the points being so exaggerated in this race compared to others definitely helps that. With the jumps being even bigger, but for sure not the nicest position to be in, because at the end of the day you just generally want to do the best result that you can, and sometimes you'd be happy with a third place, but if it's going to lose you the championship, then maybe not indeed. But this battle is getting closer once again, the one that we've seen on the screen, have done for the last few laps, and I've been trying to think about why they do that much fuel save, but they're fuel saving and they're still catching, so at that point you might as well fuel save, because any fuel saving you do is always going to be a benefit later down the road, and especially in these races where we don't get cautions. So you're just putting yourself in an even more positive situation to save maybe an extra lap, and especially now with the slipstream.
We're just past 5:30 in Barcelona now, and the sun starting to go from its height down and set a little bit. Here goes SRC Movano Corsa to the inside at turn number 1, and Lorenzo Manfredotti has got that position. Up they go, and into championship winning position they go as well. 3 points separate themselves from Sim RC, but that second place is exactly where they need to be, and they're back in the position. The only thing that could spoil this now for them is Urano getting up into 6th position, which at 4 laps behind does not look likely.
Certainly doesn't, and that was just a nice, fairly comfortable move as well into turn 1, which is exactly what they wanted. So I do think Manfredotti there just waiting for a nice opportunity, to be fair. I don't think he wanted to do anything too crazy. Sat there for the last 5-10 laps or so, eyed up the opportunity, and actually making it stick, but the battle is not over, of course, and that position could easily swap back around, and yeah, stranger things have happened for sure, so definitely keep your eye on this battle. But as it stands, 3 points will be the margin for Movano Corsa there from Sim RC, who would still be jumping up from 5th place before the day into 2nd in the championship, which is still very respectable.
It is. And there's, as you mentioned, there's just not a lot they can do from that situation. They're half a minute up in front. I guess the one thing they can do in the final hour is pull a full 2016 Lewis Hamilton and just try and slow them down. However unethical you think that is at home, make your own mind up on that one. But that's the only thing they can do pretty much, and try and back them into Firsty Forward. But I can't see that happening really. Sim RC unlikely to do that, I would say. Firsty Forward though may well come back at them, or will they? I think this is smart from the 434 team, because they already don't have the fuel advantage. They now don't have track position. I don't think it's much use fighting over this one. They might as well try and gain some of that fuel back.
That's true, especially with how long is left in the race. If that was only obviously 20 minutes, changes the position. But if they can sit there for, obviously they'll need a pit stop in that time, but if they sit there for the next hour and get some of that back, then maybe they can work something into that. I guess their issue is that they're only really sort of half hour, 40 minutes away from pit stop, and therefore that all the saving that they need to do needs to be in that time. But for sure, it wouldn't be a good time. It wouldn't be a bad time to do that, purely with how close they're staying.
It is staying very close indeed, and that is well, good for us. We're enjoying this battle for 2nd place right now. Certainly the closest we have out there on the circuit, although there are a couple of other ones that may well develop in the next few moments. Down the inside for Pure Sims Esports, and a big lift from Firsty Forward. And Alvar Gomez, who's still trailing Manfredotti here, through 10 and 11 into 12. And unlike on other layouts, the circuit continues flowing nicely through the final couple of corners now, which is of course different to what we've seen in previous years, as we've spoken about many times before. Into the final turn, a nice line actually from Gomez. He's right in the slipstream here. He might well go for it again with one of the GT3s right behind him. And now is he going to use that GT3 maybe for a bit more slipstream as he pulls out here, or is he going to get into the back of Movano? He is, and he's just going to lift off and save the fuel. So we're expecting there to be around 20-30 minutes until that final pit stop now for Firsty Forward. They clearly want to save as much fuel as possible before that final stop, and I think they will need it.
And that's the smartest thing to do, just getting any offset back. Of course, with Movano having a shorter pit stop as it stands, of course they're not going to be able to save all of that, but if they can do anything to get that back and just be more on par, that's going to work out in their benefit, because once they do the pit stop, Movano are going to be a few seconds up the road, and it's going to be difficult for them to come back from that. So yeah, any second or so that they can save now in the fuel time is just effectively seconds off their race. So this is definitely the smartest thing for them to do. Albeit very frustrating, but sometimes you've got to play smart to come out on top.
Certainly do. And that's exactly what Alvar Gomez is doing right now. In case you're wondering, by the way, Firsty Forward not involved in the championship fight here today. They started the day down in 12th. Their best result was a top 5 back at Sebring. Which is feeling like a long time ago for them. They are reigning champions in the GT4 class of the HyperX Club Sport Series in Ivory, so they do know what they're doing, and they did absolutely dominate that season as well. Though it's not a class they're unfamiliar with, but they've just not had the rub of the green this season. Out the final corner again, and this is good news for Gomez. Well, we're not seeing him actually make moves, we're not seeing him even attempt to make them. His line through the final corner is really good, and his run off of the corner is very good every time as well. Obviously the slipstream is going to help him no matter what his run is, but his line is very nice through that final turn, and that is difficult to achieve sometimes when you are following someone as closely as he is doing.
And just advocating the removal of the chicane as well. I'm definitely loving this final couple of corners that we have now, because as much as the final corner physically hasn't changed. The way you go into it has completely changed. Before, it was pretty much just a flat-out kink, or at least pretty much flat-out kink for pretty much every car that you would go to around this track. But now, the fact that you're coming into it with so much more speed, you can have different lines. You see some drivers going over that anti-cut curb, the yellow curb we were mentioning earlier as well. You see some drivers keeping it a bit tighter. You can then have some differences in the corners as well. Maybe some drivers take too much speed, then they lose that momentum out of it. It certainly adds a little bit of an extra twist to that corner, whereas going for a clumsy chicane. So definitely working out pretty well so far from what we've seen this race, and definitely enjoying that corner being back and really working out well for this battle, at least at the moment.
Well, I think it might be about to be split up here, not at turn 10, but at turn 12 by German Sim Racing, and Gomez knows that, so he's sacrificed his run really, because he knows he's going to get dived anyway. They're both going to go wide through here, they are, and maybe Gomez was trying to follow the Lamborghini through, not quite, side by side. Well, wasn't quite expecting this into turn 12, but Manfredotti there knew exactly what to do. He wasn't going to hang it around the outside there. Do not risk contact, whatever you do. Fall back into line and then you can get him later, but do not spin or get into contact, for goodness sake.
Yeah, keep yourself out of any danger, that is for sure. I am surprised though to see Fiercely Forward there going back past, because we thought they were field saving. So, but a bit of an interesting one. They didn't have to go for that overtake. For sure they had a bit of a run, but you know, throttle goes both ways. You don't have to go flat out so early on the exit. Could have just easily slipped in behind, but definitely they obviously want to keep that open for now, and that just makes it a little bit harder for Movano, because they might be slightly surprised by that tactic as we are.
Well, I do wonder whether they looked behind them, saw all the traffic that was coming up on them, and decided that it's better to be in front for this bit, and so far that's really paid off, because once again Movano have been really wronged in the traffic, not because anyone's done anything wrong, but because they've just not had the look through here. Through comes the overall race leader, who is being caught right now, by the way. Joshua Anderson is losing time. The gap less than 4 seconds to Dino Lombardi, who is closing for Autos Esports. Apex Racing Academy split the GT4 battle. Sim RC continue to extend their lead as a result of this. There's Lombardi in the Porsche. There is the point situation. You can see Williams and MSI separated by only 4 points right now. And MSI, if they were to be able to get through, if they were able to get up into second place, then they would win on countback, having won more races this season. They've won 2. Oh, excuse me, Williams would win a countback, wouldn't they? So they do need a bit more than that, MSI. I thought it was in favour of MSI. There's just down the inside of the final turn, and they'll finally go through on Fiercely Forward as well. But it is bizarre how Movano seem to lose out every time there's a bit of traffic really in this battle.
I wonder if that is luck, or is there some driver talent there? Maybe I don't know. Maybe Fiercely Forward just finding the way and maybe not compromising themselves in so much situation. But then Movano do need to be a little bit more conservative when it comes to this, because they still have an hour and a half to make the overtake. And of course that will quickly go down though if they don't start at least thinking about it, and we know they're going to have a shorter stop, but they definitely want to be slightly on that conservative mark, because they do need to be making sure that they can have a solid nice overtake during the pit stop phase, and hopefully pull away after that.
Close moment into turn 5 there for Dino Lombardi as he makes his way down the inside of the Apex 992 Porsche up to the top of the hill at turn 9. Committed again, as they have been for more than 300 laps now. SCK Racing going to be negotiated down here into turn 10 as well, with a late dive on the brakes. And at the start of this stint, the gap was 10 seconds. We're halfway through it. The gap now down to 4. I reckon by the end of the stint, judging by the simple mathematics, judging by the end of the stint, with about 10 minutes to go, we are going to get a fight between BS Turner and Autos Esports, because first of all, Lombardi looks very, very quick, as he has done all day long, and maybe Anderson not quite as quick as Phil Denez was in that leading car.
Yeah, that's always a factor that I personally worry about as a driver, because generally, I'm not the fastest driver in the world, so generally when I come to endurance racing, I'm one of the slower ones of the team, and that is always something in my head thinking about, because even if it is just a couple of tenths, that can always matter. I mean, you were saying earlier on when it was about at the 300 lap mark, one of the teams we were working out on average was a couple of tenths laps slower, and at that point they were a minute behind. So it definitely does make a big difference, and that's why these top teams always try and sign as many good drivers as they can, because you want to be having your average, of course, as high as possible. It's not the days where you can just have one standout driver pulling you along, such as the high-level competition, but it's certainly, at least that battle that we were just watching was certainly going towards Altis, but just being spread up a little bit by some traffic.
Now this is a good fight. There's only one pit stop to go here between these two. Kamil Grabowski has a full service to do, or near enough, and Vlad Kimichev has very much less than that, 6 laps less than that to take here of a service. So there is a pit stop difference here, but Urano may be able to battle their way through nevertheless. It is a tall order for them to get the championship from here, but you never know. If Urano really go on a tear in the final few moments of this one, they could get to challenge for podium places and maybe even the race as well. It does seem we're having a classic moment in the final 2 hours of an endurance race here. All of a sudden, everybody's together again, and we're having quite a lot of battles all at once now.
Yeah, it's weird how that works. It doesn't matter the length of the race, as long as the teams are out there, they seem to come back towards each other, which is great to see, of course. As you never want to see the race just spread out. You want it to come back to a head. And talk about spreading out that battle. Fiercely Ford just overtaking there, definitely getting away from Ivano slightly in the background. But Kimichev there getting past and trying to hunt down that Williams car. But of course, that isn't going to be the easiest battle in the world. And last lap around, Kimichev was actually just a couple of tenths slower, but traffic, of course, impeding that a little bit.
Now, speaking about R rating earlier on, by the way, Vlad Kimichev's also got 10,000. R rating, which is a very famed number, of course. I believe his teammate Alexei Nezov has as well, but I don't think he drives in this series. He obviously does a lot of driving elsewhere for Urano Esports instead. Down the inside they go. One of the slower cars into turn 5. Grabowski continues to try and keep them at bay, but this is a really congested part of the order. Down the inside of somebody in towards turn 7. And that's put a bit of distance between Grabowski and Kimichev through turn 9. And now they're going to get caught up really in the final sector, I think. It's a little bit narrow through there, and it's going to be a little bit difficult to negotiate these couple of cars that are up in front right now. I'm trying to see just who it is for the moment, but can't currently. There it is. It's one of the Mercedes GT4s. SCK Racing, but I think they'll both be able to get this car on the straight, and maybe Grabowski's going to be just slowed through the final turn to allow Kimichev to get in. Well, not quite close enough for that to happen, so he's going to have to wait that little bit longer, but now there's going to be same class lap traffic, which is even more awkward.
Yeah, when obviously you'll probably have a little bit of time, because there's probably a reason why their laps are probably slower than you. However, it just makes it that little bit more difficult, of course, because it takes longer to catch up to them, and then obviously you're so close in the corners that often they can actually just hinder you a little bit, even if they do then go on to let you by. So certainly not the nicest thing in the world, but that Williams car certainly looking in a very strong position. They are faster than the car ahead as well, Phoenix Racing. So really enjoying that speed as it stands, but they are looking in their mirror all the time with Kimichev right there. But I guess one issue for them, as you're mentioning, is the fuel difference, because where Kimichev is at the moment, he will be coming out ahead with a shorter pit stop.
Certainly, they can't afford to say no to tail like this. We've got Phoenix Racing Esports in second place right now. They'll be pitting soon, and I do wonder whether they've got a splash and dash coming here. Just depends how far they can go. We'll wait and see how many laps they'll have on this stint here, but they're coming up towards the end of lap 33 now in that car. As there's a big time. Oh my word, Kamil Grabowski! Use your brakes, for goodness sake. The Movano car very much had to get out of the way of that one, and that may be looked at by the stewards, maybe a warning or something, because Kamil Grabowski sent it there at turn 10.
Well, yeah, way too late. Lifted off, actually. Trying to do some fuel saving. And as you say, didn't hit the brakes at the right time. I think very lucky there that the Movano car was looking, because that could have been a very big accident. A very important accident as well, because Urano could, of course, been caught up in that. But I think maybe also just realising how close Urano's getting does need to start taking some risks, like with Carbon just ahead. I could be diving, not quite this time around, but maybe having to go through at some all good points. And when you start doing that, the risk level just keeps on increasing.
Right on the outside through turn 3, it's going to have to be on Carbon, who get a little bit of a wiggle on the inside of turn 3. Urano going to go the other side. Has that allowed them to get any closer? Well, maybe, but not by too much. I've had no penalties in for a while, by the way. Last time penalty that was assigned was for something that happened nearly an hour and a half ago now, so that's another thing that you get towards the end of these endurance races. The stewards have had pretty much all day of going through incidents and looking at things. Things starting to quieten out now, even though we are getting some more fights towards the end here. Everybody's strategies converging, and there's an exciting finish coming up here for a number of these battles.
Yeah, absolutely is, which is great to see. And yeah, it's just always nice when you get the on-track battles, and it's not just strategic battles. You want to see some side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel racing. And I've actually just noticed at the top left of your screen, Altis Esports now 2.5 seconds behind BS Turner. That battle's getting closer. That 1 point a couple laps ago, that was about 4.5 seconds. So that is certainly an important one as well. Joshua Anderson leading the way there for BS Turner. Needs to be trying to keep that pace up. But last lap around, Lombardi gained almost a second. But on your screen, though, is Urano getting closer, getting slipstream down the front straightaway.
Here we go. There is once more lap traffic involvement, but it's a TCR that will be out of the way by turn 1. Grabowski weaving to try and eliminate the slipstream. He's still lifting off and fuel saving. I don't think there was much lifting off from Black Kimichev there as he cuts in front, and he did take a bit of a risk there to chop off the nose of the Williams Esports car at turn 2, but he is through onto the provisional podium for Urano Esports, and this is the advantage with their strategy. Kimichev has made an extra stop today compared to Williams Esports, but he's just able to go quicker more often in this race because he's not particularly worried about fuel at all.
Yeah, it's worked out pretty well, especially if that is the case, making some extra stops. You can just be more aggressive, really. You can hear that Williams car still saving the fuel and trying to continue that, but of course losing out in the battle, really. Sometimes when you are in a battle, though, you have to avoid lifting and coasting for a couple of corners, but if they are still doing that while in a battle, then they must be right on the limit, surely.
Yeah, it's certainly the case. Just under 80 minutes to go. Now I wonder if this battle is only going to go one way from here, or whether Grabowski can come back towards the red machine in front. A little bit more traffic. Another TCR. But the TCRs must all be in one section of the course here, because we've seen at least 3 or 4 of them in the last couple of moments while following this battle. Oh, it goes into the pit lane. Not even going to affect them at all. That might have opened the door actually for Grabowski there, but the pit stop there may have taken a chance away from him.
Has come back to a battle a little bit further down. This is for P6 in your GT3 class. Pure Sims and Alexander Bird leading the way. They've got the ASR times Able Racing, Able Esports, just in behind them. 3/10 as it stands. They've got a big gap ahead of them, so they've got nothing else to worry about apart from the battle on your screen. And Sassy getting a bit closer. Last lap around, just 1/10 of a second. 1 second between these cars as well. So definitely Pure Sims not having the best run of it this time around. So they need to be trying to hold that speed. Otherwise, you've got ASR coming straight past them.
And don't forget, this is the ASR Able Esports Porsche that was leading early on in this one. We've got a meatball flag and had a 2-minute stop, lost a lap earlier on. And they're still a lap down right now. It just once again makes you wonder where they would have been without those problems. Down late on the brakes as we see BS Turner. Are they in the pit lane? or off the road. I think they're off the road here. They've lost the lead somehow. And Josh Anderson suddenly behind Dino Lombardi. And it is off the road at the penultimate turn. There's been an incident here. Autos Esports are slowing as well. Something is ongoing as Lombardi slows. What has gone on here? The Urano GT4's in the background too. There's another exchange of the lead and Anderson's back in front. This is all very bizarre.
I wonder, was that Autos giving the place in some gentlemanly way? Or, I don't know, let's find out. Up here into the penultimate corner, big contact on the back of Seybold there, and that is going to allow Autos to come through. Almost contact between them. That is a very dangerous part of the track to be spinning around. Anderson misjudging a couple of situations there. Let's see again. Contact already between the two.
He did it already at turn 10, and then hits the back of the Seybold Esports Porsche just squarely at turn 12. So this is all fine. The Porsche's very quick though. He just drives into it, and then Autos come through, and it's good avoid. Oh my goodness! Autos Esports into the wall as well. Wow, this is quite astonishing. Both of the leaders have gone around for spins and contacts, so that's where Autos Esports lost the lead. I don't think they were giving it over. They just were getting going again from a basic stop there, whereas BS Turner took it normally, more or less. And now we've got to wonder, is there any damage on either of these cars? And have Williams Esports just been handed this?
Crikey, that I didn't realise there was going to be such a big crash in the end for Autos as they dive up the inside of that same corner. One lap later, still the marks in the grass from where they went, but that could be game-changing, and that just shows you why one overtake is so important. That's why you have to be concentrating. Josh Anderson completely misjudged that one. I don't know why he's still looking up the inside there, because it obviously wasn't going to happen there through turn 12. Really, yeah, just so much risk, especially when you're in this part of the race. Unfortunately for Autos though, if they have, because that's quite a big hit from them, if they have so much damage, they might not actually be able to fight this BS car for the lead.
Maybe not. Just over 2.5 seconds now is the gap. It was a 45.2 on the last lap, and only 42.0 from Anderson. We'll get a better opportunity to see what their lap times are this time around. Yeah, that's maybe the best news Williams Esports have had in a while. Just over half a minute back to them. And their last pit stop will be shorter, so maybe we'll get 3 cars involved, maybe 4 with MSI Esports. To have 4 cars separate by 33 seconds at this stage is still absolutely fantastic, by the way, because we're nearly 11 hours in. But Lombardi looks like he's damaged here. The gap's over 3 seconds, and before that incident, he was catching Anderson quite quickly.
Yeah, such a shame. Big hit on the front as well, so I guess maybe some top speed damage not helping that. And also absolutely flying over those curbs, or the cones I should say, by the pit entry. Yeah, just such a wrong place, wrong time moment. It's so weird how racing works sometimes. Imagine if he hadn't caught the gap. If he hadn't caught the gap, then maybe Josh Anderson wouldn't have risked it so much in that corner. But also he would have been further back, and maybe then he would have had the time to avoid it. But, you know, that's just if, buts and maybes, and that's how racing goes. But, yeah, racing is so weird how things like that work, and how you can just be, trying to avoid other people's carnage, but sometimes very much impossible. And yet Autos just continuing to lose time, which is such a shame for them.
The class leaders in the other classes have had pretty much perfect races today, but in GT3, nobody has had a perfect race. We've just seen that issue for the top 2. We also had Autos Esports missing the penalty box earlier on. BS Turner had 25 seconds worth of penalties to serve as well. We've had MSI Esports serving more than half a minute's worth of penalties today. Williams Esports have had an extra stop than everyone else. That doesn't look like it was the best strategy in the world, but it's playing out all right, and they will have had penalties to serve as well throughout. Literally nobody has had the perfect day here in GT3, and sometimes you do just get races like that. Unfortunately though, I think this has taken Autos Esports out of it, because they are over 4 seconds adrift now, and that gap's not coming back.
Yeah, certainly not. I'm just looking at the incident reports, there's so 96. That is the BS Turner car. They are involved with contact with the 960, which is the Urano car, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So not that contact that we saw. So I'm still waiting to see if something's going to come through for that one we just seen, because there's potentially a couple of penalties coming the way of that 96 as well, with a bit of a dodgy rejoin. So definitely interesting one. As we're seeing, is that Urano? Is that because of our replay we are seeing? But is there going to be something interesting happening to them? Because they're obviously in a position where they kind of need to gain time, not lose it.
Well, let's see. Where are they now? Well, they're up to 9th. So the championship will look even closer at this stage in GT4. But it's still not great for Urano Esports. Replay of them making their way out. Unless they're going to get hit here. Doesn't look like there is any sort of incident. They have been involved in a few in the last few moments, really. Well, last few hours. Because things have been investigated. But Urano Esports are up to 9th place. So they're a little bit closer to where they need to be. And as of right now, they still need 2 more positions. But it's 4 lapped up to the next car. And obviously that is very, very unlikely to come over the next moments. And it's, well, just such a disappointment for Urano, winning the first 4 rounds of a series in a row and still not being there at the end.
Crazy times as we get a battle for P6, coming towards turn 1. ASR diving it towards the inside. Actually, that's going to be the easy move. Pure Sims not battling that one in the braking zone, and that battle was coming for a couple of laps. But just checking in on them, and ASR, it is moving up to P6. But as you see on the bottom right of your screen, a minute 16 ahead. So certainly a very important battle for those cars on the screen. But Pure Sims needs to try and do something to come back and not just let that battle dwindle out.
Yeah, Pila have got about a minute in front of them as well. So the gaps are quite big at this point in the standings. Just over 70 minutes to go here. Now, 992 pit stop is going to be very important over the next few moments. SERIES Esports into the pit lane right now. 40 laps complete currently for Phoenix Racing Esport. I think we worked out that they would be all right from this stage. 1 hour 10 remaining. I think any of the 992s, if they can do 40 laps on a stint at 1 minute 45, then what does that make it? Let me just do some quick maths. So it does make it about 1 hour and 10. So I think they will all be all right in this case in terms of fuel, which is, well, a relief really, but not so much to Urano Esports, who will have the shortest pit stop of everybody.
And they'll obviously be hoping to come out on top with that, excuse me, with that strategy, because fuel saving, of course, comes all down to this final pit stop. This is what you've been doing it for the whole race. You want to shorten that final pit stop and have an advantage. If it doesn't gain you that much, then you might as well probably been pushing a little bit harder during the whole race. Because if you spend pretty much, what's that, like 11 hours fuel saving, that's a lot of time you're going to be giving up. So certainly, a difficult time potentially for some of those teams if it doesn't work out, but it probably will for some others.
Probably. Let's see. We're looking at the Pure Sims BMW. That's falling away from ASR Able Esports. Lorenzo Manfredi was briefly catching fiercely forward, and Alvaro Gomez again, but he's dropping back again in equal measure. And Karol Grabowski is being caught by Tyler Hervius at the moment as well right now. Grabowski will have a shorter final stop, so it may not matter too much by the end, but Pure Sims just under 3 seconds adrift now, as we see Dino Lombardi in the 43s now. He is struggling in this one. Bellaziotis catching MSI for third, but Dino Lombardi really struggling. And we go on board with this Porsche now. There must be damage on the front of this car.
Yeah, they're losing a lot of time, and I guess they need to work out, because they, in quotation marks only, have an hour and a bit to go. Is it going to be worth them having what we presume will be optional repairs, or is it just worth them staying out? Because if they end up spending like 2 minutes in the pit lane, or even more, surely them just driving for the last hour, they're not going to lose 2 minutes on pace, but we'll have to see how that one works out, because they have lost quite a bit of time already with that one. So certainly a bit of an option for those guys to choose when it comes to their final pit stop. which will surely be coming up fairly shortly as well. So not too many laps to decide what they're going to do on that one.
Down towards turn 10. And another big dive. Let's say about esports, thankfully saw coming. 992. Now, a couple of penalties for the 91 and the 190. Neither of those, the 91 certainly a long way off. 190 down in last for TCR as well. That's track limits, but that'll be something to watch over the last moments as well. That's something we can't get sidetracked by. There's just over an hour to go, and we're obviously focusing on all the battles, but the drivers are going to have to focus on keeping it between the white lines, to be honest, because they will all be near the end of their off-track limits. I'm pretty sure they've all seen the warning by this point.
Which is probably actually a good thing, because it means you're doing it right. It means you're pushing the limits over the course of a 12-hour race. Phoenix racing into the pit lane from second place in your 992 category as it stands. A team ahead of SimRC. They'll actually not be too far behind them. They're on lap 38 of their stint already as well. So this should be final pit stops for these guys. Although, hour and 7 minutes to go.
Through turn 4. For Dino Lombardi, and I do feel sorry for him, I've got to say. Driven so well today, and to see him out in the way that he is, or out of contention in the way that he is here, is really, really disappointing for him. It's 20 seconds back to MSI. I think it is between BS Turner and Williams Esports now, with 34 seconds between them. Just over an hour to go. Those final pit stops to come as well, of course, but there is an investigation. I don't know if you can see this, Cam, but the investigation is already there. And Race Control are looking at that one right now. We reckon, certainly, that the 96 will end up with a penalty.
Yeah, definitely think that if that is the contact that we're talking about, it will be a slam dunk penalty for sure. Fiercely forward, coming into the pit lane. As well for the GT4s. They can do a bit over an hour, so that should be also final pit stop, of course. And that was in a very close battle, of course. So we need to see how this one is going to work out for them and how that is going to really work out with Movano. Movano will still have, well, we said about 6-7 laps to go before that, so they're going to have a significantly shorter pit stop. But is it going to be enough for Movano to comfortably come out ahead, or is there still going to be a fight in that final stint of the race?
Up on the jacks, and they'll probably need all the fuel they can get from that car in. The others certainly will not. The gap is going to be all important to Lorenzo Manfredotti, who's currently running in second place and in championship winning position as things stand. There is the 91 that will have to serve a 25-second time penalty at their final stop of the day. If you saw the incident that they were involved with Cameron on the front straight earlier on in the race with BS Competition, but it was quite a wild one. It's not often you see crashes on a home straight, but that was certainly one of the bigger ones, and certainly one of the more bizarre ones as well, as they tried to duck out past a bit of lap traffic and straight into the side of someone, and there you go, free car incident straight away. Yeah,
crash on a straight is always such a weird one. You just don't the car going very wide there at the final corner there. Definitely didn't need to do that, bit of a mistake. But yeah, certainly crash on a straight is always a bit of a weird one. You just don't expect it, as we have quite a few cars coming into the pit lane. We've got Pure Sims GT3 coming in. We've got the SimRC race leading 992 Cup car coming into the pit lane as well. Visceral also into the pit lane. And MSI from the TCRs. So all four classes at some point, I believe, they're into the pit lane, which is always good to see.
Certainly last stops for them. Any TCR stopping at this, well, any car, I think, stopping at this point can make it, maybe other than the GT3s that would probably have to wait another 2 or 3 laps. But it is about a drive to the flag now for the 975 to take home a title. Same for the 176. Trying to take home a title there. SimRC trying to win one in GT4 as well. And interesting to see that Aston Martin already in. Lucas Gabler already into the pit lane a little bit earlier than I was expecting. Alvaro Gomez stayed at the wheel of the fiercely forward car. And Lucas Gabler already out. The gap more than 30 seconds. I don't think there wasn't really much of a difference at all between those two cars in terms of that final pit stop. So, well, that's not encouraging from Movano really at all.
Yeah, that is certainly not what they would have wanted to see, because obviously they thought they had a bit of an advantage there. But even a couple of laps can be a factor once we get it back racing, everyone has sort of calmed down a little bit. So yeah, definitely not ideal, but they're just going to have to obviously battle on track then, I would assume.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, can't be long now until Movano pit. 42 seconds is their lead. They're not going to hold that. But what will they hold? Will they hold second or not? Yeah, Gomez is about the same distance from Gabriel as he was before. SERIES Esports are not far away, but I wouldn't worry about them. They will have to make a stop before the end of the race as Williams Esports continue to close. But Xeox is still closing on Maru Sanchez, but doesn't really need to get close enough to overtake. And might well not get close enough to overtake. I don't quite know that 34-second gap to Beers Turner is small enough for them to close in for the race win here, unless something, of course, happens in the penalty area and the steward's room.
Yeah, I guess the issue for this Williams car, though, is... Well, actually... So they've got one stop left as well, but it's going to be a lot shorter, actually. So it might actually work out for them in terms of this battle either way, just off the pits. But yeah, it's going to be hard for them, I think, to gain the most time. Although actually, that's going to be going to the outside and easily going past there from that traffic of Pearson. Sorry, I got mistaken.
Sorry, the thing is, their pit stop has to be 33 seconds shorter, so they'd have to do a 7-second splash, and it's not going to be a splash. It's going to be more like 3/4 of a tank. I reckon, they might save 10 seconds, but I don't think, I think they're going to get ahead of MSI, and they might start closing in on Autos, but I don't think they're going to get in front of BS Turner, as I said, unless something happens in the steward's room, and then we may have something to discuss. Still waiting for a verdict there. That is the only incident they do have to look at, so we'll get one through very soon. As we look at the GT4 leader, when are they going to pit? This is such a huge moment now in this championship. Final hour, and it really has come down to it.
Certainly has, which is what we're all coming here for. And just shy of that hour exactly in this race. It's been a great past 3 hours of our stint, but also earlier parts of the race as well, showing some good excitement around here as the sun really is getting behind the horizon now. It's going to be getting quite dull, most possibly even dark before the end of the race, and that can always add its bits as well. So it's been a great race so far with all the different strategies that everyone is trying, and of course in these final pit stops that is all going to come together, and then we'll see just what the gaps are and what they've got to do in the final stint.
Well, could be so important for Movano here. It doesn't look like the GT4 pit stops all day, by the way, have been between 59 and 56. Oh, goodness, I can't read. 58 and 59 seconds, and that hasn't really changed. So if that remains to be the case, then Manfredotti going to be around Gomez, or maybe even behind him, because you've got to remember, Gomez is out there on newer tyres right now, and so might be able to close in, although Movano have less fuel on board, so maybe they could be a bit quicker. They were 1 second quicker on that last lap.
Yes, certainly. It's a tricky one to exactly work out, though, how that's going to work, because we don't know the exact amounts of fuel that is being saved by the pit stops and that sort of thing as well. And that could always be quite a big factor, actually. And especially there, we're looking at pit stop times of almost a minute, not just the lane time, but actual stop time. So there could potentially be quite a big saving, because obviously the same percent will be even bigger compared to the slightly shorter pit stops of around 40 seconds, 42 seconds for the GT3s.
Now, penultimate corner for Movano. Are we going to see our moment here? It's going to continue on a bit longer as the race leader comes in. I think Anderson could have gone further there, but just wanted to pit maybe to take any damage, and maybe pit before he got assigned a penalty as well, so that can be applied post-race. Maybe that's it. Well, it certainly is easier to deal with than actually having to do it in the penalty box. So maybe that was on their mind as well. But I think they will take optionals here. If they have a few seconds of optionals, I think they might take them.
Absolutely, even if it's enough to hold on to the gap that they had, certainly might be a good choice, as we're seeing Lombardi get out the car. Lapchin gets in that car for Altis to take it to the end. Interesting one, because sometimes if there is damage, you kind of want to keep the driver in because they're used to how the car's feeling by this point, but maybe some frustration coming in as well. So yes, certainly yeah, certainly an interesting time for them as we're seeing Turner already come out of the pit lane. Williams Esports 22 seconds ahead. So, yeah, they're definitely going to be losing the lead at that time.
38 seconds in the box, and I think, yeah, Williams will lose the lead. How long is it going to be for Autos in the box here? Looks like only 41 seconds. Maybe Lavshan is going to have to deal with the damage. And we've got Ruiz Sanchez coming out of the pit lane as well. They're all going to be fighting over that second place. For MSI to win, they do need a real performance here, and I think MSI would need to win with Williams off the podium at this stage. And that's not looking likely the way things are going in GT3, with the championship leaders currently leading as well in the 992 category. Things are looking settled there, although second and third still have to make their final pit stops, and we're still waiting for the leader in GT4 to make his pit stop as well. Lorenzo Manfredotti is there by 3/4 of a minute, but still to make his final pit stop with 57 minutes to go, as the leaders in TCR make their final pit stop of the day, final pit stop of the season. And it's going to be an hour of honour, if you like, for them as they go to a title.
Yeah, lovely race for them. They're not going to be complaining with how it's gone so far, really. Just cruising their way up. Of course, they did have a lap lead there for a bit, but that's just because the pit stops will be coming down indeed. As we've seen, Byler in for the GT3s, Luka Vunch in that car. As it stands, still there in fifth place. As we've seen already, Ortiz come around towards the final corner, so they're quite a way down, of course, from the leaders as it stands. As Lapchin tries to get up to speed and tries to work out exactly where the pace is in this Ortiz car coming towards the final parts of the race. And definitely losing some extra time there, with the gap now 18 seconds to Anderson ahead.
And 14 seconds less than to Ruiz Sanchez behind. That was Alexander Davidson just in front, who made that pit stop. Sim RC and Nathan Ames leaves the pit lane with more than a minute's advantage over those behind. Let's not forget, they still need a top two to win this championship. The current standings as they run, 5 points separate the two of them. At the moment, if we apply the post-race points, it will be 9 points in TCR. A lot closer in GT4, where we were expecting those final pit stops very, very soon from Lorenzo Manfredotti. It will be a final stop, but where will it bring him out? We do have a penalty, by the way, in relation to the 96. It's a 5-second penalty that we'll have to be worried about as we go along. We also have one for the 429, which is less of a problem. It's good to be involved by Competizione down in 10th in GT4. Speaking of GT4, Manfredotti is in the pit lane for the final time, and this is the big moment.
I am interested that is only 5 seconds for the 96, but obviously that helps them quite a lot, because other drivers are getting even 25 seconds worth of penalties. But that is the decision that has been made, and I think they'll be pretty happy with that one, to be honest, because Ortiz lost out more than 5 seconds from that one as well in their direct battle, obviously being indirectly affected by that contact as well. So definitely a bit of a weird one. Not too bad for them, but that 5 seconds, of course, just helps Williams even more.
Yeah, it certainly does. We'll have to worry about that a little bit later, of course. Tommaso Carla gets at the wheel for Movano, and he has a huge 55 minutes ahead of him. Has he already left, though? Has he already completed the pit stop? He has. It's about 6 seconds shorter than Alvar Gomez's pit stop there, and Carla's getting going here. He's down the front straight already, with Gomez only just coming over the line, I believe, at the moment. SRC Movano Corsa are in championship winning position due to a shorter final pit stop, and there is Tommaso Carla. He's 24 seconds behind Sim RC. That fuel that they've saved in the bank all day long has finally come to fruition. It has finally helped them more than 11 hours into this race. Has it just helped them win a title?
It might do, because that's 7.5 seconds gap as well, and that is a nice comfortable margin. They don't have to stress too much about that. And as you say, top right of your screen puts them in prime opportunity. You've got Urano getting closer. That was 8 points at 1 point, and Simrc with 3 points behind is not going to be enough. Ivano will be taking the title. Just 53 minutes to go. Do not make a mistake. Keep that 7-second gap, and the title will be yours.
Williams Esports into the pit lane as well right now from the lead. It's very early, but I think they decided, or Belaziotis decided, that it's better to just get it out the way early, and then we can get on with our race. It's going towards 30 seconds. I'd imagine he'll stop climbing not long after 30 seconds. 33 in the box. Altus go through. MSI Esports are going to get jumped here, I think. Let's see. Well, close. Yes, they are going to get jumped, actually. It's not even that close. Williams Esports out in third, ahead of their championship rivals. They're going to extend their championship lead today rather than it contract, which is, well, I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, it's certainly come back the way towards Williams a little bit as it's worked out in the end. And looking pretty nice, but in the end, they only saved about 8 seconds with that shorter stop. So I don't know if that strategy's really worked out, but either way, if they're going to be winning the title, they're not going to be complaining at all. MSI behind on track by 5 seconds and behind in the standings by 12 points. So looking very nice for Williams Esports. Thank you.
It is, and now the question is, can they catch up to second place out to Esports? And can they get through into that position as well as they make their way down the inside of another bit of lap traffic into turn 9? Well, it's certainly on here. I don't know really what to make of this pit stop time here for Altus Esports, because 41 seconds is what it is. It's just over 4 seconds the gap to Belaziotis behind. I don't really think Yannick Lapchan had much chance to repair any of that car, if at all, here in this one. So he may well still be struggling in the same way that Lombardi was.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, I hadn't quite looked at that time. Interesting though. That was only 2 seconds longer in the stop, but there's definitely some extra time there that's been lost, but maybe I just lost track of how slow they've been going for so long, and that's obviously just adding up, but definitely disappointing decision from race control from Altus's point of view there, because I think they would be hoping for some a little bit more of a penalty for BS Turner, purely because if it was a 30-second penalty, as it stands, that would swap the positions back effectively.
Certainly would. Vlad Kimichev's in the pit lane right now, by the way, for the final pit stop for Urano Esports in the 992 category. One of the final pit stops that has to be made all day long. We're almost all done for pit stops here. We're still 50 minutes remaining. Raphael Renhofer looks like he's got through though, and he has, for Phoenix Racing Esports, so he's through. But what about Kamil Grabowski? Because he's got to make a pit stop just yet. I don't think he's going to come out in front of Phoenix though. I think that's going to be a fight between Williams and Urano, maybe for third place in the 992 category. In Pure Sims, yeah, I think they can make it to the end of the race as well. They're only 13 seconds behind. There's some very close margins in the 992 category especially, as, wow, Williams are already through an Altus.
Yeah, I think Altus I don't think they've got any chance of defending. Last lap was a 44.8, which is about over 3 seconds off the pace. The lap before that was a 43 something, a couple of seconds off. I just think Altus have no pace in that car anymore. Such a big shame for them, but it was a huge hit into the wall, so really a shock that they're still going, actually, at any sort of pace. Williams now, as you say, retaking that second place, 27 seconds behind BMW. There's quite a lot of time to gain back. That's over, or pretty much half a second a minute towards the end of the race. Don't think that's going to happen, but they can at least put some pressure on the car ahead.
Yes, let's not forget about that 5-second penalty. They only need to gain, 22 seconds over the final 50 minutes, about a second a lap, which is going to be difficult to manage for Williams Esports, but I don't think they're going to try too hard to do so either, because they are, of course, leading this championship right now. It does look like MSI Esports are going to close and pass Autos Esports right now as well, because that car is struggling. There is the 4th placed Rui Sanchez at the wheel coming out of turn 5. Surely he's going to be on the podium at the end of the day as well. So MSI Esports will lose points. Well, actually, I say that. They will be even with Williams Esports. They gained 4 points at the halfway stage. If they get back onto the podium here, then they'll be losing those 4 points again, so they'll be exactly where they were. But it doesn't really make a difference. They'll still be second, and they will have just missed out behind Williams, and that looks like the way it's going in GT3 right now.
Yeah, I guess at one point they probably thought they had half a chance, but Williams have just been doing a pretty decent job, and they just obviously worked out with the strategy with some pace here and there as well. So, but yeah, not the way that MSI would have wanted to finish the season, especially, as you said, gaining some points at the halfway margin. They kept their hopes up for the final 6 hours of the season, but as we enter the final hour of the season, hasn't really worked out. But it does look like they are going to be getting, I should say, back onto that podium. I don't think, another 43.9 for Autis. They're over 2 seconds, almost 3 seconds really, a lap slower. They just have absolutely no pace, and that has been consistent for the last 3-4 laps I've been looking at them.
Such a shame. We had a fantastic leading battle developing between a number of cars there, but it has all gone away just a little bit in these last few moments. Williams Esports in from second in the 992 Cup category as well right now. And we'll see how long Kamo Grabowski has to spend stationary. Vlad Kimichev had to spend 43 seconds. Well, it doesn't matter too much for Grabowski now. It's 34.5, but it's too many. Phoenix Racing Esport are through with Rafael Renhofer there, and they won't be making another stop here today. So out they go. Grabowski is around 4 seconds in front of Kimichev, so we're going to have to see those two cars battle again, I feel. In this one, we saw Urano get past Williams earlier. That battle's going to happen again.
Absolutely, and it's going to be very close indeed. With them, so interesting to see quite a big difference in the pit stop times throughout a number of those cars. We've seen some 34-second stops, we've seen some 51-second stops, and even a 57 a bit lower down as well. So certainly a lot of differences when it comes to the final pit stops here, but it all comes to it, and when it comes on track, they're still only 3 seconds apart. So let's see if that one turns into a battle. It should do to the end, but we'll just see if Grabowski has the speed to hold on.
Well, based on the last stint, it's going to be hard, but hopefully a good fight in the final 3/4 of an hour. Rui Sanchez closes again to Labshan, who surely is going to be 4th in this race at best for Autos Esports with that damage that he's suffering so badly from. It's remaining 27 seconds between BS Turner and Williams, so it does seem that Anderson got away without contact actually in that altercation, despite making contact with that Porsche on a couple of occasions and spinning around a couple of times as well. He seems undamaged by this one and may well go on to win from here.
Yeah, slightly weird how that one works out, but that is racing, of course, and they seem to have the speed to hold on. They're faster than Williams, have been for a few laps as well, so definitely got the speed in that car. I guess they're hit on the car ahead, the 460 car, sorry, the 960 car I think it was, not quite enough to cause any sort of damage, whereas Alt is obviously going hard into the wall. And it's obviously just how it works out sometimes, and they've still got that 28-second lead that they can hold on to coming towards the end of the race. So it looks pretty good for BS Turner to take home that victory. It is getting close actually between MSI and Altis for 3rd place, under half a second now, and it's getting to a point where we're looking at Altis retracting that place because they don't have any sort of speed to hold on from what it looks like. Altis once again 43.7, and just absolutely no chance. There goes MSI up onto the podium.
You can just hear it in the revs really, they're just lower than what you expect them to be. And it's such a shame for Labshan really to be falling back in this way. But MSI Esports are back up onto the podium, and they're back to 12 points behind Williams Esports on the day. So that's a positive, I suppose, but it's still not the championship they were hoping for. And at one stage they were looking like maybe it was possible to get, but a lot has changed since then, and a lot has gone on in this race since then, and plenty still to go on in this race. Battle for 9th place overall, and in GT3 is happening. There's a number of fights in GT3, in fact. SRA Esports are trying to get away from German Sim Racing. Pure Sims Esports and Daniel Ferguson trying to catch them, well, everybody in that 8th place right now. Andrew Curran at the wheel of this Porsche, and there you can see the Lamborghini in the background trying to chase him down. It's even these battles that we weren't expecting to pop up now starting to come into the fray in the final moments. As we were speaking about earlier, these things just tend to happen.
And even Pure Sims only 5 seconds back, although they have already done 12 laps on this stint, so they're actually going to have to do a splash at the end. They might just have to. But yeah, as you say, even being a lap down, we're seeing quite a few battles, which is great to see. 27 there has to just sit behind the Cup car, Sebald, just in front of them. Definitely not an overtaking corner there. But that has actually really meant the Lamborghini behind has caught up so much. They had to really slow down through that turn 9 in towards the turn 10 sequence of corners. It's the GSR IPR car in behind them with a Grundkotter and trying to close down as we come up towards the final couple of corners.
The car of a million acronyms in the background. It is all acronyms, but we know that GSR, I don't actually know what IPR by HCV stands for, but German Sim Racing is what GSR stands for in this context. So Vice Grundkotter is at the wheel of those liveries that often do stay the same on those cars. They're very uniform, and it does help. You can identify them in any field. SRA Esports with a less recognisable livery, really, just due to the series that they're in and how many of them that they're in, and so on and so forth. But their driver is very much recognisable. We saw from Guillaume Levesque earlier on, who were regular watchers of RaceSpotTV will recognise from the Precision Racing League and other places as well. But it's Andrew Curran at the wheel at the moment, trying to hold back Tobias Grundkotter, and it does look like, on early viewing here, the Lamborghini is quicker. I know they got a little bit of luck in traffic to catch up, but that's being backed up now by the pace as well.
Yeah, I say lapped traffic, but still 1.6 seconds difference between the two, of course, in the way of the Lamborghini on the previous lap. So let's see how that one continues this time around. But they come up once again down towards turn 10. Should be able to get past that GT4 AMG down the inside there quite nicely. And definitely this slightly faster turn 10. A little bit interesting in many ways, but it's still quite a narrow corner, but can definitely get past the traffic rather nicely. And once again, coming through the final couple of corners, Grundkotter getting very, very close as we get up to the final 2 corners. They've got one of the Porsche Cup cars ahead as well. They'll be slightly slowing down in the final corner. This is going to be a run onto the front straight away.
Well, the 992 car's not that slow through the final corner either, and the slipstream, of course, is going to help Andrew Curran here, although I think that Porsche wants to get out of the way, really, by going to the middle of the road, trying to go past one of the GT4s. That's the race leading one, and Grundkotter there, you just saw and heard with a little bit of hesitation in the Lamborghini, was not able to make anything of it into turn number 1. He's going to continue to follow closely, though. Through turn 3 they go, and towards 4. There's going to be no way through here, and that slight moment of hesitation from Grundkotter has just denied him the chance, really, through the first sector.
Yeah, it was a little bit awkward with the Wave Italy car, though. Wasn't 100% sure if he could make that move down the inside, but sometimes that little bit of conservative driving can help you in the long run, and definitely has the speed here to get past. But they've got a couple of TCR Honda Civics to get past, which can always be slightly more awkward to do so. That could always be an opportunity, as we're seeing once again the ASR car having to dive up the inside there into turn 9, trying to make that move, trying to get the extra couple of tenths, and seems to have worked out just a little bit, managed to gain a half a car length in that corner specifically, but that was definitely a little bit more risk coming into it when you get into a bit of a tight battle.
certainly worth it, and they stay together. Grunkotter just following the rear of that Porsche, hoping for a chance, and now they may be into the final couple of corners, or he may be the one who gets stalled by the Sebelt Mercedes just up in front. Is there going to be a dive from the Porsche at the final turn? There isn't. And so there will be a chance for Grunkotter, although Andrew Curran did very well there to negotiate the Mercedes as best he possibly could. He tucks in, moves to the left to deny a bit of slipstream to the Lamborghini as well, but now Grunkotter's locked in. There's a lot more weaving around, and he can't move again, and so Grunkotter is going to take the inside line that was shown to him. Here he goes, Charles, that curb outside of turn 2 gives you the inside for the long turn 3, and German Sim Racing will be up to 6th.
Few laps in the making, but it's certainly worked out. But actually, is there going to be a bit of a comeback here? Up towards turn 4, having to go defensive up the inside there. GSR try to sweep it around the outside, can't do so, as GSR hold on to that position now, down towards turn 5. Once again, is it going to have to be a bit of defensive driving? ASR once again thinking about it, I think, but not quite close enough to come back, as GSR seems to have confirmed and consolidated that position, but it's definitely not over as to come through this middle part of the lap. They're really enjoying this battle, I would say. It's good to have battles this late in a race. Bit of a mistake though through turn 8. That might be a run down towards turn 10.
Well, let's see. It does look like Grunkotter has the measure of the driver behind now, and may just be able to pull away gently over the next few moments. As we see Pure Sims also closing in on the two of them. The Lamborghini does just look that little bit stronger at this moment. A big battle between Williams Esports and Urano Esports, by the way, for third in 992, still ongoing now. Vlad Kimichev has caught and now passed Kamil Grabowski. He got it done in the first sector of this lap, and to be honest, I'm quite impressed with the pace at which Kimichev caught the Williams Esports car and the way he got through as well. Here was the battle.
Yeah, all the way around the outside. This is going to be what a pass, as we're getting the BS Turner race leader up the inside. These two still side by side on the outside. Kimichev all the way on the curb, still on the outside now for 2 corners in turn 4. That's going to turn to the inside of 5, keeping the nose there. Williams trying to push out, trying to defend up the inside, but Kimichev aggressively up the inside. They're still going. I didn't realise it was going to go up this far. Bit of a bumping there on the exit through the king of turn 6, and I would assume Kimichev holds it up the inside, can't go side by side into turn 7. Surely they try it around the outside into turn 8. Williams finally go a little bit wide. That battle went on for way longer than I was expecting. Good driving with the pair of them.
Yeah, and especially given the gap that when we cut to it, the gap between them looked quite large. So I thought, well, that must have happened a while ago, but turned out just went on for a very long time. But Kimichev is now through, and he's got 10 seconds to try and catch up to Rafael Renhofer up front for Phoenix Racing Esport, although with a 44.8 on the last lap, the second fastest of anyone on that last lap. I think Phoenix Racing Esport are going to be pretty difficult to catch for the remainder of this race in the 992 category. That, though, was the closest battle on the circuit, and it was a good one indeed. It does show that these guys have kind of been holding back really for this race so far, because they've just demonstrated that you can indeed go side by side for great numbers of corners, even at this circuit, but they've just chosen not to so far, I guess.
I guess the argument is losing a lot of time. I'm sure their laps last time around would have been quite a bit slower. Yes, about 2-3 seconds slower than some of the other laps. So definitely losing some time doing so, but being entertaining. And that is a prime example of why you don't see drivers try and do that all the time, especially in more sprint racing formats where there's cars all around you, because you would have just lost a couple of seconds to the group ahead, you would have lost the slipstream, etc. But of course, when you come into the latter stages of an endurance race, you can get away with that a little bit more. And there's a couple of seconds here and there don't really matter too much, especially after the final pit stops. Everything's sort of set by that point. But definitely Kimichev pulling away as well, just confirming that place for Urano, and really enjoying that time there, which is currently 3rd place, just now less than 10 seconds to Phoenix ahead in 2nd.
It's going to be a difficult gap to catch, though, over the next moments. Closest battle is now with the 6th place in GT3, although it's not overly close now between these two. Oh, well, as I said that, it is actually on board with the ASR car. Andrew Curran is indeed not letting German Sim Racing get away here. And I thought he might have to, really, judging by the way that he was caught by the Lamborghini, but clearly there is a bit of pace in the bank here, and maybe this battle will persist through the final half an hour. Yeah, they're both going to make it to the end of the race, I'm fairly sure, so maybe this will continue on for a good while yet, although there was a mistake there.
Yeah, just having a look at the laps. 6 laps done for GSR. Was that 15 for ASR? So certainly, yeah, a little bit on the longer side for ASR, but that should be okay. With quick maths in head to get to the end. So yeah, straight fight to the end. And GSR, as you're saying, haven't quite pulled away. Curran's still very much in this battle. Whilst the car ahead is this close, anything can happen. We've seen how the traffic can change things so quickly around this track especially. So that is always a big factor around here. We still have so many cars, 45 on track out of the 56 that we started. I'd say that's a pretty good run considering how tight and twisty this track is.
11 cars out at a circuit like this. I mean, I was having this discussion a little bit with Andy earlier on in this race, really, about multi-class traffic around here and whether it is an easy track for multi-class traffic or not. Andy's argument, I think, was that the circuit's quite wide, and especially when you put the TCRs on it. Look how much space you've got to go around it. But my argument to counter that would always be there's so many corners around here. So many twisty sections and difficult sections as well, that I would argue that this is a difficult circuit in terms of traffic, and that's why we've seen maybe so many incidents, car on car. We've seen over 100 incidents in the race. I know it's a 12-hour one, but that is still a fair amount, and quite a lot of them, well, barely any of them, sorry, are class in the same, 2 cars in the same class having an incident. It's more commonly multi-class, which I would suggest means that this circuit is maybe not so easy to get through on slower cars.
Oh, definitely not. As 45 cars, track is 4.5 kilometres, so conveniently enough, that is exactly 100 metres on average per car. So when you start thinking about it like that, that really isn't that much space because 100 metres goes very quickly at the average speeds that we're seeing around here. So definitely, yeah, not the biggest track in the world, and one for 4-class racing is definitely a bold choice, especially to be the final race of the season. But in many ways, actually, that's why I quite enjoying seeing a race around here, because I do like a difficult track when it comes to traffic, because it just takes that little bit more skill from the faster classes, and it adds some more action and some more potential luck in traffic, as we've seen there. GSR just losing so much time actually coming up towards turn 9, prime example.
Certainly is, and here comes Andrew Curran. They're both going to go different ways here, are they? Oh, Curran looks to the outside. He's trapped in behind the Porsche though, and won't be able to go through on the inside line at turn 10. He'll have to stay behind once again, but there's a nice run through here. Once again, trails the Lamborghini very closely indeed. When they get sorted out here, and when they're running single file, these two are actually really quite quick. They're in the mid to low 41s, but since they keep battling so often, it's allowing Pure Sims Esports to get back involved. That TCR, though, just going to separate them again.
Yeah, it's Team Hoisingveld, isn't it? The 148 car, I believe, but yeah, not doing anything wrong, just being on the track at the wrong time for ASR to come back in their battle for P6. As it stands, Pure Sims are getting a little bit closer in behind as well, although I do think they're right on the limit of the fuel target. But these guys do have a massive gap ahead, so this is the only thing they really need to focus on, and hopefully for them it can work out for a nice result either way for their POVs. But as it stands, we just want to see a nice battle. It's certainly turning into that as we're now into the final half an hour of the race.
Final half hour of this season as well, here at the 24H Series Esports Championship. It's been a good one, and still more to come here. Up through 7 and 8 for these two, and more lap traffic again to get in the way for Gruncutter. It does seem to be halting him a little bit more we've seen in some other battles, although the Movano 992 was able to really keep a good pace around that turn 9 corner there. They're trying to stay away from Apex Racing Academy right now, by the way. That's Stefano Prandi, who's at the wheel of that car we just went past. 992 battles staying a little bit static, really. I was expecting there to be a few more, but staying quite static. Towards the very final moments, Tyler Hervius may catch Camo Grabowski for 4th, but that will only come in the very final moments. A bit more lap traffic through the final corner for Grunkutter, and it's a great run for ASR Able Esports. Over the line they go. Grunkutter makes relatively late defence. The Porsche pulls alongside. The Lamborghini will squeeze, but the Porsche has its nose in front on the way in. The 27 will have the inside line as well, but Grunkutter holds it there, and he'll have the inside line at turn 3. It's all the way around the outside for Andrew Curran at the moment. They're very close. They can't have been far away from contact, but Grunkutter measured it perfectly, and he's still in 6th.
Somehow, really thought he lost the position there coming in towards turn 1. That car on the main straight not helping him at all, really, but managing to defend really nicely there, putting his car in the right place in turn 2 to then hold on through the inside of turn 3. And he's really doing a good job to hold on to this. But Karen is certainly actually giving us a really good run for his money, because that was a very good use of the traffic at the right time, and that is just what you have to do when the opportunity arises. You have to try and make it stick, and not quite that time around, but certainly a good effort nonetheless. And hopefully the opportunity comes back to them, as they still have, of course, quite a few laps towards the end. We're looking at somewhere in the region of about 21 laps remaining of this race.
21? It's me. 21?
That's what Lifetime says, but I agree, actually, that sounds too many.
That's outrageous. 21. That's far too many. I think that's a prediction from the start of the race, actually, because it predicts based on qualifying, and that's without traffic and on qualifying pace. So I'm going to guess that's going to be slightly off at this stage. How many laps is it going to be, though? 26 minutes. It's not a nice round time for me, really. So I don't know. But anyway, we'll keep going and see where we get to. It will be over 400 laps, though, because we are on lap 403 right now. It's been a very, very long race for many, but that's what was expected, and that's what they've got here at Barcelona. It has been a good one. This circuit does get quite a reputation for not being very easy to overtake on, but I think we've certainly proved that it is possible to overtake around here, as long as you're not behind the Formula 1 car.
Yeah, it's really a little bit too small, isn't it, for the current size and speed of the Formula 1 cars. But when it comes to GT racing, of course, and even touring car racing around here, you have a lot more opportunities. The cars are a lot slower, the straights are longer, and in general the corners are more difficult because the cars are that little bit less planted, and it really does work out. I do enjoy this track, to be honest, especially from a driving perspective, and as I mentioned earlier, just great to see it being used as the finale. Difficult track, which also has its challenges, and I do find that exciting to try and overcome those difficulties of that as well. Sometimes just the flat-out tracks can be a little bit more boring in some ways, but for sure a difficult track nonetheless.
It certainly is, but with the addition of these the faster final 2 turns, it's been very good so far. It's still the closest battle on the circuit. There is a gap at a second for 9th in GT3 as well, although that's not quite a battle just yet either. And now there's going to be traffic splitting these two as well. As I mentioned, really quick pace in this group, though. Both of these guys were quicker than all of the top 4 during the previous lap. And so that just shows you that there is quality up and down this field. I know there's obviously situations may be different, people just stroking at home maybe in the top 4, but there's talent up and down this field. It's not a case of just the top 4, which of course we have been focusing on a lot. They are all separated by 50 seconds, and they're all on the lead lap, of course, but there's plenty of good cars up and down here.
Certainly are. I believe Wade Italy in the pit lane, Pisoni in the car. As it stands, the 944 machine. This will be their final pit stop, of course. 23 minutes to go. just doing pretty much a half stint or just under half a stint to the end of this race. A little bit lower than they would have expected though, as we're seeing the couple of 75 machines, 75 and the 975, of course, coming up towards turn 11. Always good to see a team in two different classes, and ironically with pretty much the same livery, because it is just two versions of the same car effectively.
I guess so, and they have smacked the same livery on it. So that's not helpful for me. I was already, and that did trip me up actually earlier on when Harvu's 992 had their issue in towards turn 10. There was a problem. Well, now this is awkward. I think that's Riley Sim Racing making their way down the inside. It is indeed. I reckon that 75 is going to stay behind the 975 for the remainder of the race to have a team photo finish as the 975 takes the title. And they might try and orchestrate some of the other Sim RC cars to get involved as well, although given the fact that, especially in GT4, they don't have a big lead at all, I don't think they're going to be able to manage that, but I think those two could well come over the line together.
That would be an interesting one. Having the two classes, so the GT3 car holding themselves back for the photo finish, but I guess the photo is more important than their result, because that Sim RC GT3 P12, a lap down from that Riley car that just went past them as well. So not having the race that they would have wanted, and they don't have to worry about the next car, because the next car behind them is another 14 laps. So they can certainly slow down by a few seconds lap to go at the 992 pace for sure.
This is the fight for 9th place. We were just previewing a little bit as well. It was below a second for the first time in a while, as Max Monteman just closed in on Rui Queiroz, but more lap traffic and more of a gap separate them now, with just over 20 minutes to go here at Barcelona. This may be one of the final fights we see this season. Just depends how quickly Tyler Hervius can catch Kamil Grabowski. With 6 seconds of a gap right now, that gap does need to come down quicker than it is currently.
Certainly does. Almost 20 minutes remaining. Obviously the laps counting down very quickly now, and you've got to be getting those positions pretty much sorted out in the next few laps if you don't want to be doing a last minute send when the timer is pretty much counting down, as nightfall is coming over the track, and that of course brings its own challenges. Right at the end of the race, start slightly changing your braking markers, potentially changing your apex markers potentially as well, and you get a little bit more tunnel vision during the night sequences. Still some light up in the sky, but the headlights definitely being the more significant light form on the racetrack.
Yeah, I think as we approach 7 o'clock in the evening in sim time, I think we'd describe this as dusk as of right now, but night racing is something you very rarely see at Barcelona actually. It's only really the 24/8 series 24 hours of Barcelona in real life where you see any nighttime driving at all. So I wonder if it will be a new experience for a couple of these drivers out here right now as well. But it's not going to be for very long, only 20 minutes remaining. I doubt that we're actually going to get to the full darkness anyway. And of course there's no driver changes at this point in the race, you wouldn't imagine, so everybody's used to the conditions. It's always far easier to be at the wheel during sunset and watch the sun come down, because you sometimes barely really notice that it's gotten dark until it's properly pitch black.
Absolutely, it gets dark so slowly over the course of half hour that you really get used to. You get used to the darkness coming in, and as you're saying, you don't really get you don't see the jump as such. You just get every single lap it gets that little bit more dark, and the headlights start to come in, and they certainly do in the final 20 minutes of the season, which is always a good point. I do like driving in the dark myself. Definitely, I find that actually helps focus a little bit. Of course, everyone's different. There's Monteman there going a little bit wider than he would have liked, not quite being able to hold on the throttle as long during that turn 4 sequence, as this battle is getting pretty close for this P9. The number 10 in P10 as it stands, 3/4 of a second back for Lipa Esports. Of course, they're trying to get back in the back of Tempest Simsport, who are just up the road. There's a huge gap ahead of Tempest, though, 1 minute and 22 seconds. So this is really the battle that they want to focus on, But as ever, any position that is ahead of you, you definitely want to be trying to get past. And 18 minutes ago, looks like they're going to be able to do that.
Still on board with the Lamborghini. It's a wonderful chance to get an idea of what it's like for a driver around here. Down in towards turn 10. A more flowing version than the sharper turn 10 that you see usually, especially when we're running the other layout of this circuit. And more lap traffic in front of Tempest Innsbruck. Now this is the chance. Max Monteman's going to gain a lot through here. Up the inside of the Mercedes, he goes up front there for Tempest. There's going to be a big run for Leipa Esports here. What a head of steam they've got. The BMW realises straight away, tries to pull in front of the TCR to break the slipstream. They'll go towards the inside as well to defend the ideal line at turn number 1, which should turn ideal for turn 3 as well. Let's see if they even get there. Around the outside for Leipa Esports, who get the inside at 2, and they'll get clear. They'll chop off the nose. Oh, it's close, but they do get up to 9th place with a nice pass through into turn 1.
Always coming back though, up towards turn 4. Leipa going to have to defend this on the outside line, but the BMW there just looking, but not actually overtaking there for Tempest. Nice move though by Max Monteman, and just judging the traffic perfectly. Sometimes, it's so awkward for the likes of Tempest there. There wasn't a lot he could have really done, but sometimes that is just how the cookie crumbles with traffic. But either way, swap off position there, nice clean move, nice clean racing. Now is what we want to see. The driver fatigue hasn't obviously come in there, because they're definitely giving themselves a nice bit of room.
It was nice to see. Don't really see each other running out of road. And it could have turned nasty actually. It's always a risky one. I suppose with 70 minutes to go, it's kind of permitted at that point, and certainly fair game at that point. But the way that Leipa and Monteman there just pulled in front of the BMW, sort of stood on the brakes through turn 3. I don't think that would have happened 4 hours ago or so. You know, it was a bit of a risky one, because after all, when you're the one slamming the door shut, you're the one that could go round for a spin if it all goes wrong. So it was a calculated risk, but at this stage in the race, I guess it's to be expected.
Yeah, it just comes into that window sometimes, and actually in that final sector, that gap got absolutely huge between Leipa and Tempest. So Tempest really losing out once again in the traffic, which just shows you right place, right time, as we're seeing Sim RC there on the screens. 152 points leading the way from Urano in your 992 category by 18 points, and really big gaps just behind of those subalts. Actually just gaining a place on the Apex Racing Academy to jump up into the top 5 as well. As it stands, that is live points, which is obviously updating live from the exact position on the track at this moment, as we are into the final 60 minutes already, just going through a couple of the leaders. And there's another Sim RC car leading the way in GT4.
3 points adrift in the championship right now, with Urano 6 points back for this car. SLC Movano Corsa currently at the head of the field. For things to change, Movano need to drop back to 3rd, which looks unlikely, or Urano need to get up to 6th. Here is the Sim RC car that's leading TCR. 9 points ahead of Pure Sims Esports in the championship as well. It's looking good, and I mean, what a performance from Sim RC. We've spoken about them so much here this afternoon, but you can't take your hat off to them enough. They're reigning GT4 champions. They very nearly defended that crown here today, but they have clinched TCR and 992 as long as these final 15 minutes go according to plan. And with nearly a minute's lead for both of them, it is looking good.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, isn't it? The gaps have just grown so much, especially this one in TCR. Just so comfortable leading the way at the front there. And that must be a nice feeling for the drivers as well, especially when you know you're going to be taking the championship home. It's, everyone's going to be in good spirits. They're probably all in a chat in a call, speaking to each other, speaking to the drivers, and just having a bit of fun coming towards the end of the race, the end of the season as well. Just counting off the final couple of laps that we are going to see. There's somewhere in the region of 9-ish laps to go, maybe 10. And then it will obviously be to the end of the race, and then the celebrations can start, but you have to make it to the end, and you can't be making any silly mistakes now.
Yes, Sim RC would have to drop to 3rd to lose the title from here. and third is more than 2 minutes behind MSI Esports in TCR. So it's looking good for Nathan Ames. Jürgen Frank would have to drop to fourth in that category. That's less than 80 seconds there, so a little bit easier to fall down, I suppose, but even so, does have a very big lead. There is a fight possibly brewing in 992 though. Tyler Herbius is closing in on Kamil Grabowski for fourth place. That's Pure Sims Esports and the All-American driving crew in fifth. And the multinational Williams Esports in the fourth position. 2.5 seconds separate them. 13 minutes to go. I said about 10 minutes to go ago that gap wasn't coming down quite quick enough, but now it certainly is.
Yeah, and it's coming to obviously to a point where they might have to start thinking about these things. Of course, when it gets to a couple of seconds here and there, you're going to be wanting to start thinking about that at least, as especially if it's going to be coming down even more. We obviously need to just be careful of that. Got to try and judge it to perfection and make sure you're not losing too much time before the end. But Williams are just losing another couple of tenths in this battle for P4 as well. You can just see the car of Pure Sims in the background, and of course getting a little bit too close for their liking, I would assume. But as it stands, last lap, 7 tenths was the difference in the way of Pure Sims as well. So a little bit of traffic, that can all change very quickly.
And here's your bit of traffic into turn 7. Grabowski having to split the two of them and then get in front of Konstantin Scharf, who I think is now at the wheel of the GT4. It's very close around the hill at turn 9. It is so hard to know whether it is possible to do overtakes around there or not, because we've seen some of them come off, we've seen some of them not come off, and you can see Urano not pleased. The flash of the lights, the dive on the brakes at turn 10. They are sick and tired of being dived at that corner today.
Oh, here comes another car. Can't quite see who it is. Altis there, up the inside as well of turn 11, as they now dive up the inside of turn 12. On the Williams. Yeah, definitely not the nicest position, but you've got to keep a lid on it. Couple of laps to go. Don't do anything silly as it stands, but actually Williams there, that's an important one, because here comes the run for Pure Sims down front straight away.
Here we go. Herbius closes in on Grabowski, who has to defend a little bit already. Or is he making a signal to the lap car in front? It could be both. In towards turn 1 they go. Grabowski will hold it for now, but this is a huge task on his hands to hold that car behind him for this amount of time. There's GT3s behind, there'll be lap traffic to come as well. Herbius keeps it tighter through turn 3. Oh, they're very nearly side by side. Grabowski just about clear enough to get to the inside line, but it doesn't matter to the American, who goes to the outside line, tries to go through, wasn't able to, and now lap traffic's involved.
Certainly is. So many GT3 cars coming through. All bit of contact between the two. In turn 5 they've got Lamborghini trying to come around the outside. Got BMWs up the inside. So much going on. Pure Sims are losing so much time from this. Absolute chaos coming through 7 and 8, I should say. BMW gets past the Lamborghini, and this is just absolute carnage when all the cars come on track at the same point. Bit more contact up towards turn 9.
Oh my goodness, around the outside, that's Riley Sim Racing off the road for the BMW at turn 9, and that's exactly why people have been sick and tired of incidents and getting dived through that corner, as Andreas Fink finds out at turn 9. That, by the way, was a change of position in GT3 as Tempest Simsport get back in front of Leipert. It's not only the 992s that have been affected by that one, but also GT3 positions as well. This is how it happened down at turn 9. So there's a change of position just up in front. Andreas Fink is on the outside line here of Herbius, who just squeezes him off the road. And then I think Fink gets off on his own, and there's a bit more contact there, but that's a bit harmless contact really, and thankfully didn't find the wall.
Yeah, Pure Sims definitely squeezing to the outside, coming towards turn 9. That I would say definitely not the place that BMW should have been, but I definitely think that Pure Sims should have left a little bit more space, just for the fact that obviously there's a car there, and they had the racing line anyway to try and take that corner. But I think also, I think a little bit unlucky with the secondary contact on the exit there. Obviously, just everyone trying to find their space, and millimeters count, of course, and just coming to a head, unfortunately. But for sure, this battle, as you say, for P10 in the GT3s got very close there, and Tempus got back ahead. So this is getting very tight, and it's what we want to see in the final couple of minutes. But certainly, that was a little bit too much chaos for my liking.
I think for many of the likings of the drivers as well, to be fair. Up through turn 9, all up over that curve for the BMW. A smoother run on the flatter ground for Leipert, but it's not close enough for a move at turn 10. Williams, by the way, once again under pressure from Hervius down in towards turn 10, but he's in a very similar situation to what Max Monterman has found himself in right now. Stuck behind for the moment. There it is. And they've picked up a couple of 992 cars on their way as well. That's Apex Racing Academy. And a poor Lamborghini driver who's got to find their way through all three of these. Down the inside for Hervius. He's gone for the surprise at the final corner. Grabowski round the outside. Oh, great racing between the two of them at a very fast corner. We're about to go 3 wide here with German sim racing. Grabowski has the legs on the straight. GT3's going to get involved down here at turn 1, I think.
Certainly 3 wide in towards the braking zone there. That's a huge send when you got side by side in the same class. 3 wide through the apex of turn number 1 in towards turn number 2. Williams managed just to hold on. I think Pure Sims are not going to be happy there with GSR coming down the inside, ruining their battle just a little bit as we're getting more GT3 cars trying to come through. Williams now trying to defend down the inside towards turn 4. Pure Sims around the outside. That is potentially going to work. It's the inside of turn 4. Great racing between the two.
Around the outside for Hervius again, and Grabowski's not able to get across and defend at 5. Up on the grass a little bit, down the hill, on the brakes, skating a little bit. Hervius with the tight exit and a slide, and Grabowski's back through again for 4th place. This is a fantastic fight between the two.
And Apex just sitting in behind looking at this battle like, oh, this is pretty interesting. Keep me entertained for the final 6.5 minutes of this race. Pure Sims, though, getting the run once again up the hill towards turn 9. Can they keep that momentum down to 10? Maybe not this lap around, but Williams going to be massively defensive there. Not really an opportunity, and managing to get back to the racing line. But this is great, just showing you how important these positions are. 3 tenths between the pair. Let's see if Pure Sims can get the run down the front straight away without any sort of lap traffic getting in the way. I definitely think last lap they'll be a bit disappointed to go 3 wide on the apex of turn 1.
There's another run from Hervius here. Maybe he's going to go for the move at the final corner again. Well, not quite. But this is what we were talking about earlier on. These final couple of corners, that would never happen with the chicane format of this circuit. It's very, very different here this time around. I think there's a car on our right-hand side here. There might be a GT3 here. There is. Oh, my word. The ASR car's involved, and they don't want to be, I don't think. 3 wide through the middle for the GT3. It's got Grabowski on such a tight line. Oh, contact made. Hervius goes around straight into Grabowski again, almost as if he planned some revenge. And Pure Sims Esports are up to 4th place.
Yeah, that was Messi rolling back into the Williams there. And once again, the ASR car diving in between these GT3s. I know they have to go through, but such risk when you can see there's 2 cars fighting for place in front of you as well. Diving at the inside of a 3 wide in towards turn number 1. Williams just slightly lost some ground, a bit too much curb and contact between the two. But that roll back there, I definitely want to see, brake inputs from that, but you can't be rolling back. They're just causing some big contact. Let's see this from the Apex behind.
What a view this is. Best seats in the house with Apex Racing Academy. Here you go. Grabowski was sliding already before there was contact there. And then there was a slide from... I don't think there was... Look, Hervius was definitely rolling there. That's easy to see. But I don't think he meant to take out Grabowski by rolling backwards there. He just didn't hold the brakes there, which I guess is just as bad in itself. But I don't think he was trying to take out Grabowski there, Hervius. There was a lot going on there, and the race stewards might decide that there was so much going on. It's cancelled each other out. It's racing incident. It's all of those, because there was a lot to unpick there at turn 1.
Yeah, messy between those cars there, and there has been instant come in. I think that is the 916 and the 995. So that was what we just saw that has already been straight into the list for the stewards to go through. And that is, of course, going to be an interesting judgment call. As we come back to this battle for P9, Leipert ahead of Tempest this time around. Down the inside now of turn 5 with some of the touring car traffic, and certainly doing a good job of that one for Tempest. But Leipert are now back in the front of this battle. They swapped around a couple of times, but Leipert holding on as it stands.
And look at just who's up in front of these guys. That's Autos Esports. Yannick Lapchon right now showing us really just how damaged this car is, because the lower end of the top 10 drivers and teams are indeed catching this car right now. And that Porsche is going to finish fourth, but it's going to be overtaken here, and these guys are going to unlap themselves. That shows you just how much Lapchon is struggling with that Porsche.
Yeah, not the end of the race, not the last couple of hours that Ortiz would have wanted. At one point, potentially looking to have a shout of a race victory, and now, getting unlapped by some cars. And just looking, actually, the 916 car has also protested the 86, which is Riley, for when they came through as well. So, 916 not happy, of course, with how that unfolded over the course of the last few laps.
Well, lots to unpick for race control, and some of those may well be settled post-race. The penalties will be applied post-race, whether they're decided before the end of the race or not, that doesn't really matter. They will end up being applied post-race. I can be pretty sure of that. Oh dear, this is all very close. Leipert Esports on the defensive, and a very tight line at turn 4. Tempest Simsport with a better line and a bit of a bumper to the rear of the Lamborghini.
Absolutely, come down towards turn 5 now as well. Lamborghini's still there on the inside and just managing to hold on to that one for P9. But this battle definitely isn't over with 2 minutes to go on the clock, and still a few questions that need to be answered in this final part of the 24H Series Esports season, getting closer and closer to the end. And we also have another protest coming between the 45 and the 975, which is, of course, SimRC leading the way in the 992 category. And they've obviously had some contact with Beeler Racing at some point as well. So still contact happening between race leaders in class as we get to the final couple of laps of this season.
To be fair, their minutes lead has been slashed by a quarter to 45 seconds, and they are continuing to lose time. I wonder whether that car maybe has damage and is just limping home here. They'll be puffing out a sigh of relief when this one's over, because they do look like they're struggling here in the lead of the 992 category. Here is the BS Turner car though, 26 seconds worth of a lead. Even with that 5-second penalty, it looks like this team are going to have enough in the bag to take home the final race win.
Inside the final minute, which means 1 lap to go, just 2 more corners and then 1 full turn around this circuit. It's been a very crazy and entertaining end of the season, but of course chaotic as such. 40 seconds left, 1 lap to go. Can BS Turner hold on? They should be able to, just don't make a mistake now.
Well, 30 seconds left on the clock. And plenty of time remaining. Just trying to find out where all the leaders are. Well, that's helpful. MRC are coming towards the line together. Are they going to be able to have enough time to orchestrate a photo finish into the pit lane for Pure Sims? Tyler Herbias didn't have the fuel to stay out and grab 4th place anyway.
Oh, that's a big shame for them. Literally 1 lap short.
He's out.
A 12-hour race coming down to 1 lap. Final lap time, final lap of the season. And Pearson's there, as you say, not enjoying the end of the race that they would have wanted. As come back to the number 10 machine there, have they been able to hold on for Tempest? I think they just about have. Yeah, they're still leading by about 0.6 of a second. And that has been a great battle and a great entertainment in the final half an hour of this race. But of course, it's not just them in the GT3 battle to focus on the BS Turner car, enjoying a final lap, leading the way, even with contact a little bit earlier, still managing to hold on to the victory.
And there is the Williams Esports car as well that will be taking home a title. A number of cars pulling out of the way and rolling out the red carpet for the overall race leader right now, as they don't want to complete an extra lap. It's going to have the classic train of cars that you see in an endurance race behind the race leader. as they make sure they don't do an extra lap. Into the final corner of the season for the 24/8 Series Esports Championship in 2022-23. It's PS Turner who are going to take it over the line, and Joshua Anderson with the pleasure of taking the checkered flag. The final race win goes to them in the BMW. Just behind them, around 25 seconds down the road, Williams Esports are coming into the final corner right now alongside another one of our champions. Into the final corner they come. It's a late dive into the final turn. Williams Esports take the GT3 Championship ahead of the 992 champions. Team 75 built by SimRC taking their first of 2 titles, confirming their title with Jürgen Frank here in the 992 class. Here is the second of them. Nathan Ames is going to be TCR champion once again. Here it's 24/8 Series Esports Championship. This time they have won this race by more than a minute. They will take this championship as well. And the final champion to come over the line is Thomas O'Carla. SRC Movano Corsa win the title by just 3 points ahead of SimRC, the race winners on the day in their Aston Martin. A fantastic race and a very close championship to boot as well.
Yeah, amazing battle there. The GT4 9 points covering those top 3. What a battle it has been, and certainly a great job. Urano will be disappointed they couldn't really be in the fight today, but of course issues earlier on hindered them, and even, you see on screen, Williams Esports Benku Beleziotis bringing the car home. Second place on the day, but that is enough to take home the victory. And they have had a pretty good season as well. Really getting 3 wins, and then of course being on the podium today. So I can't really complain too much of how their season went.
And Beleziotis is, well, we're not going to be able to see his donuts, but I think he might be about to do some. Here we go. Revs the engine. And let's hope he's turned the traction control off here. He has done. He'll be doing some donuts, and they'll be doing a lot of celebrating tonight, you would imagine, at Williams Esports. It's been a difficult season, as you mentioned. Winning half of the races in the end wasn't enough to make it comfortable. They were pushed all the way by MSI. There are some more champions. 2 more. SimRC taking 2 titles here this season, which is a double of what they were able to manage last season. They could be pleased with another successful season, and they're going to do some donuts for us as well, or at least a pirouette from Jürgen Frank, and a burnout as well in the final sector. And of course SLC Movano Corsa, who were there as well. And there they are in the Mercedes on their own. No teammates celebrating with them right now. I'm sure they will be later on, but I'm very confident that's not the first time Thomas O'Carla has won in this series here, dating back many years. Movano winners here, crowned as champions here at Barcelona. Fantastic to see. They're going to pull to the front straight as well, hopefully to park alongside some of the other class winners and some of the other champions as well, out on the front straight, as we always used to do back in the day. As long as Jürgen Frank doesn't crash first. he's going wild, and why not as well for him in the background. Oh, well, I was on about Jürgen Frank not crashing. We see the Movano car in the wall as well. Well, there we are. 12 hours of racing at Barcelona for the 24/8 Series Esports Championship. It's been another great season. Complete here this afternoon. Joshua Anderson taking the victory. 26 seconds is the margin at the end. Williams Esports taking the title though ahead of MSI. They finished 2nd and 3rd. Autos Esports dropped off the lead lap in the end. They still finished ahead of B-League Racing Team Euronics, German Sim Racing and ASR Able Esports. Pure Sims Esports couldn't quite catch the 2 in front by the end. Lipa Esports and Tempest Simsport battled all the way to the end for 9th and 10th. In the 11th position by the end, it was Riley Sim Racing, just ahead of the final car to come over the line. In front of the 992s, it was Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. Pike from Beach Racing did cross the line there in 13th place. Harvu, Williams Esports, Aztec Simsports, Visceral and BS Competition all failed to cross the line at the end. it was Jurgen Frank's moment for Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC as they win the race and the title. Phoenix Racing Esport with Urano Esports on the podium with them. Williams Esports fighting off everybody to finish 4th, and Sebo Esports and ATRS Esports. Pure Sims Esports dropped to 7th on the last as they blew their engine, not running out of fuel. They finished 7th. Wave Italy Racing Team, Aztec Sim Sports Visceral and SRC Movano Corsa round out the top 10. Apex Racing Academy just missed out with ATRS Esports finishing in the 12th place, followed by those that did not finish, Havu and Maniti Racing. SimRC's GT4 victory was not quite enough to win the championship. Instead, it went to the second-placed SRC Movano Corsa car. Fiercely Forward finished on the podium as well, with Sebo Esports 4th. Hydrorace Geodetic Racing 2 laps down, even though they were only in 5th. Pure Sims Esports, TorqueFit Racing and SCK Racing all prevented Urano Esports from taking the title. They finished 9th, ahead of Scuderia Volpe Competizione, who finished in 10th. It was Race Factory / Delta Sport who were the final team to come across the line. Boots and BBS, Impulse, Pure Sims and Newcastle Racing Esports all failed to finish. And finally, a win and a championship for SimRC. Nathan Ames took the honours there by over a minute ahead of Ross McFarlane for Pure Sims Esports. MSI Esports, the first of the Hyundais, in 3rd. Wave Italy Racing Team finished 4th ahead of Fast Repair Motorsport Simify. Then it was Zenith Esports, Full Send Racing, Team Oistingveld and Common Simsport the last to finish. Impulse Racing will be classified, but did not take the checkered flag. Well, it's a very, very busy time here in the RaceSpotTV team feed because we've got plenty of interviews to look at here at the moment. I will bring in the race leaders and race winners. First of all, Ruben Bonga and Josh Anderson. First of all, Josh, welcome to the booth. Good to have you here. Just how was the feeling there as you took the checkered flag to take this win on the final round of the season?
Yeah, it's fantastic. As an Australian, I'm a little bit tired. Racing all through the night. Got a little bit of shut eye though, which is good, unusually good with these kind of races. But yeah, Ruben and Phil did a great job. And yeah, they really set up the victory. And the way the time zones worked, I was lucky enough to bring it home. It's really good for the team, and it was a really good result.
Certainly is. Ruben, you did a little bit of driving earlier on here this afternoon. It was a very, very busy earlier on as well. 56 cars started the day. How was the traffic out there here today?
The traffic was pretty hectic. Yeah, you could definitely notice as well, like the longer the race went on and some other cars crashed, that there was just more space on the track, I guess. But yeah, the start was pretty hectic out there.
Phil Denez also joins us. Phil, how was your race out there, and how are you feeling after taking that win?
Well, I'm pretty tired. It was an early wake-up call, that's for sure, but I'm really happy to get away with this win. It was a tough race. I think every single car in the field had something going on at one point, and for us to come out on top so strongly after everything we went through is it's great. I'm really happy with the result.
And we appreciate and salute all the Americans who had a very early wake up this morning for this one. Congratulations to the three of you. We'll let you go now and enjoy the win.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Ruben Bonga, Josh Anderson, Phil Denez joining us there after winning the race in GT3. We will now go to the 992 category, where race winners and champions, SimRC, Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC, indeed, join us with Jurgen Frank, who was able to take the car over the line. Jurgen, welcome to the booth. Good to have you here. It's been a nice season from you guys, but how are you feeling going into this one with a very tight championship going into this final race? How was the preparation and how are you feeling?
Yeah, thanks at first. We knew we had to win basically because today 60 points have been awarded, so we had to prepare really, really well, and I think Marvin and me had one of the best preparations ever. Basically, we knew we would win the race. We were prepared for everything regarding the tires, and in the end, the weather was like that we could do a full stint, 41 laps, and double stint the right tires every time with tire saving, and yeah, that was the key to win today.
And Marvin, who was driving early on, but you were watching at the end. How were you feeling in those final moments as you were watching these as you were watching that car edge towards the line?
Yeah, it was insane. Basically, like last year when we got the championship in GT4. It's insane. We had strong races this year and finished it off with a win.
It's the best possible way. Congratulations to you both, and yeah, go and celebrate your win. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks to you, and thanks to all my mates, Marvin Strehler and Felix Luding. They did a great job this season.
Thanks very much. Jürgen Frank, Marvin Stroh joining us here after winning the race and title in the 992 category. We're going to move up to the GT4s now quickly, starting with the race winners in GT4. Contaguinas, but first, Adam Isaacson joining us as well. Adam, welcome to the booth. Good to have you here. A race win today, but not quite the championship. Just did this race pan out how you expected it to, with you getting quite this close to the championship? Were you expecting that?
No, definitely not. We knew coming into this round we had an outside chance, but it definitely wasn't something we expected to be able to fight for the championship. So we just came in trying to do our best, and we saw how far it would get us. And unfortunately, this time it just wasn't quite enough.
Not quite. You got very, very close, though, and put on a great performance to take the win. Adam, congratulations on that win. And yeah, have fun celebrating, I guess. Thanks very much for coming to join us.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Adam Isaacson there for Sim RC. Winner of the race. Winner of the championship, though, was Movano, and Fraser Williamson from Movano joins us now. Second place on the day, but first in the championship, Fraser. Just how on earth did you pull that off? And were you expecting that at all? I guess not.
No part of this should have ever happened. Like, this was Urano's just to sit and drive, pick up, well, like, I don't even know what they need, maybe like a top 5. Just sit and chill, and we'll sit and scrap over second place in the championship. That's it. Nothing's going to happen to them in the first hour. And, well, yeah, that happened to them, so we picked up the pieces.
Exactly. You've got to be there to pick up the pieces, of course, and take home the title. And how much of a threat did Sim RC pose to you today as well?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't really look backwards at the championship points too much, because I was like, well, it's like Urano's to us, then it's us, and then Sim RC, I was like, the 5th they started today. So I was thinking, okay, there must be like a decent chunk background or no issues. Then I checked the points, I'm like, oh, okay, we need to like make sure that we're on it. We can't just sit and chill. Thankfully, strategy kind of paid off and we managed to get second. But yeah, that could have been not embarrassing, but a bit sketchy towards the end. Because it was 3 points, I think.
Yes, it was. 3 points to Sim RC, only 6 to Urano as well. Very, very close indeed. But you guys came out on top. Congratulations to you, Fraser, and the whole team at Movano as well. And thanks very much for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much. Fraser Williamson there from Movano. Joining us there, celebrating from now, I'd imagine, here. We're going to also bring in the TCR winners from this one. Nathan Ames from Sim RC, also current winners as well, who we're going to speak to, hopefully at some point. Nathan Ames, welcome to the booth. TSR, dear me, I can't even speak anymore. TCR race winner here today, and also champion as well. Just how was the preparation for the race, and how are you feeling going into this one with the championship situation quite so tight? He's muted at the minute. I don't know if he's there. Oh, Contaguinas. There we are. No, hello.
Technology. Yeah, no, we were confident coming into this round. Obviously, despite winning the last round, it was still win or risk losing the championship against Pure Sims. So we knew what we had to do, and obviously the drama started from literally lap 1. So we got a bit fortunate there and kind of made the most of it after that.
Certainly did, and Corrington as well joining us here after a very successful day for SimRC. 2 championships overall, 3 race wins here at Barcelona. Could it have hardly gone any better than it did today?
Yeah, maybe with the GT4. I mean, they were really close to get the title. It's a bit of a shame, I would say, because they made really strong results when they've been able to finish the race. But I think it's a really good season for all the team. We got like 2 titles, like you said, so it's very strong. And I guess we can build from that on the other series, because we have also the NLS next week. So yeah, I guess it will give a strong momentum for all the team.
It certainly will. Corrington and Nathan, thanks very much for joining us. Congratulations on titles, and I guess good luck for next week as well, I suppose.
Thank you.
Yeah, cheers.
Thanks very much. Nathan and Best, Corrington Guinez from SimRC joining us there. And one final interview as well. We didn't catch up with the GT3 champions, so let's do that now with Ate Kupanen and Vasilios Beleziotis. First of all, we'll speak to Vasilios. Welcome to the booth. You were able to take the car over the line in second place. MSI Esports breathing down your neck. Just how was that final hour or two?
It was an emotional roller coaster. I think I can describe it like that. The last hour was pretty exhausting. We basically, had no clue of what was about to happen. Wouldn't have even thought that we could finish on P2. But at the end, with our with our pace and with us just making not that many or nearly no incidents at all in the race, I think we did a pretty solid job. And that was basically also the key for finishing P2. So I'm more than happy with that, and I'm really happy that we also won the championship with that.
And Ate, there were ups and downs throughout the day. It was a long 12-hour race, but everybody in GT3 had issues. Was there ever a moment during the race where you thought, really worried that you might not come out with the title at the end of it?
I mean, at the beginning we were struggling with the tires, so we were kind of worried. The other Porsches were able to have better tire wear, and we had to adjust our strategy, and it worked out in the end. I think that it was the key for our success this race, but it was tough with the tires for us.
Certainly was a difficult race, but congratulations to both of you on the championship here tonight. Enjoy celebrating, I suppose, and thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, guys. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Vasilios Beleziotis and Ate Kupanen there joining us, champion in GT3. Welcome. That brings us to the end of a 24/8 Series Esports Championship. It was a very exciting end to that one, as we always get in endurance races. The middle quieter. You know what you're expecting, and it really delivered there. In terms of on-track battles, I think it delivered actually more than what we were expecting in that final hour.
Definitely came right down to what we expected. The strategies all came to a head for one, but also some of the on-track battles as well was great to see. A few important incidents here and there, but that's to be expected around the Barcelona track. But overall, I'd say a pretty enjoyable last couple of hours, and as ever, a great season of racing done and dusted, at least for this year.
Certainly is. We look forward to next season, but for now at the 24/8 Series Esports, that is it. 6 rounds of incredible racing over. We now have our 4 champions. Another dramatic season to come in the future, I am sure. But for now, we can only look back and reminisce about what this season has been. Thanks very much for joining us this afternoon here on RaceSpotTV, and indeed throughout the entirety of the season. But it's now time for us to bid our farewells from Barcelona. I've been Jon O'Leary, Cameron Roger has been alongside me, David Haynes, Lorenzo Bonda and Andy McEwen have also been in the commentary booth this afternoon, with Conor Maddock and Hugo Luis producing the broadcast as always. Thanks very much for joining us here this afternoon, and from all of us here at the 24/8 Series Esports Championship for another season, it's goodbye for now.